Teeth itch. Hello, John Doe. I need to move on. I wanna break down and cry. I'm just shit from the sunshine to me. I need to move on. Okay, where we stopped? We stopped at 1:18:58. I already called Jay, but she's not going to be able to join us for this. For the finishing. So I'm going to have to finish you off myself. Patooey. Most of them don't need to be. Alright. So last time on Power Rangers Time Force, we stopped at the midsection. And effectively, if I had to give us a full sum up of what everything being done by Signifier in these 3 videos, dissecting the manosphere, connecting the manosphere, and understanding the black manosphere. The first video is talking shit and laying out the structural baseline philosophy so they doesn't have to do it anymore. And second is talking shit about all the people he considers to be part of the, quote, manosphere. Which is weird when you think about it, because you have Gary Vee, you have Jordan Peterson. He puts the image of fresh and fit, but as he claims, he doesn't care, and instead takes up umbrage with Adam, I was almost about to say Adam Stitch, but takes up umbrage with Aberrant Preach. And weirdly, Eren Yeager of Attack on Titan, because for some fucking reason, he thinks that anime follows the structure of real life. And then finally here, in understanding the black manosphere, he is effectively reaping the salt that came from his first 2 videos and amassing it in a 3rd video, where instead of taking accountability with some of the kind of arguments, he's instead saying, oh, everybody who ever talked shit about me, anybody who said anything about these, these are just people who are mad at me and are mad and upset that I didn't talk about their God Kings, especially when I talked shit about Aberrant Preach, which means he knew what the fuck he was doing. He has some men in here, he has some women in here, but effectively, he is taking the bitch way out. Instead of actually putting these people on screen and addressing the videos in question, he's hiding people, like the woman on the screen in question, who is Cynthia G. This, like the last person who we saw yesterday who also had a silver play button, are not nobody channels of literally who fans that have the inability to say anything on their own but are waiting and demanding for their favorite content creator to address them. He's going to the source and basically pulling out random videos and random clips that have opinions that he disagrees with. And instead of actually putting them on screen in whole and playing out the pieces and parts that he wants to actually address, he's hiding their identities, or trying to obscure their identities as much as he claims he has to. Say he does it because he wants to try and protect them from backlash from his audience. Or, more likely, he wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to talk shit, but because he's a large platform creator, he wants to be able to make it so that he doesn't have to take full accountability for the dumb shit that he does and that he is doing. Thus leading to the never-ending cycle. People call him out, he refuses to address them, he only addresses the negative comments and he puts everybody under the umbrella of the negative comments and say, "This is all my detractors!" All while, also, as you can clearly see, refusing to elaborate. So, NFT signifier video. We're halfway through, because Jay's not here. Going back on double time, bitch! And we'll be done. Then from there, I have content I need to work on, and videos of my own I need to put out, so that when we are ready to go for Path of Exile Crucible, I am locked in on target, because we're playing Trade League this season. And some of you will be coming along with me. I hope. I had people who said that they were in. If you're still in, let me know inside of the gaming chat. I will make sure that we will have an event either Monday or Wednesday, because today is Saturday, which means Sunday is 2, Monday is 3, Tuesday is D&D, and that's 4, and Wednesday is 5, April 5th. So between Monday and Wednesday, we will have you log in for the first time and understand what it is you'll be doing playing Path of Exile. Because when we get into full season, I'll try to teach as much as I can for the people who need to be taught. I've already started linking game sources for PoE University, because every single season for League Start, Zizarin will post content to try and help people to understand things. I will do my best as a streamer to educate you along the way. But when we get in the nitty-gritty, and if you're with me while we're playing Path of Exile, we will be moving quickly. Because the majority of the game is inside the mapping process, which you can get to within 3 to 7 hours of gameplay. So, I want to do that as quickly as possible. It's also a thing we have to practice, too. Doing that quickly as possible. Give you guys like 5 minutes to get inside of the chat, if you wish to. And then we'll continue. Yes, no, Jay. She has to clean. And then after she's done cleaning, she has to make videos. Hello. I actually killed some time trolling the shit out of somebody on Twitter. Because it was a very slow day. Somebody came along and basically decided to be upset as fuck. Oops, sorry. Got somebody asking me some shit. See here. Here, girl. Oh, I can just be able to do this, actually. This be a lot easier. There you go. Alright. Let's begin. No, we didn't finish. We didn't finish Fatal Crest. That was the problem. Jay had to go to wash dishes, remember? She's moved into her new place and is currently cleaning everything. Alright. And we begin after marking on the timestamp file. What is it? 12? 13? Now! Now!
And I'm unapologetic in saying it because I know this is the solution. It is the solution. Now they don't have to like it. They can try to present a different solution. All roads, except the same road that you're being going down to, is going to lead to a decline in the black male population. And that's because it needs to.
It's like a weird form of white feminism being practiced by black women. But because they're black women, it's hard to recognize that this is legit white girl boss feminism. And
gotta rewind because I paused this in the middle of this rant.
In its purest form. Now again, this is just passive, but I still get the vibe. How the hell did we get here?
now, of course, there's nuance and complexity in play here, and I hope y'all give me the grace to know that I know, as I've engaged with this on numerous times on the channel. But the reality of the problem of divestors is that they take these not so toxic trending topics to their natural extreme of overt white supremacy.
And like what she was positioning will still give birth to these males, but black women do more than you're already doing. So you already have to work and go to school and be the breadwinner, but do more to raise these male sons. And it's like, no, like you worship black men to the highest extent. Bottom line is, most of them don't need to be here. It's just that simple. And I'm unapologetic in saying it because I know this is the solution. It is the solution. Now they don't have to like it. They can try to present a different solution. All roads, except the same road that you're being going down to, is going to lead to a decline in the black male population. And that's because it needs to.
It's like a weird...
Now, keep in mind the take that I gave last night. Women have the right to abortion. I don't really give a shit. It's not even an issue of abortion at that point. What he's doing is he's claiming this leads to white supremacy because black women are leveraging the idea of abortion because there are, quote, too many black males. And it's getting in the way of their girl boss feminism. So he's correct in recognizing that it's girl boss feminism, but it's not white girl boss feminism. It's just girl boss feminism. The idea of a child gets in the way of my success, I'm trying to maximize my success, and also, at no point in that rant did Cynthia G, because that's the content creator that is being described there, as we described last time, as we went to their profile and reread a synopsis of what their content is about, they are effectively a nega signifier. Whether they may be a deep black African panopticon with a explicitly black feministic twist, there's not a lot in that that's wrong. It's just the morality of why it's wrong. And I don't really care about the morality problem, because the morality problem is not the issue. The issue is what's wrong with her sense. If you're somebody who's like Signifier, who likes all black everything, killing black babies is probably like, you know, killing babies in general. Like, killing the minds that potentially could be watching his content. And that to him would be a no-no. Besides that, bad choices, bad actions. If you're in a situation where you believe you have the best option for your future by aborting your child and you're in a partnership with another person and you haven't discussed that with your partner and we both arrive at that being the correct decision that you should take, where he actually has a say, it's not, I'm telling you I'm getting an abortion and you don't have a say in it. I don't care, because that's not my problem. That's the best I can be able to really put there. If it's not my child, I don't care. If it's a man's child who you know you love, and you claim you love them so much that you're doing it for what's best for their future, because you just can't handle having a kid right now, that's a hard conversation. And what are we here for if we're not here for the hard conversation? But the way that he's surmising it is basically, well, you wanting to have the hard conversation of what we should do because, well, I can only see one solution. If I have these options before me and I have the impending pregnancy about to be a problem, I'm going to terminate the life of the child because I'm doing what's best for my financial future. What exactly do you want me to do? What is the only solution that you have left? That's what the title of that video is. If aborting black males isn't the solution, what is? And I would say the solution, if you can't abort your child, is to give your child to adoption. Or abstain from sex. Or learn to swallow. Those are realistically other options and other solutions. It's not just one solution. The final solution. The blacked solution. Or I guess the bleached solution, because the blacked solution is like one white girl gets dropped into, like, Jonestown, and out of nowhere comes 100 Matumbos running at her, dick and sway in the wind. But there's more solutions than just one solution. But if that solution to signifier is white supremacy, because how could you abort black children? Margaret Sanger, you're going to have to take that with Margaret Sanger. And he's not going to take that with Margaret Sanger, because I don't even think he has an opinion about abortion. Because if he gave an opinion about abortion, he would probably get canceled. Because remember, if you're not a woman, you're not allowed to have an opinion. And he knows his place. On this topic, he knows his place. It's a bit iffy. If you have morals.
A form of white feminism being practiced by black women. But because they're black women, it's hard to recognize that this is legit white girl boss feminism. And I'm not going to be one to lead that charge, but it's in there, you know. And to be clear.
See? I'm not going to be the one to lead the charge. Because you'll be the first one destroyed if you did. But call out to your audience and say, hey, yo, fam, I ain't touching that, but you see what it is. Also, that's really weird. That's a name. Nappy-headed Jojoba. Let's circle up, shall we, chat?
The Kardashians have
Nappy-headed Jojoba. Commentary, beauty, style, fitness, hair, and Ray Ray. Who is Ray Ray? So let's see here. What do we have here? Most popular videos. Hair care products. Hair care products. Hair care products. Hair care products. Divesting from the natural hair community, while also detangling her hair. Bernie bro video. It's actually an interesting conversation. Is a woman a Bernie bro, or is there a word specifically for the female Bernie supporters? Anywho. A video about Ozempic. People calling Rihanna weird and being a sellout. Pretty much gossip. So, hair care and gossip. Okay? What's wrong with her?
A lot of black women have went there on this topic. The black man I've seen bring this up.
Alright, so we have Cynthia G, Nappy-headed Jojoba, and whomever this Harriet individual was.
Feminism being practiced by black women. But because they're black women, it's hard to recognize that this is legit white girl boss feminism. And I'm not going to be one to lead that charge, but it's in there, you know. And to be clear, a lot of black women have went there on this topic.
Is that for Harriet? Far Harriet? It's definitely for Harriet. 204K subs. For Harriet is a black feminist community open to all but centering the needs and experiences of black women that features creative works meant to be more critical, to move critical conversations forward. For Harriet, celebrating the fullness of black womanhood. Okay? What's wrong with these two women? Or are you saying that you're going to take that example of Cynthia G, saying what I guess for some people would be an extreme position, and applying it to them? Because if you just go over clips of them, you're not actually giving me examples of them.
The black men I've seen bring this up almost always do it poorly or for the wrong reasons. It's always to get a dunk on black feminists or black women in the public eye, which, but when black women point it out, they get called SJWs and worse by these same women. When Kim Foster dared to relatively lightly critique the racial implications of some of these movements, she got attacked enough by them that she had to spin the black on the topic. And I want to point out that numerous other black female creators, such as Kim Foster, aforementioned T. War, Nappy Headed Jehovah, and Jules, have all made content around these issues. So this argument that nobody's talking about it is not true. And to be clear, the black
when people usually say nobody's talking about this, they mean it's a niche issue. For example, pronoun usage is a niche issue. Nobody talks about pronoun usage because it's very simple. The majority of us, if you ask us to use pronouns, we're going to simply observe your behavior and see whether or not you're sincere. If you are a sincere individual who wants people to use pronouns, you're going to be using all of those pronouns at the proper place and time all the time. You're not going to dilly-dally. You're not going to gish-gallop. You're not going to twist and pull and decide when you will use it and when you won't use it. You're going to use it properly. If you start gish-galloping, we're going to call you out about the thing that you're doing. And it's going to make you mad. So at that point, we realize it's not about us using your pronouns. It's about you being angry that you guys don't get to control people's language. Because the semiotic wormhole of language is very important when it comes to discussing ideas. If we can't discuss ideas, Bernie Bra is good. Bernie Bra is good. If you can't discuss ideas properly, let alone the ability to address things properly, you cannot have a discussion, you can't have a debate, you can't have an argument. That's why pronouns are useless. It's useless for me to constantly stop myself to use the correct pronoun to refer to somebody in the third person if I can just use that person's name. You can literally take I, am, and me out of your language if you start constructing it to just use names. So for every single time I could say he in a sentence referring to signifier, I could just call him signifier. Siggity! As one could. The same way that if you wanted to talk about me or I wanted to talk about myself, I could instead say I'm talking about Carl, because Carl's talking about Carl. But you realize the more that you do that, it's going to become a very interesting exercise in how often can you wire your brain to be able to do a shortcut to prevent yourself from referring to anything other than a person's name in the first, second, and third person, and how to use so with past, present, and future participles and articles of reference. Because it's a construction. The idea is syntax. The discussion of ideas and comments are so pervasive to your mind that even if you do the exercise I just gave you, and you start realizing the more and more and more and more and more you refer to things in that way, how easy it is to catch yourself doing it. And that's realistically the reason why a lot of people do that when it comes to the pronoun debate. It's not a question of, oh, we need to use this for stability. It was so easy for you to learn how to do this. It would be so easy for you to do that. No, it's not. Like, a person is smart. People are dumb. If you try to force people on a mass scale to use language in a particular way, and people do not understand or want to use that language in that particular way, it does not matter if that person could use it just so easily because other people learned how to. It probably won't. For someone like myself who suffers from mushmouth as a consequence of knowing multiple languages, the way I speak added up and down to the now forming cavities in my mouth and other places. Air don't pass through my lips and my teeth like other motherfuckers would. So, the way I speak is endemic to myself, which is why I'm the only motherfucker you know that speaks like this. Because I choose to. Because it's fun. Technically, any voice actor could do this. Like effectuating an idea, effectuating a form of communication, a automatic artificial syntax, a interesting funny way to say words. Anybody could do that. And yet, the problem is that if you can't agree on how to say a word or how to communicate a normal sentence, it breaks down. I'll give you an example. Before the stream, there was a user trying desperately to gish Gallop and to sea lion on Twitter. This user was extremely mad about the fact that I was holding them accountable to their actions. This argument here precipitated specifically from the user getting mad that I retweeted and or copy-pasted and or took a screenshot and copy-pasted tweets that I then repost. When addressing this person and how they chose to communicate this way, they instead decided to play a word game where anything I did was incorrect. So the only answer must be, I must do what they want. For example, when addressed about the fact that, oh, you took a tweet from Dev and you retweeted it. Yes, I did, because I agree with it. What do you have as a problem with that? Well, I find it unoriginal. That was very lazy of you, and I find it funny, so I decided to retweet it. Oh, that's interesting. Did you know I did the exact same thing here and then added my own original words underneath it? What now? This is the establishment of an argument. If the problem is, oh, I don't like the way that you communicate. Okay, but did you realize that I don't communicate that way all the time? In fact, here's an example that you missed, eagle-eyed viewer. What do we do now? This is where it leads into a conversation. So, I wanted to establish a baseline of behavior. I established the baseline. We have established the issue is this. But that's not what they did. Instead, the issue, I'm going to have to change the screen slightly, because I'm going to have to put the screen on the other side here, moved from just, oh, I don't like the way that you did a thing, to, no, you didn't do things that I wanted the correct way. You're avoiding the conversation. And this is how that conversation went. So, the conversation starts all the way back here. From this tweet. Somebody on the internet is upset about Nashville, because of course they are. The obvious answer is, as I typed here, as Des typed as well. Because they were attacked by a member of the political opposition, taking the law into their own hands. You are seeing the right adopt tribalism that the left has been using for years. This is the game that you want to play. The conservative community is happy to play it. This person was upset about the fact that I posted this message. Because, again, posted by Dev. Damn! People reposting popular messages and spreading them around another group in a circle where they may not be? Wow, that's wild! I then called him out about this. Yes, because he is right and I agree with him. What did you achieve here? They then get upset. It now goes to, because I saw this, and it is bad to comment if I'm not already following you. Upon which I then explained the reason why I had that as an interim. The interim being... I did not assume that you disagreed with me. It's weird that a person would point this out, because there's no reason to comment unless you disagree with the original statement, and literally that was all that you were posting. You were literally asked a question, yes, what did you achieve with this? This person jumped to conclusions and tried to continue sea lioning. Those of you who don't know, sea lioning is the disingenuous act by a commenter to try and make an ostensible effort to engage in a sincere and serious civil debate, constantly asking and then moving the goalposts, persistent questionings of another commenter. When I answered and asked the question, so please tell me what the actual problem is, this individual consistently tried to keep typing and keep replying, either using quote tweets or using direct nation tweets. Now, I know normal people understand this, but normal people are also not this dumb to try this kind of trolling, because it doesn't effectively work anything, because I can just immediately establish that, okay, the baseline problem, this is not the issue we're talking about. We're talking about something else that you're complaining about, which was the point of me copying and posting these messages to demonstrate the problem. In this case, okay, so what you said is not true because you're still typing. So if the problem is, okay, you copy-pasted this, you clearly don't notice that I've changed my posting habits as of 2022, because I do this all the time. So, what is the actual problem? Because they then accuse me of avoiding talking to them. It's just then, directly engaging, ducking to the quote tweets. I then point out this very thing that I explained to them. And I ask them again, tell me what the problem is, or I can just block you. I then lay out the three-pronged structure of where this conversation can go. 1. I don't like the fact that you copied somebody else. It's unoriginal. I thought you were an original poster. I thought you could do things originally for yourself. I'm disappointed in you, Carl. This person does not follow me. Actually, this person tried to follow me. I'm just going to upgrade that to a block. This person tried to follow me and did not follow me at the time of this conversation. Because I don't know how the fuck this person will start following me after demonstrating that they're a fucking idiot that I don't want to speak to, but that's besides the point. 1. You dislike that I was not original. 2. Well, actually, you pointed that thing out to me, and so I decided that I did realize that we're having a discussion about something entirely different, so the morality of the reason and how you spoke to me is the problem. I didn't really have a problem with what you said, but because you specifically got upset at me. Upset is when you address somebody by question and you ask them to give an answer and they start dodging your answer. That now I'm going to try to troll you! And then the third answer, well, I made a single comment, but I'm going to feign a moral high ground on Twitter. Twitter, where niggas steal and repost content and work from everybody, including you, Carl, and I will only ever engage in the debate on my terms! And they then answer to the degree of exactly what I said. Upon which I said, okay, so it's option 3. My reply to you, again, like I said before, right here, is fuck off. They did not fuck off. They instead continued to keep replying and typing. I will call them out about this behavior. When you call somebody out as being not as eagle-eyed as they think they are, and you call their bluff and systematically lay it out, it's being a leftist. Because they claim, oh, you're throwing an upset fit about nothing, Carl. I was not upset. I was mocking them. Because you see, if you're going to troll me, I'm going to troll you. And I can be a lot more of a troll than you can, because I can literally do it forever. I have all the time in the world to do it. Literally, I have all the time in the world to do it. I work from home. Consequences of my actions? Nonsense! Everything I don't like is someone being a leftist! And they were still hiding in the sub-lines of the post. And I just start mocking him by repeating them. This continues further, where they keep typing. Claiming, I didn't expect to have this much fun trolling you! I wasn't expecting you to go on a massive rant! When I make a thread, and anybody who has ever listened and watched my threads can be able to attest to this. When I make a thread that's multi-tiered point and has multiple parts, I retweet each and every one of them to the top of the timeline. Because that then makes it so that when you're watching my timeline, you can actually lead from the top to the bottom and read each tweet in succession, instead of having to get like a tweet in the middle of a statement and then having to click on that and then scroll back up to see what was discussed, which we all have happened to us on the timeline, frequently, multiple times even. Because sometimes the most popular comment that is pulled by the algorithm could be a comment at the end or at the middle of a line of thought. So, it's the same thing as if I was to put 1x, 2x, 3x behind my tweets. They then misquote what a gish gallop is, because they were getting mad that they were losing. They then continue typing and trying to provoke and bravado about, well, I didn't actually quote tweet anything. You did. What if what I decided I wanted to do was to troll you? That means I win. My mission is accomplished. I'm the real Nick Sickle now. Upon which I then hit them with what they've been doing the entire time. And then finish off by saying, because before this I said, now watch, they're going to keep typing and they're going to avoid all accountability, which is exactly what they fucking did. I then lay out how the structure of the conversation went. Hey, you copied this. Yes, I agree with it. What was the problem? I don't like it. I don't care. Fuck off. Nah, bro, you're gished out me. You're putting words in my mouth. Because this is clearly not about the copy pasta, and you very clearly keep typing like you have a problem. I'm the real winner. I decide the victory parameters and what they are by having none. And then when I'm told to fuck off, I don't do it. Why can't you just do what I want, posting the way that I want you to post? I'm the real Nick Sickle. Some niggas are so retarded, they will use an argument and declare that they won, because being fucking abrasive as possible to them is a win state. Originally, when he said this comment, if you keep that up, I'm going to make you for a leftist. That was said in jest, but this is actively what being a fucking idiot on the internet, otherwise in this case, being a leftist, is. He was told something, he was proven wrong about the thing, he was given an example of him missing the point and literally making an argument about nothing, and continued to move the goalposts when he didn't win. This is the point upon which I signed out of the conversation. But clearly, they kept fucking typing. Because you can see, there is a quote to this. So, did he really do that all just to try and piss me off? Who knows? Doesn't matter. He's blocked now. This is the basis upon which Signifier does his exact same content creation. And it is the point upon which many people do a lot of content creation. The problem when dealing with this kind of content from somebody like FD Signifier is that he does that in video format. The part 1 video, if I can just pull all of them up at the same time. There we go. This should work. So, the first video is him laying out the groundwork to piss people the fuck off. Then, the second one is pissing everybody off that he possibly can piss off to try to get as much attention on the shit he wants to talk about people as possible. Bring in as much attention, bring in as much ego, bring in as much cope, bring in as much confrontation, bring in as much conflagration, bring in as much abrasiveness as you possibly can be while doing the sappy wish-washy, I'm gonna tell you about this shit, but I'm not actually gonna tell you about this shit, I'm gonna have somebody else tell you about this shit kind of behavior. Making up bullshit for words, or actually bringing in arguments for words that nobody was going to bring up and would have brought up because it doesn't have any relevance into the conversation. What is the relevance of bringing up an ad bro, basically, like Gary Vaynerchuk, into a conversation about the manosphere? Because you're going to explain how he's part of the self-help guru kind of content that would lead men down a pipeline, because you're selling people a pipeline. The pipeline of blaming everybody who isn't responsible for something they're not responsible for. But then tying it back to something that you can claim is relatively related to the topic in question.
Remember the Twitch?
Fuck, I clicked off on the thing. That is ultimately what that leads to. This kind of discussion that we're having here. I think it was this one. Yes. This kind of discussion that we're having here is him doing the exact same thing. But in this case, it's about the Black Manosphere, or the Manosphere in question. Since Signifier's entire branding is about all black everything, when he paints his targets with the sins of another, when you bring up somebody like Fresh and Fit, and then bullshit your way into talking shit about Ab and Preach, that's a problem, because you need to problematize them in order to make it make sense. You really can't problematize Ab and Preach, because if you're upset about things like jokes, you get upset because they cover a fluff piece about jokes. It's like getting upset at a streamer retweeting or reposting or even copy-pasting a tweet from somebody else because you hate what the tweet says, but you're not going to do the same shit you just tried with that individual in question because you cannot and will not do that with them. Which is to say, the argument that this user, Ju2, tried with me is not an argument that he's going to try with Dev. He's not going to complain to Dev because he either, 1, agrees with the take, or 2, disagrees with the take, but he can't fight Dev. So he's going to pick a fight with me. He might have a problem with bigger content creators, but he can't attack those content creators. No. Signifier is going to attack people who are, in his case, smaller than him, but relevant enough to the problem that he can talk about them. And while he's busy trying to fight the bigger fish, that is the 1.1, or is it 1.3? 1.3, 1.1, 1+ million sub-channel of Ab and Preach, he's going to take on all these smaller little people. And he's going to pick on the fans of those people. And he's going to punch and fight and kick and scrape and cause as much bullshit as he can. And then he's going to collect up all the bullshit, all the coke, all the seething. And he's going to say, look at what you're doing. Look at what you're doing. Look what you're doing. Look at 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 you. Look at you. It's very cringe. Because this kind of trolling can only really end one of 3 ways. The first one isn't going to happen, which is he gets his ass beat, which is the same thing that happens here. If you were to try to do this with people, they would get annoyed with you. That's why C-lining is usually an effective tactic if what a person wants to do is just aggravate and annoy someone. Because if you give off the air of being nice, polite, and kind, you can basically push people's buttons for as long as you want. Because the social contract dictates that if I explode at you for doing something that should be obvious to any person who recognizes it, what you're doing, being fucking abrasive to cause an argument, and they actively call you on sea lining, it's technically cringe. Because it's one of the things that you shouldn't do on the internet. When a person is being an aggressive jackass to try and provoke a situation with you, you technically should not actually call them on what they're doing. Because, like, if you're in the middle of a debate, it's very cringe to try and call somebody out on a fallacy that they're stating. You should actually just lay out the functional framework of what they're doing and why it's fucking cringe, and explain, bro, you're being fucking cringe. Don't say, well, you see, you actually engaged in a gish top. No, you say, no, bitch, you're being fucking cringe. Be a human being. Because if they can't be a human being, it means they were never interested in actual, honest, open discussion, let alone a debate, let alone a scenario where they contemplate that maybe I don't have all the facts. Which then leads to option 2 of what happens. You ignore them, or 3, they get not only ignored, but removed from the venue, because now they're wasting time and taking up other people's time. Most of you might know what this looks like if you are familiar with people like Vito Casualty. This is the veto method of getting blocked and then declaring that you win after you aggravate somebody being annoying as fuck. In Vito's case, the idea would be saying, actually, you don't have any real criticisms of me, you just don't like me because of the fact I did something to you in the past. And it's like, no, the fact that you did this in the past actually gives me the complex to know and think about how you think. And the way that you behave is notable to the point that I should inform other people of your behavior. That's why when Vito Casualty went viral by being trolled by the hosts of Friday Night Tights, he responded by blocking every single member of Friday Night Tights. Because he can't talk shit to Gary, he can't talk shit to, D-Day Cobra Viper, he's not going to talk shit to Az of Heels vs. Babyface, he's not going to talk shit to Mahler, he's not going to talk shit to any of those people because he's attached to Dick Masterson. His ability to access people is based on who you can get in with. For him, he's in places like No Jumper, which basically means he's failing upwards by being a jackass. But why the fuck would I want to associate with somebody who, much like Maxwell, Mr. Girl, got his start by basically trying to say abrasive and annoying things about cuties, which now has come back to haunt him because what he claims should be obvious satire isn't satire. Because how many times do you defend fucking kids before people say, bro, are you a kid fucker? Same thing with Vosh. How many times do you joke about having and loving horsecock before we say that you want to fuck horses? It starts to defeat itself. In this situation, it's a little bit harder to do. Because even if you call him out on the spot, he's not going to respond directly. He's going to take your comment, he's going to remove it from the context, and he's going to add context to his own. This isn't being a content creator, this is being a context creator, which is a phrase that I coined to describe this kind of behavior from any person who does it on the internet. It is the best way that I can describe what Signifier is. He's not a content creator, he's a context creator. He creates a framework, he creates a lens to view things through, in his case, pro-blackness, and then he removes things from the context that they are properly to be put the fuck back into, which brings us to the conversations that are interesting to have, and says, here's what I'm talking about, this is what I want to talk about, we're not going to talk about anything else but what I want to talk about. Because on that angle and on that argument, they probably may be solid, but only if they're able to abuse the thing that allows them to be solid. Whether it be morals, whether it be the scenario of what would be a bad look or a bad take, very common for leftists to do. Rightists also do this. Everyone does this. This is not unique to any one kind of philosophy or any one kind of discussion or debate style on the internet. Everybody can be guilty of this. But the best way to recognize how to deal with this is to just have the conversation. Which is what they don't want to do. Which is why they sea lion. If you try to have a conversation with them and they keep trying to dance around the subject while trying to piss you off to get you to be angry and volatile towards them so they can feign the whole higher ground and say, well, I just wanted to have a conversation and you're just here insulting me. You can be like, yeah, bitch, I am. Now get on to your fucking point, or do you not have a point? That's what you do. Feels like a long diatribe to have to explain, but I use the example there to make it more noticeable as to what's happening. And this is one person explaining in detail from experience, hello, Mikael, an experience on how to deal with this. Now imagine being a single person in a crowd of people in an auditorium listening to somebody have a debate about this with somebody else who isn't Destiny. That's why this kind of thing is dangerous. Anywho, moving on.
Mine is, most of them don't need to be here. It's just that simple. And I'm unapologetic in saying it because I know this is the solution. It is the solution.
Oh, which brings us back to the original point. When you say nobody is having the discussion, but people are, it's more like it's not relevant, or it's not that important. For example, if you claim that I should use the pronouns of a shooter who killed 6 people, I'm going to say, no, that's not important, dumbass. If you try to march in solidarity with somebody who did a murder and they're found to be a terrorist, I'm not going on the no-fly list with you.
A lot of black women have went there on this topic. The black men I've seen bring this up.
The idea that you feel the need to try to tie these people to the topic and say, well, it is important, but we're not having the discussion, and I think we should, then have the discussion. Don't point your finger at other people and say, but they're not having the discussion because you say it's not important, but I think it is. Have the discussion.
Almost always do it poorly or for the wrong reasons, always to get a dunk on black feminism.
Start creating context, create the content.
Black women die, but when black women pointed out, they get called SJWs and worse by these same women. When Kim Foster dared to relatively lightly critique the racial implications of some of these movements, she got attacked enough by them that she had to spin the block on the topic. And I want to point out that numerous other black female creators, such as Kim Foster, the aforementioned T. War, Nappy Headed Hoba, and Jules, have all made content around these issues. So this argument that nobody's talking about it is not true. And to be clear, the black femininity stuff is a far cry from divestment, but it's emblematic of the problem of the co-opting of black feminist rhetoric for essentially anti-feminist goals. And because the experiences of those divestors will sometimes be very toxic and harmful because they come from the same issues that we come from, the rhetoric and aesthetics looks like black feminism to the untrained eye. It's hard to draw a line between the toxic and anti-black male neoliberal stuff and the valid critiques of misogyny and misogynoir. With some, it's obvious, right? Like some of these channels and comment sections look like something out of Stormfront.
You don't know what Stormfront looks like. And also, while we're reading the message on the screen, that in itself explains further my point about why you shouldn't be censoring it. It's also the reason why I say what I say about people problematizing content. If something is so taboo, is so dangerous, that you feel the need to talk about it, you cannot Voldemort about it. You just need to talk about it directly. Talk about it directly. Because if you can't address it directly, it's not going to help. Somebody's asking questions. 1 second. Go. When you problematize content, and you specifically problematize the content in such a way that you are then scared to talk about it because you're scared of being demonetized, it means you care more about money than you do about the subject matter. And if caring about being monetized by your ad sponsors is more important than what you feel would be a do-or-die issue, something that is so dangerous to the black community, or to whatever group you're a part of, that you can't be able to deal with foregoing the money, it means that it's not enough of an issue for you to consider the hit that it comes against your finances. So you're prioritizing your finances over your principles, which means you have no principles other than money, which then leads to a self-fulfilling prophecy. You don't cover topics that don't bring you money. You do things for attention so it can bring you money. The money is the only thing that you're interested in, so you'll talk about whatever the fuck you want to and find a way to put it into any kind of topic source, because if you're able to find a way to spin the block on it, and discuss it or anything around it in that framework, you never have to actually talk about the serious thing. There's a lot more worse people on the internet that you could be able to talk about, and a lot worse things that you could be able to discuss. But you're only going to focus on this because that's what you're going to do in your purview. You're not going to try to call them out. You're not going to list them, because technically that would also be breaking the rules. That would be a violation of YouTube, because that would be considered harassment and bullying. Thanks for that, Pokimane. Addressing people directly, that's harassment. I better just censor their titles, censor everything. But you, the true blue fans, you can find everything you need on my Patreon. A wink.
What's going on, people? This is a new addendum to the video because I had to take the video down because
Another addendum, again.
I'm pretty sure this section in particular was a little too spicy for YouTube with the overt racism, and I wanted to take a moment because I had a chance to get some feedback to respond to a criticism regarding this section that I kept seeing, which is that I didn't acknowledge black femicide or intimate partner violence as an aspect of the divester, movement. First of all, I don't think that's true. I talk about the fact that, the divestment movement was built off of black women tired of the issues that they engage with around black men.
Black men and black women. Divestors are not just women moving away from black men to white dick.
But I wasn't very explicit, so I want to be more explicit here, but also provide a caveat. I mentioned this video.
I was being mocked because I didn't give a full-throated explanation of this thing people decided was a serious problem. And even though I disagree with them, I'm going to do exactly what they want because I know what my place is.
Please go watch Intellectual Media's Black Femicide video for a thorough examination. Nation of femicide. Black femicide is an issue that is definitely a thing that I'm not trying to overstate the role that plays in the way that black women respond to black men or men in general. They're clearly an issue, but I feel like that's a reach to explain or validate the behavior of divestors. There are lots of black women, black feminist activists, creators, scholars, academics, politicians, etc., that are addressing the issue of black femicide and are presenting education, legislation, literature, say it and think it. They're doing it to address that problem. They're not doing it while also advocating for aborting black men. They're not doing it while also being homophobic, transphobic, outright racist.
Homophobia, transphobia, and racism is when people do things that help my issue, but not the way I want it.
I'm saying, the investors behave a lot like overt white supremacists, like literal Nazis. If you go to a 4chan board,
People who don't communicate the way that I decide is the correct way to do so, while not being interested in my issues, are literally Hitler.
Stormfront or wherever else, they do exactly what investors do.
Y'all really gotta stop using Stormfront. You need to find a new website to replace where 4chan was, and then to replace what Kiwi Farms is. Maybe Docspin.
Content, they will give you a story, horrible stories about black people, black men doing violence, in this case to white people. If you go to your typical white supremacist space online, the whole page will be full of black men, black women, black mob, whatever it is, does violence to insert white person, insert other person here.
What's that? People who will sensationalize violence against or for a group will specifically hunt out and seek clips to pad their confirmation bias.
Those stories exist. They're all over the country. It's a thing that's happening. I don't have to give you statistics around poverty and crime, whatever else. I think we all know this. That stuff exists. It's like this mythology that it should be okay to unalive black men for looking at you wrong, that it's a fear response to the possibility of violence, while I empathize with where that may come from in a woman's experience when you have...
You can empathize with doing violence to a man? It's like quotes directly from Community.
experience, violence at the hands of black men, or women who have heard these secondhand stories of such things, especially, again, the fact that in their spaces, all they do are repost these stories about black men doing violent things to black women. I get that, but I want to, again, let you know, this is exactly what white supremacists do in their spaces. This is how the police talk about them.
No, what white supremacists do in their spaces, because we're infiltrating them, is that they make constant jokes and memes about the kind of things that you would find inside of private chats on America First, while also stroking out their fantasy of wanting to fuck black women. Because goddamn it, it's just something about that Jezebel that gets my white soul on fire. Something about that girl's hips. I'm telling you, it just be like this for real, for real. It just be like this for real, for real. Where's that clip that she sent me? It just be like this for real, for real.
That nigga pussy got your boy singing the Holy Ghost. Clamp down on my dick like a Hershey vice grip, goddamn. Make me march for BLM, Choco whore. Your Vanilla King'll make your freedom ring. Give me the vapors, I'll sign those freedom papers. Hair wet and nappy. Sit on my lap and call me pappy. I do love that black pussy.
That is basically what they do. That is basically what they do. And yet, can't talk about none of that. Talk about none of that.
Police are quick to unalive black men because they fear for their lives, based solely off the fact that a black man looked at them the wrong way. Like, that is what institutional violence against black men looks like. It is.
Well, technically, that's a fear response, because a lot of the times in the metropolitan cities, a lot of cops will not know whether or not a person is just looking at them, or if that is a gang member that has marred them, especially if they're in plain clothes undercover, or if they happen to be in a place where they did not expect a cop to be, and they are trying to basically guard a secure area turf. Doesn't justify when unfair and illegal police killings happen. But I'm not going to sit here and say fuck 12 with you when I know that you would be all aboard killing 12 for less. Not doing it. Not doing it. It's like the beginning of the Summer of Love, back when COVID was a thing. The video that I made on my channel, the one that got taken down from the false flag. Let me see if I can go find it. Right here. If it ever fucking plays. Come on. Is the video not gonna play? That's dumb. Let's put it on normal and see if that changes anything. Well, that sucks. Do I have a copy of this? I should. I'm gonna check and see if I have a copy of this. It's kind of important to the point I'm making here. Video project files. Finished files. Starts with a B. My name. Nope, 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 nope. No, 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 no. I have the remain calm piece. I guess I don't have that original part anymore. Damn. That's literally the only place where this video lives. Okay. That's unfortunate. Basically, making the point without it. During the coup, specifically and explicitly around places like that of Maryland, Georgia, and New York City, we saw a significant amount of damage. And we also saw police officers that refused to go all police state on the public because they didn't like what was happening. Specifically, calls for civility, calm, and unity. For every single time you saw a protest where there was gas canisters fired into the public, there were people actively looting and raiding stores, screaming fuck 12, as they raided the Nikes, they raided the Foot Lockers, they raided the iPhone store, which we have pictures of, all of which happened in New York State, where they burned down food stores, where they burned down buildings, where they burned down warehouses, where they burned down the iconic Arby's and Wendy's, the deaths of the children that then occurred at the memorial site for somebody who died in the riots because niggas was just shooting. We have seen it all. And I have too much faith in the human spirit to scream fuck 12 because realistically, not all cops are bad cops. There are definitely bad cops. But when you start getting in the mentality of fuck all cops because I don't trust any of them, because I believe all the ones I see are bad, you are a victim of propaganda. And I cannot trust you to know what's real and what's not, because you can't even trust your own common sense. Like, oh man, fuck 12, but I want him nearby me, in a Waffle House fight, because, like, I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't know if I have a Waffle House waitress like that one waitress who got fired because she was seen on tape defending the people. We can't have that kind of thing. It's ridiculous. It's extremely ridiculous. And I am not one for it. You will never find me.
Pussy got your boy singing the Holy Ghost.
You will never find me capping like that.
It's the exact same rhetoric. And I'm sure some of those police have maybe lost a peer, a coworker to violence at the hands of black men. And I know for a fact, if you look through their group chats and the places that they hang out in, that they have also surrounded themselves with specific images of black people to produce a specific attitude toward the value of black lives. So
realistically, that would be more about the local group chat of your local Maryland police officer. And maybe a couple of places where the good old boy mentality of the South still prevails. But the majority of things that I've gotten here, with the amount of cards I have, your problem isn't with police departments. Or I should be more exact. Your problem isn't with law enforcement. Your problem is with local beat cops. You want to see some shit get done? Don't call the cops. Call the sheriff. The sheriff. Call an actual peace officer. They gonna get the shit fucking done because they're gonna tell you what you actually need to do. People do not understand the difference. And the reason that people don't understand the difference is because they don't know shit about law enforcement.
Again, while I empathize with where that comes from, I give it no validity to say and spread the ideas that these women are spreading. And the difference between divestors and black feminists who are addressing black femicide is that the divestors are trying to indicate that there is something explicitly violent and unhuman within black men that explains our behavior. If they even bother to do that, because most of them don't. Most of them are doing exactly what I'm showing you in this video. They don't really care about black women. They don't really care about black girls because that's not what their content is usually about. The content is mostly about two things. One, how black women can be raised, aka get away from black people, get away from black men, and ideally for them find a white man or at least a non-black man to provide hypergamy or whatever else. And by itself, again, like, do I approve or whatever? No, but like I would not care. I would never have mentioned divestment had that just been what it was, because I've been hearing about that part of it for a couple of years now. When I got to the other part, the advocation for police brutality against black men, the advocation for aborting black boys, the queerphobia, the transphobia, the ableism, the colorism, all the other shit that is indefensible, that's what I'm talking about. This video was demonetized because
See? I'm not talking about all this other shit. I'm talking about this thing.
quoted shit divestors were saying. And YouTube said, "Ooh, we can't let no ads be played over this." And that was light. I found way worse stuff that I kept to myself because I felt like I didn't want to be overly salacious in this section. Because I do.
Which means you don't actually care that much. You're just doing it for attention.
Said this very clearly, but some people missed it. I do see divestors as a very small, relatively insignificant, and unimportant issue that the black manosphere exacerbates to be bigger than it is because they're fucking stupid. But please.
Then it's not a problem to talk about, and you shouldn't have brought it up.
Don't try to equate divestment, which is basically built from white feminism, girl boss feminism, and white supremacy, to...
No, divestment is built from divestment, which means I don't want to be near you niggas. What I do is divestment. I'm not involved with you niggas. I don't go near you niggas. I don't go to you niggas, because I don't know you niggas.
Actually caring about black girls and women who are going through fucked up shit in black communities. It is very different things. And if you really care about those parts, you won't really be spending too much time calling niggas bullet bags. It's a whole...
Actually, you can do that. This the same thing as people calling trans people troons. That doesn't mean that they can't talk about these issues. It just means that when you hear them talk about them, you don't take their word for it. Otherwise known as not taking them seriously. Kind of like when you make a video and you talk shit about things, but you don't take them seriously, and you don't have enough care to explain why you can just justify passing off the buck to someone else. I tend not to care.
Different conversation. but with
But then, Carl, why do you bring it up? Because he's fucking stupid.
no critical engagement with the normalization of anti-black male rhetoric, nor a full unpacking of how black feminism is being co-opted, it can be concerning what critiques of black men get passes in the mainstream media with minimal pushback. All that said, let's be very clear. These manosphere dudes are now trying to label every black woman they have an issue with as a divester. When I asked about this on my Twitter,
I mean, they paint the skin of their enemy with the flesh of another, so that's less... They're just calling all women that they don't like this thing, and more like they call all women this thing, but if the women don't demonstrate the behavior, they will avoid it and just pass off on them and ignore them. Which, that's what everyone that is petty wants to do. Duh.
sent people sending me stuff that was just like, misogyny bad, black men do better. And it's like, no, nah, that's not divestment. That doesn't make the cut. Misogyny is bad, and some of these niggas need to do better. It's a difficult balancing act because both these communities suck. It's impossible to engage with the issues of one without the other claiming you as on their side.
Because what you do is you analyze their actions and see if it lines up with their words. And then you double back and you hold their words against the words that they just said. So, if you catch them in a lie, you get them to tell you the truth. What is real? What is false? What is a lie? What is not a lie? What were you very super serious about and what is just literally not even important, literally just a meme? When they cannot address one without having to double back on the other and say, well, yeah, but actually, it means that they were doing what they thought would be a way to win the argument without believing that they would be exposed for doing so. That's how you know whether or not they're honest. If they can't give an honest answer on the fly without having to divert to what effectively is a script, it means they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. What am I saying here, Signifier?
Both their fan bases are prone to toxic behavior, although the manosphere dudes have proven explicitly dangerous and violent at times, which is an important thing to keep in mind. But at the end of the day, both are coming from a genuine place of hurt and with valid issues that should be addressed. And it makes it almost impossible to address it. Further, if you look at the investor channels, there aren't nearly as many. There are only like 2 or 3 with more than 100k subs, and none of them will consistently get views on their video.
That is not an argument. But Carl, but if they don't get it in their opinions, doesn't that mean that what they're saying isn't relevant? That's not an argument. Because algorithms have been fucked up because of people like you. Not you directly, the people who you are associated with. Because of them fucking up the algorithm, because they're so terrified of trying to pass the money around, and there not being enough ad money to pass around, so the ad money can only go to the preferential channels that can be preferred because they're advertiser friendly, people's views being up or down is relevant based on what healthy engagement is. If they have an audience that keeps coming back to watch their content, that is engagement. Healthy engagement, we would usually dictate, is based on the size of the channel relative to the amount of people who are watching and the amount of engagement that it gets. For my channel, the amount of views that I get is healthy engagement. How do I know? Because my channel is growing. As my channel grows over time, that metric will shrink or grow based on what it is I'm talking about. If I'm talking about a niche issue that only I care about, my job is going to be not necessarily explaining the topic as though everybody is already aware of the fuck I'm talking about. It becomes writing creatively to tell a story as well as explaining an issue. So, for example, right now, on Twitter, I explained on this post something to do with Phantasy Star Online 2. Char definitely does not know what happened with Phantasy Star 2. So, I explained it to him. The basis of this being the tweet that came from Bep Delta. A tweet that effectively sums it up for anybody who really needed to know what they were banning people for and why they were harassing them for doing it. Namely, the game was killed by people banning users for the kind of behavior that happens in Final Fantasy XIV, which is designing sexy characters and ERP. They actively bragged about this. It was an issue because the behavior that was being done wasn't just the nail in the coffin. It was an incitement point upon a group of people that came from the private, well, I would say private, I should say from the less known and more obscure Western speaker group that was Arcslayer, the now known and public Discord of the Phantasy Star Online 2 translation group, that then became the Nexus Hub for Japanese players and English players to communicate across the games. The game was already losing users before this event happened. So if I wanted to explain what I see in my opinion, I'd have to go back on this account for First Player Carl and find any of the tweets that I can of videos of me playing in emergency codes. Maybe even reinstall the game just so that I can log into my account and show you my orange Jeremiah Goat ggas character skin. Because I had a lot of time and committed a lot of effort to playing Phantasy Star Online 2. Just like Path of Exile, one of the few games that I enjoy. Just like Smite. And they ruined that for me. But if I wanted to bitch and whine and moan and seethe and cope, I couldn't just go in with you assuming you knew that. I need to instead write creatively. Here's how the game group started. Here's how the interest started. Here's when we were told about the Sega West tweet of this back in 2014. Here's the 8 years it took for us to finally get the game in the West. Here's us enjoying the game in the West now that we have it. Here's us showing the beginning of the problem as they started becoming really focused on trying to get politics and get public opinion shit into the thing that we loved. Here's them killing the thing that we loved because they decided, you having horny on the internet? Nah. Leading to us having this. An extremely large drop in player number where the game came over with a peak player count of near 60k players. When the game was done being beta tested on the consoles and was released to the public on Steam, to such a significant drop that this was the number at the time in 2021. Let me show you the numbers in the time of 2023. I can find my Steam charts. Steam charts. PSO2. Top 5 in Phantasy Star. Phantasy Star Online New Genesis. At the time of this clip, average player count for the last 30 days was at least 4K. That was 2021. Here are the numbers since. Just gonna make this big, put it on auto scroll. See for yourself the damage they have done to the brand.
Ooh.
They killed it. They weren't having the ability to do what they do in all the games. The fucking game turnists. And they killed it. It's never going to recover. Because, as usual, when people do this, players like myself, we abandon it. Often, we don't like abandoning things, because why should we leave behind a space that we crafted and made? But in the cycle of, you guys are excluding us, why are you excluding us, this place doesn't belong to you, this place belongs to us, fuck you, we're gonna go make a place of our own, this is what happened when we got to step 3. They can't revolve around back and go to, you're excluding us because we've left. We're gone. We're not involved in this anymore. So all of it, after this point, in June of 2021, everything since here was the launch of the new Genesis patch. You've had a full year and a couple of months. And this blip, these blips, downward trend. It doesn't matter how many updates you patch over from the Korean servers and for the Japanese servers. We're never coming back. So if I wanted to tell a story like that, or another example, if I wanted to tell the story in detail using Smug Roko's thread from Kiwi Farms about what happened during the beginning of the coup and what happened to basically me and Amy when Noel tried to have the farms use us to monetize for clout because they didn't like the shit that happened around myself, Amy, Poe, and everybody else. I can't tell that story, assuming that you know who I am and that background. I have to tell a creative writing story about how to do that. That is not necessarily what Signifier is doing here. He's not really focused on telling a story, he's focused on selling a narrative. And the narrative is, divest are bad. Talking shit about people like me, bad. Talking bad about comics I like, bad. Super bad. These guys, they're so cringe. Don't you agree with me that they're cringe? The things that I'm playing for you? How could you ever be on this person's side?
So instead of actually providing an interesting narrative, they're just tampering with the well until it's completely fucked and nobody can have an actual discourse.
Correct. In Signifier's case, relating that to this, he is creating a well and then poisoning it. Oh man,
He's doing the idiot strat.
yeah! So if he ever has somebody come to him with the topic and he is asked, why don't you engage? He's going to point to these videos and he's going to say, no, I don't have to engage. Look at what these dudes do. Look at how they talk. Look at how they type. Which is what they always do on the internet. It's a Twitter tactic being manipulated for YouTube.
Maybe a half dozen other small channels. Is this
So he's being an idiot.
Yeah! He's always been a fucking idiot.
Is it anywhere near the level of the Black Manosphere? Not at all. When I mention divestors at any time, I
Honestly speaking, I think he should just grow a pair.
His wife still owns them.
What the fuck is a divestor? Meanwhile, Manosphere channels are pulling hundreds of thousands of subs and views a month. These Manosphere dudes are telling them,
If they're pulling hundreds and thousands of views, then focus on the people who are pulling hundreds of thousands of views, not the literally who channels.
the concentration of this small niche group. Sure, they're awful, but it's two different levels of a problem.
Yeah, I got package.
This section of this video is by far the biggest and most significant exposure that entire goofy ass community has had. Was it even smart to give them this attention at all? Because they're clout chasing grifters like most of the Manosphere. But
they're all clout chasing grifters. Only two of them maybe are clout chasing grifters. Everybody else doesn't have anything to do with them, but he doesn't care.
I feel like I couldn't make this video without at least touching on them. So, you happy? Here's another pause the video moment to tell me how I missed the point and how really the investors are the most dangerous threat to black people since slavery. And ladies, if you're watching, you can pause the video for your 4 or 5 viewers and call me a Dusty or Ash or whatever.
And then here's him doing the predicting the argument bullshit again, which really doesn't matter. But Carl, aren't you pausing at the moment he's talking? No, because this just doesn't mean anything. Like I said before when we started the video, when he started doing that, it doesn't mean anything. You can try to layer the argument as much as you fucking can. What actually matters is having a discussion. If you try to prevent the conversation by trying to predict the argumentation someone will make, and you don't actually explain the reason why that is a problem, you're not doing anything but being an asshole. Again, you can be a full asshole and a dick and have a point. If you don't have a point, you are literally gish galloping. And that's what that is. It's gish galloping.
Because I'm done with y'all. I'm never speaking on these women again.
I'm dying to know.
Also, if you're never going to speak about them, why did you bring them up? To problematize them. So you problematized them, as they use StreamYard, and decided, nah, I'm never going to talk about it. I'm never going to engage. Therefore, it's not worth my time. Then why are we here?
Yes, he wants
How are the
money.
black women?
Yeah!
Are the black women are the cause of World War I and II? I just explained it earlier about the
Black women are the cause of World War I and II.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what they just said.
4 or 5 viewers and call me a Dusty or Ash or whatever. Because I'm done with y'all. I'm
Black
never
women
speaking
are
on
the cause. Clip that.
I'm
Someone
dying to know,
fucking
how
clip
are the
that.
black women? Are the black women are the cause of World War I and II? I just explained it earlier about the goddamn miles of snitching. There's a lot of shit that could be prevented, but again, block you.
one thing that has always...
I explained it before, I said it again, the reason why they were the cause of World War I and II is because black women be snitching. That's dumb, but it's funny dumb. It's something you say when you're in the middle of being upset and it's like, how women cause World War I? Because that mouth! No, shut the fuck up! Niggas went to war because y'all wouldn't shut up! It's dumb.
Can't shut the fuck up. That's why we went out, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Like, how do women cause it? Because they was running their lips. And you know what they say about loose lips. And your mama's got the loosest lips of all. Literally, put that shit in the goddamn water. She's gonna propel all the way across the Pacific to the Eastern Campaign. Goddamn!
Nigga, shut up. Damn.
There's something
Every day it's nudism. Every day it's nudism.
It's literally something you would invent when you and your friends are talking to shit and trying to find ways to make the other guy laugh. But no, this is super serious, guys, I promise. These are serious individual people. They are serious threats, even though they're not threats. They're super serious. This is a big issue. Bigger than a nuclear bomb. Bigger than your mama's ass.
They are super serious.
Always confounded me is the manosphere or Red Pill's anti-simping policy. Now, like, I've heard people say being a simp is bad because a real man should, you know, I guess have standards and shouldn't have to work for or pay for the attention of women or something. I'm not sure. The thing that throws me is that simping is bad, but only for women, it seems. Because
every day it's just nudism.
The anti-simping policy is important because you shouldn't simp for men or women. Usually when when somebody's simping for a man, we don't call it simping, we call it dick riding.
Dick riding, Obama.
We don't like people simping for women because if they are idolizing mediocre pussy, they are justifying doing dumb shit in favor of trying to court favor from a woman. And if the woman understands that she has the ability to control you with the potential and possibility, not a guarantee, of sex or attention or adoration, even just patting you on the head and saying, "Who's a good little food nigga? Who's a good little food nigga? You will buy me Panera Bread. You will buy me Topical Cafe. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. And then we'll go get fries from Chick-fil-A. And we'll go get tater tots from McDonald's. And then we'll get a continental breakfast from IHOP with a special chalupa sauce. Yes, yes. You're a good food nigga." If a woman can have the ability to do that to you, it means that you aren't paying attention to what you could be doing otherwise. Whether it be literally anything else, or if there is a woman who will give you attention, who will not treat you like a food nigga, and will actually suck your dick after you take her to dinner. And give you pussy! For free! Without having to pay for it!
One of my closest friends.
Yes!
That shit.
Every man in his life at some point will be a food nigga. It just depends on who you are, a food nigga too. Your homie, your friend, your family, or your girl.
One of my homies has a girl like that, and yo, that nigga's never been happier. It fucking sucks because I have to watch that shit in real time. I'm like, I want that. How dare you?
Because technically, you could say that a man is a food nigga, but the context upon which he is a food nigga in is important. Because technically, if you believe in, and I'm not saying everybody does, but if you, quote, are a traditional man or, quote, a traditional woman who wants a traditional value of a man approaching you, taking you on a date, that is the man buying you food. In that action of trying to date you, he is being a food nigga. Because the action of being a food nigga is choosing to pay for or answering the call of a woman or a significant interest in another. Because we have to cover the gays as well. It is answering to the call of a potential sexual escapade, whether it be a gay male, a gay female, a bisexual male or female, or a throuple, polyamory, or group orgy situation, where you are bankrolling a meal with the expectation and possibility and potential of something more or extra, where the other party will not or shall not show out or put out because they only wanted, quote, the meal. Being the person who pays for something once does not necessarily constitute you being a food nigga. However, if that little one time you did it was because she's like, oh yeah, I want to meet up with you later. I want to be able to talk and get to know you. And all of a sudden they bring her on a personal friend and she and the personal friend are eating up everything at the fucking buffet, you, my friend, have been made into a food nigga. Because then afterwards, if they say to you, oh, we got so much shit to do later today, and you're like, hey, yo, what? I thought we finna fucking kick it. And they're like, we just don't have the time. You have been made into a food nigga. If they call you up saying, hey, I'm depressed, I'm sad, he left me, she left me, I just need some cheering up. Especially if you're the male best friend, because don't pretend and say that women don't know that you have feelings for them. They know that you do have feelings for them. And they will prioritize and they will compartmentalize their emotions about doing you like a food nigga. You are a food nigga. This is even worse when you're a female, because for women, that is a much more affable situation. Because unfortunately, even if you and her could have literally been rubbing clits 2 hours ago, the hypertoxicity and volatility of a lesbian bisexual relationship connection is so tumultuous around emotions and food, you could literally be having things go well and fine into the Netflix and chill session after you bring home burritos, and all of a sudden you guys are having a fucking argument because you now have to argue who had the fajita shits. And yes, I do know from experience. I have been the third wheel, the fifth wheel, the seventh wheel, and the food nigga, and the one who has made others food niggas and niggettes. It's very fucked up. It's very fucked up. And the very basis of it is the basis of why you don't fucking simp. If you're not willing to take the potential loss of 100% investment, you should not ever take a person out for anything. If you're not willing to deal with, okay, I went for drinks, we got drinks, we drank, we ate, we talked, we kicked it, we got to have a deep personal conversation. Do I feel like this was worth my money and my time? If you can't say for 100% that the answer is yes, then you have wasted your time. Take them on a coffee date. Take them to the local carnival. Do something other than...
It's to a used parking lot.
Yes. Do something other than the most expensive thing you can do. You do not have a requirement for a base amount of money that you must spend in order for her or him to put out or to be interested in you. Because if they're so vain as to think, oh, he took me on a coffee date, he cheap, they are not for you. Lose their fucking number immediately. Moving on.
If there's any bigger group of simps for non-women, it's niggas in the manosphere. It's just they don't simp for cool stuff like, you know,
I've
sex
just been
workers,
playing
titties.
Monster Hunter this entire time.
The thing that throws me is that simping is bad, but only for women, it seems. Because if there's any bigger group of simps for non-women, it's niggas in the manosphere. It's just they don't simp for cool stuff like, you know, sex workers, titties, legs, ass. None of that. Shame, shame.
I think I've never heard such a more bitch-made position. They don't simp for the cool stuff. They're not a simp for sex workers. Directly composed the picture of somebody simping for a sex worker. Like Hassan bragging about how he's a fan and a friend of sex workers, but only because he likes fucking women in a brothel. We dead ass. If you brag about something like that, or you claim that that's something of the cool thing that a person should be associated with, it means that you are a creep and should be looked at. Now, you're a married man, but nigga.
Didn't Edgar Allan Poe simp after a woman and cut his own ear off?
Mm-hmm.
And she was a hooker.
Mm-hmm.
And gave that to her like, will you marry me? Like, I don't understand what his point is.
His point is to say, you guys could be doing cool things and simping after women, because simping after women is mad, but you guys are simping after men and their ideology. You know, kind of like how Sneeko was simping after being, like, the second runner-up after Andrew Tate. That.
You mean how Sneeko said how he wanted his daughter to be part of Andrew Tate's harem?
Yes.
Why are both sides filled with schizos?
Because niggas love attention.
Shame to simp for that. But for other niggas, ooh, they will simp all day. And they simp for these dudes for kind of the same reasons that any man might simp for a lady. They want attention. They want that person to make them feel good, to make them feel
Yes, it's called parasocial bullshit behavior, dumbass.
better about themselves, to entertain them, to fill them with a sense of joy that maybe helps them get through the day. It's just the, I don't want to call it natural, but the urge to simp for a lady is somehow unmanly. But no, these dudes simp for grifters.
Because the parasocial relationship they have with these, quote, grifters is told them you shouldn't simp for women. And they're willing to throw their money at them and say, yes, yes, give me more advice, king. Yes, go off, king.
For men who quickly abandon
Be
them,
yourself.
It's embarrassing, really. And for a 2-year period of time, nobody was making more money off the simping of other black men than one particular person. Some call him the godfather of the manosphere. I call him king of the simps. You know who he is. You made it this far, so let's talk about Kevin Samuels.
He was not a king of the simps because the men only wanted to be on his side after he stopped making content where he was calling them out and called out the women. Because a lot of the men that he would be dealing with were just the same as the women he was dealing with. And when they came up into the content, and they actively started doing that bullshit, he nipped it in the bud. But you're not going to mention that. Because you don't care.
Ain't nobody got no sympathy for you or your homies. Call yourself trying to jump somebody. Get your bitch ass up right now before I bust your head wide open. Don't flinch, nigga, stand still. If there's any bigger group of simps for non-women, it's niggas in the manosphere. I call them king of the simps. You know who he is. You made it this far, so let's talk about Kevin Samuels. You're 35 years old and you're unmarried. You
Is he playing a clip from Baby Boy?
He was.
Subjective that we're talking about black women, they are on the opposite end of the spectrum on all grades. What does that mean to the other 3 out of 4? That means that they will die alone. Let's level set for a second. It's probably a blessing in disguise that I had technical difficulties in the Manosphere video way back when. One, because it gave me an excuse to make more content around it, which is good for the channel and help me flesh out my ideas more. But also because I may have went harder on Kevin than I would have wanted to, especially right after he died. About this coon sellout ass mug. Got a little mask off. Gave me an excuse to make more content around it, which is good for the channel and help me flesh out my ideas more. But also because I may have went harder on Kevin than I would have wanted to, especially right after he died. About this coon sellout ass mug. Got a little mask.
Talking shit about this coon ass sellout motherfucker. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna let that slide.
How I feel about conservatives in general, and the very, very scary influence that Samuels was having on black men and black women may have made me a bit too passionate in the moment. I have never liked Kevin Samuels and always seen his presence in the public discourse around black people to be an overtly toxic one. One that so many people...
Fellas, is it toxic to be an image coach?
Nope, not whatsoever.
Seem to not care about or know.
Not from what I know.
A lot of black people were telling on themselves and how conservative they really were, that they allowed this man's rhetoric to
stop getting the dick out his ass, you know?
In a way, Samuels through his...
He'd have to get the dildo out of the way first.
His admittedly good presentation and tell it like it is church pastor persona, plus his good looks, managed to do something that I wouldn't have thought possible. He turned hundreds of thousands, if not a million, black men and women into simps for anti-black conservative talking points. Something that...
It's not making them simps for anti-black conservative talking points, because even if he was supposed to be a conservative, because he lived in Atlanta, he is a black male who is an image coach, was an image coach, in Atlanta. Everything down here is all about presentation! Because these bitches are superficial.
That is correct.
That nobody has been able to do to the level he did. It's been like one huge public L. It's embarrassing and indicative of the desperation a lot of us feel that we...
This content creator making a lot of money, making the content that people are craving and clearly deserve and want to have because they keep showing up for it. That's a public L. It's an embarrassment against all blacks.
This man sell himself as a guru and an expert.
Who the fuck does he think is speaking on my behalf?
Your black Uncle Iroh.
I have a black Uncle Iroh. His name is Big Sean. Nigga lives in the Delaware.
Conservative talking, something that nobody has been able to do. It's been like one huge public L. It's embarrassing and indicative of the desperation a lot of us feel that we let this man sell himself as a guru and an expert with no credentials and a past and lifestyle that clearly...
His credentials were literally what he explained as he explained how he got his meteoric rise. He got his business start because he was surrounded by fucking adult women interesting themselves in him. And he learned from those women, just like I did, how to groom himself for the image. For me, I didn't necessarily care. I used it as a methodology of being able to pick up women and how to better myself in situations where I could play a fucking court jester and then, when it was necessary to, become extremely savant and witty enough to be able to navigate social situations that my tongue could get me out of when my dick and my money could not.
He didn't line up with his...
So you turned into a munch.
Yes.
Because he was so good at lying or hiding the truth about himself to his fans, he had so many anti-fans and haters that all the info was out there easily to see. It's kind of weird. I thought everybody knew this, but he was a man who struggled financially for most of his adult life.
Yeah, and then he became successful. Fellas, if you have a failure to launch, does that mean you're a loser forever?
I'm sorry, repeat that, Carl.
A failure to launch. You have an inability to launch from the nest and become immediately successful without ever struggling once.
The fuck do I look like, an anime OC? Did I get fucking isekai? Nigga, I fail all the time. I failed yesterday. I failed last night. I failed within the past 24 hours.
I failed just a few seconds ago. I forgot the key into my dorm room.
I'm still like trying to balance between having Carl speak on stream and listening to the stream. Because sometimes you overlap and it gets on my nerves.
Mm.
But that's my bad. I gotta figure something out.
And I think the easier solution is that I just stream the video to the inside.
That is also fair. That is also very fair.
Because I forgot to do that.
Night, you're good.
I don't like the idea that if a person is not immediately successful and has literally a meteoric rise that's seen in the public and it is undeniable that they are successful, that it's a problem, because you could say the exact same thing about any person who is a millionaire or a billionaire or a thousandaire, and you will still criticize them because, oh, you didn't actually do all that on your own. And if they did do it on their own, you'd be like, oh, but you took advantage of this, and 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 it just never ends. No one's legitimate in your eyes except the people you decide are legitimate. And like when we criticize leftists for doing this, like when we criticize Hassan for literally having a career based on stealing other people's content, and then saying that he made his way his own self when he was platformed by Destiny, you say, oh yeah, socialism is win no house, yeah, communism is win no house, you're just upset that I wear a shirt and I have this and I use this and this. No.
Was Hassan like the nephew of fucking Chink from the Young Turks?
Yes.
What the fuck is this nigga saying?
He was complaining that people criticize him for his multi-million-dollar success from basically making reaction content and being very lazy to the point that he would leave his chair, sometimes, occasionally, all the time, videos playing in the background, effectively using it as a way to get free content without actually having to make content in the interim, whether he be on a break, whether he be doing a stream talking about things, whether he be doing a react stream, an IRL chat, and basically using other people's content to entertain his audience when he's too boring to be able to create content for himself to watch.
Okay, I have a good. Are you on Twitch right now?
No.
Good. Nigga, who cares? You're on Twitch.
Like, I've criticized myself, and I did so when I was playing Borderlands 3, because that was the point behind this video here. Where is it? This video here? Because, like, all he has to do, with all the shit that he does, all he really has to do, if he's gonna walk away from his computer, and he wanted to be like, oh, okay, so people are criticizing me for fucking taking other people's content and using it. Oh, I guess I should just you know, take some of my clips that I've had before, take some of my content, and like put the funniest moments up there. And that's effectively what I did here. A perfect description and example of how you don't steal content from people. It's easy and it's free. You don't have to be the guy who's sitting in a chair just disappearing for time, like for hours at a time.
Carl, you do realize that this is Hassan.
Yes, he's very dumb.
The man with no accountability.
To make toast.
Do we want to discuss this? Like, yes, we're being his ass in the book. Yes, we are lighting him up on Twitter. But, hey, yo, what is wrong with you?
I hate the way they sexualize the little girl in the show whenever she's with her dad.
Ma. You're gonna have to wait, Ma. We want to discuss this, Ma. Oh, because this will be in the video later. You see how easy that was, Hassan? I took a shit. I came back. And I was also using said cell phone. And I put my own content on. It was that easy. It was literally that easy. Puta. Like, it's so hard to understand how people can't succeed at that, but that's the world we live in, I guess. I suppose.
Until he started big music. Oddly, there's a lot of his cult-like followers, and then he gone cult-like. Oh my god. They assumed that he was wealthy. I'm like, no, he admittedly was like struggling with that. It's because his fans simply did not care. But for those who aren't aware, let me run down some evidence that Kevin Samuels was very much a fraud. It doesn't take too much digging to see that Samuels.
Being a fraud means that he was never any of the things that he was, and that he was always drifting money off of people with a fake identity. He was not. It's so hard to always use the proper term. He was not a fraud, because he was an image coach. He was always surrounded by beautiful men and beautiful women. He was always doing business with his female co-workers and colleagues, and actively participating in orgies with them. He was about that life.
That is not what he would call a high-value man, which is a stupid concept to begin with.
Because Atlanta's got an underground sex dungeon party scene.
But I don't feel like getting into all that right now. However, the reality is that Samuels is very much a man.
Yes, I am speaking from experience. I've already talked about this in my past.
That for most of his life struggled financially. The easiest evidence is way toward the beginning of his rising when he did an interview with noted culture vulture and snitch whisperer Vlad TV. Samuels clearly spells out what his life was like before YouTube fame.
Yeah, a lot of things changed after that. I was working as in a research lab, and I enjoyed the work, but
and I decided to get a second job waiting tables at Papado Corporation. And that's kind of what led me into corporate sales, because I got offered a job as a waiter.
Okay. All right, so then you joined corporate sales. I guess you were...
It's so funny because when you look at Samuel's face right here, he knows he just said a bunch of shit that don't make no damn sense. Like, in what world does being a waiter lead to telecommunication sales?
Because if you are able to do your job well, and people can notice these qualities of you, which, if you don't know what Papado is... Papado's Seafood Kitchen is a place that features private dining because it is a 4 out of 5-star restaurant that is extremely expensive. In the area of Marietta, Georgia, it is a place that does not do delivery, it does curbside dine-in, and it is basically a very, very, very expensive version of Applebee's fused with Papa John's. You can find plenty places that are like it, especially if you happen to live on the eastern seaboard. But Papado is the shit. That is why there's only 3 of them. This is like saying, I don't understand how a person like Target Tory could have gotten involved with people doing things. And it's like, it's literally a place that is known for trying to bring specifically French cuisine from the fucking French Quarter to you. It is one of the things that is in their goddamn marketing. You can see it here in the blurbs. Specifically, the French Quarter at your fingertips. It is something they pride themselves in. It's basically a seafood Waffle House with higher standards, if you want to call it that. And when you start looking at the idea of having private dining for rehearsal dinners, corporate events, and family celebrations, he probably got approached by somebody at one of these events that he was catering. This is not hard. It's not hard to understand. You are basically shitting on a man who did the hardest work a person would need to fucking do. The kind of work that, if you fuck up, you might not just get kicked out of the party and lose your wage for that fucking event. You might get fired because they don't like that you did something, that you said something. It's highly competitive.
He said he already was in sales at some point, so maybe that makes sense, but revealing that he was also a waiter just kind of further destroys the mystique he's been building. I don't know too much.
Nigga, that does not destroy his mystique, that actually builds it. Nigga, I was busting fucking tables, and now I'm fucking busting these hoes' cheeks wide the fuck open, let's go!
No, that's some gangster shit. That's some real gangster shit. I can't even front. That's some real gangster shit.
My head hurts.
High-value men that take on a second job as a waiter in order to, live life to the fullest, or more than likely just make ends meet, maybe pay child support. I'm not sure. He also reveals that he had been divorced twice and had an adult daughter, which greatly conflicts with his rhetoric on black people needing to be married and the need for black families, flies in the face of his own capacity.
No, it doesn't conflict.
Doesn't conflict, and that doesn't mean he is a fucking hypocrite. If he believes that he has to do the job of trying to keep his black family together, he's probably still in his daughter's life doing his job as a fucking parent. And if that was the case, then you could say, well, you're not married to your wife, isn't that hypocritical? It's like, shit happens, bro. But this is the best advice I could give. And the reason I give that advice could, ... if you didn't think about it, that I experience what it's like to not have that. And I don't want other people to suffer like I'm suffering, or have suffered. Da-da! That easy.
Further in this short section, he admits that he never finished college and jumped around various low-level direct telemarketing sales for, I'm assuming, 30 years or so until he started his YouTube channel. Like, he talks about the dot-com bubble like it was recently. That was in the 90s. That was in the mid to late 90s. We're not talking about some high-tech job. We're talking about MCI, business development, where he's probably selling, ad space or phone services. Think sorry to bother you. Like, that's what we're talking about. This was not a job that a high-value man would have. Now, there's numerous...
If a high-value man is able to create value and then is able to live a lifestyle that then gives that perception, then what you're conflating is the image of a high-value man versus being a high-value man. And much like women who try to do this and fail at it when they try to insult men as low-value and scrotes, you are missing the point. The beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The value is created by service. If he is giving advice to people to help them clean up their fucking lives and get their heads on straight, much like I am reviewing your video here, that would make the person doing that a high-value man or woman. If we spend our time, if I or Jay or Mahler or any other person who criticizes things could go through the dumb shit that is on the internet and help you understand what is fucked up about that concept, or just be able to figure out, is something good, is something bad, is something not good, is it something not bad? That is them providing a service that has a value. That value is then wagered based on whether or not they're able to grow something doing it. If I'm able to grow my channel doing something, and I am doing what I believe in, and people have the faith behind me to put their money, their time, their mouth, their effort, and their support where I ask for it to be, or even doing above and beyond the kind of shit that makes doors open for people, and do more by saying, hey, you should interview so-and-so, because he's got opinions on this, that literally is the definition of high value.
Damn, Carl, you spat so much facts. I think he went deaf.
Other rumors around his family that make it look even worse, but I don't want to get into all of that because I can't verify what's true and what's not. And
then don't fucking say it, you fucking gish galloping coward!
It's not necessary to get into the uglier parts of his past to prove.
Then why are you saying it, you gish galloping coward?
That the person who's putting it from the screen
English
wasn't the jet setting, the lavish lifestyle he says he lived. His content is how
Gish galloping what now?
Gish galloping coward. He's bringing up things about his past, saying he didn't really live a high-value life. He actually came from squalor. I'm not going to talk about that, though, because, you know, I'm not going to get them nitty-gritty. Also, counter go up 3 times. There's no reason to bring up his past. There's no reason to bring up his past. There's no reason to bring up his money. There's no reason to bring up any of that shit if you're just going to fucking cap out of it.
Politely and respectfully, good sir. Good
If
sir.
it's not fucking relevant, don't bring it up.
Probably over millions of dollars.
Learn
since growing
how
up in
to speak English.
2020 in that 2-year span. But you can just look at the scenery in his videos and the lifestyle that he.
But English is white, and he don't like whitey.
In 2018, 2016, 2017, when he first started on YouTube, to see that the Kevin Samuels that we see as the Godfather didn't exist then. 1, 2, 18, 26, blowing up in 2020 in that 2-year span. But you can just look at the scenery in his videos and the lifestyle that he seemed to be living in 2018, 2016, 2017, when he first started on YouTube, to see that the Kevin Samuels that we see as the Godfather didn't exist then.
Oh man, what a burning critique. Damn, nigga, you live like this? Yes. He's probably able to amass a lot of wealth because he doesn't have a fucking giant lavish home. And even if he had unique Art Deco shit on his desk, like his swinging lamp of perpetual motion, that doesn't really mean shit, because that's just a decoration for the setting and the environment. Much like how I stream in my fucking bedroom, I don't have a wall full of anime posters and figurines and titties. Even the shelf that hung over my fucking desk broke down because I did too much jigging, and it finally gave away. My niggardry was too much even for the walls of the home.
Carl, please politely tell me that this nigga's criticism is not that he's a fraud because he's not living like a fucking SoundCloud rapper.
Yes, it is.
Nigga, can you just glue your mouth shut and never open it ever again? I'm wasting brain cells on you.
We all are.
Respectfully, and I mean this disrespectfully. Please just die.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
In Minecraft.
In Roblox.
In Terraria Master Mode.
Respectfully, your arguments make no sense. Yes, he had to fucking come up. Duh! You acted like Drake just was born on fucking Degrassi, then became a rapper. He went from one thing to the next thing. It's not like there's a transitional period where him and his mother were fucking arguing every fucking day. No. It's not like, word? You're either born a millionaire or not. You don't fucking work to it. Are you stupid? Are you fucking brain dead? Elon Musk was born rich. Elon Musk was born rich. Fucking dipshit. Oh,
5, 6, 7. Welcome to another edition of Life and Style by Kevin Samuel. Again, if you like what I'm doing.
Man, remember when he said that bullshit about niggas that just sounding and looking like Poindexter? It's like, I don't know. I think I trust this man dark looking ass nigga if he's having the ability to get in front of the camera and dress like this with confidence. I mean, call him dorky.
He does look like man dark.
I mean, call a nigga dorky, but those styles of glasses are worn by multiple motherfuckers at this point. And even then, if it's like, okay, take away the glasses, which technically Kevin Samuels did. He did indeed take away the glasses. He JDF'd himself, just like a Power Ranger. So every single time he appeared to be Tommy Oliver, it's like he couldn't have the long hair anymore. So instead, he brought the fucking 90s iced spikes, frosted tips. if you take away the glasses, which then is basically his frosted tip look, that's not really inaccurate from what they would be wearing. Like, put a fucking book in his hand and he can be a member of Omega Sci-Fi going around talking about the Masonic Lodge.
Why does he look like Professor Paradox from Ben 10?
It's the style of dress. It's the style of dress.
He looks like Steve Urkel.
Respectfully, no, you're wrong. He looks like Baxter from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna go ahead and click that YouTube subscribe button because it doesn't cost you one dime. It helps me make money. And you're gonna hold it out to your friends and family members as possible, and just help me keep bringing this great content to you.
Bad haircuts, struggle suits, bad sound, and
Again, notice the difference.
I'm not looking good.
This nigga's got a full ass edge up. More importantly, look, he goes from one form of dress
Hold it out to as many friends and family members as possible, and just help me keep bringing this great content to you.
bad haircut.
to another one. Now, this right here, what I was describing, this is his frosted tip look. Even with the glasses still, entirely different sense of dress. Now he's dressing like he's in the mid 2000s, leading up to like 2009. I wore shit like this. I still have the clothes in that fucking red basket over there in the corner. Like, there's nothing wrong with this form of dress. There's nothing wrong with how he's dressing.
Struggle suits, bad sound and lighting, and a general awkwardness. That's who he was until he found the right grift. And his fans and sycophants knew this. They knew he wasn't what he seemed because while the video evidence isn't there of the exact moment.
Yes, he said that he looked like a clown, basically, until he found the correct way to market his grift. And, like, what you're describing then is a man who's like, oh, he was struggling until he was able to find a way to successfully market his product. And it's like, that's what business is, you dumbass!
So, hold on. So, is his argument that the quote-unquote black manosphere is just a bunch of coons? Is that the end conclusion we're going to reach?
I feel like it is. Right now he's describing that, hey, this man, he got the most kind of fucking attention, not necessarily because his arguments was good, but because he had good marketing. But people knew he was a grifter because look at how he dressed in the past. He knew he was broke, but like he was able to make himself look like he was rich, and that was good enough, and people fell for it. It's so contemptuous. It's like being jealous, and I know that kind of jealousy because I remember when I was jealous like that as a child. It's like being jealous of somebody who just happens to have been able to do something that caught the attention of people. Not necessarily it caught the attention of somebody that you like or somebody that you wanted to impress, but just like, damn, nigga, don't you think you're doing too much? Why are you doing all this shit? Why are you doing all this? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Because I really can remember how I was made to feel in a moment when somebody actually confronted me about me being upset and petty like that. Because realistically, the problem wasn't about me being upset. It was about me being depressed that I couldn't do that. And when you realize that that's where the frustration comes from, what exactly is your real criticism? Somebody was able to be successful and made the shit work for themselves, or somebody, because of good fortune, was able to do something to impress others or to even make themselves look better, and therefore that means you need to be upset about the things that they're doing that are enriching their lives? That's so cringe. What a normal person would do is they would ask for advice to how to be like you. That's why that meme was made. I'm trying to get like you, my boy. Whether or not they don't want to be exactly like him, but they just want to be able to have the appearance and the confidence that it appears that he has, that would be what people went for. And realistically, if we're talking about marketing a product, which is yourself, which is why he was an image coach, that's literally what you do. That is part of the job.
Until he found the right grift. And his fans and sycophants knew this. They knew he wasn't what he seemed because while the video evidence isn't there of the exact moments, Cameo started out his YouTube career seeking entry into the first wave of the manosphere, where he was summarily rejected early on.
Kevin said, and 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 Kevin. And what about Kevin? And Kevin doing good work. And Kevin, and Kevin, and Kevin, and Kevin, and Kevin, and Kevin. The same niggas.
Did he censor no man?
Yes.
Didn't even mention the word marriage. The same niggas. He was ready to curse black women out the moment they asked if you believed in black love. And I'm gonna tell you right now, if you co-sign Kevin, I don't give a fuck if you're cool with me. If you ever talked against marriage and you co-sign Kevin, you're a fucking hypocrite.
They insulted his masculinity and derided him for his Eurocentric fashion aesthetic. Now, the second wave of the manosphere is shaped in his image, but they knew the truth too. They all saw these old videos. Without further ado,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Welcome to another edition of Life and Style by Kevin Samuel. Again, if you like what I'm doing, what are you gonna do? You're gonna go ahead and click that YouTube subscribe button because it doesn't cost you one dime and helps me make pennies.
Fellas, is it cringe to go through different formulations and different eras of content creation?
No, it's called evolution. It's growth.
Niggas aren't allowed to grow. What did you think? They're only allowed to grow correctly when we nurture and then we clip them at their fucking ankles.
Oh, so you mean to tell me that I'm not allowed to grow because I'm a nigga, right? So you want me to just fit the white man stereotype and then complain about white people?
Apparently.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna love this fried chicken and watermelon. Where's my fuck? Don't you fucking talk about me, fucking cracker.
What a white woman at?
Yeah.
What a white woman at?
All right, we gotta talk about this real quick. The countdown, the 1, 2, 3, 4. This is something he used to do on all of his old videos. To me, this is the worst kind of sipping. When you know that someone's lying to you, but you buy anyway because you want to believe, or maybe you're too dumb to know you're being.
Healthy make minis.
All right, we gotta talk about this. The countdown, the 1, 2, 3, 4. This is something.
A good way of fucking marketing yourself.
He used to do on all of his old videos. To me, this is the worst kind of sipping. When you know that someone is lying to you, but you buy anyway because you want to believe, or maybe you're too dumb to know you're being lied to. It's like going to a strip club and you really think the stripper likes you, or you know the stripper is just doing their job, which is perfectly fine, and you keep spending money anyway. Also perfect.
He's speaking from experience, isn't he?
Of course he is.
I don't think he's ever been to a strip club.
Of course he hasn't. His wife won't let him.
His wife put on a strip show for all his friends. He wasn't invited. They smashed and she never called him back. She told them, "Oh, when you bring your friends back, I just needed to ask him about something." And he knows deep inside of his
I think that's the same conversation Jada had with Will about Tupac.
Oh no. The Tupac and Jada conversation was, "Hey yo, fuck you doing around my bitch? I knocked her up, Pac. What you going? Please don't hurt me."
Oh, that's sad, man.
I don't even know how I'm not even sure how to respond to that comment that he made about the strip club. Because it's like, if you go to the strip club, you know these hoes are not loyal. They are there for the bag. That's what they're dancing for. If somehow a stripper likes you, personally, as a person, it's because if she wants to fuck, she wants to get to know you as a person, but when she's on the pole, she's on the clock. If you think that you should even use that as an analogy, I question your understanding of what happens at a strip club. Because realistically, in an Atlanta strip club, if you have enough money, they will fuck. If you're a rapper and have enough money, they will fuck you without a condom. So, like, either you don't know what happens inside of strip clubs and gentlemen clubs, or this is one of those moments of you repeating what you saw and heard on television and on Reddit, and not fully understanding the culture. Just gonna go ahead and speed through the shit.
Fine, unless you're the type of person to say, don't simp, which, again, gentlemen, what were you doing these last 2 years? But being a fraud isn't really my issue with Samuels. It's the content of his message that bothers me. One thing I don't think a lot of his fans fully got was Samuels' conservatism, with a capital C, which is evident to any person, not just a leftist, but people like leaning left, when you pay attention to the way he talked about marriage and women. It's not uncommon to hear someone say that black people are conservative, and I do believe this is true to an extent. However, it doesn't truly mean what many people think they're saying when they say conservative.
We don't really look at black folks like this, but there's a lot of black folks who are conservative. I think conservative for us is very different because our American political system, whether they're Democrats or Republican, they're all conservative relative to the opposition. But within blackness, there's ways of being conservative and there's ways of being progressive. It's not always a thing all the time. So you can find people who hold value in life. You have to look a certain way, and people have to be held to a standard. But if you look at his videos, his standards are relative to the people he's talking to.
A lot of these guys, they grew up in urban areas when crime was spiking during the 70s and 80s. So that's when they came of age. So they do hold that view that, the greatest barrier for racial inequality for black people's behaviors. And that's an ideology.
Gen X, respectability politics. Yeah, and that's why I call them conservative. When someone says black people are conservative, what they're getting at is that black people have a lot of reverence for traditions and cleave to older proven ways of living and thinking and look skeptically at change. That's lowercase conservatism.
Oh,
that's following a traditional cultural path.
That's conservative. He just explained the fuck. Wanting to listen to your cultures, your norms, and then we deviated from that path so fucking far to the point where now hood culture is culture.
Like, he described what conservatism is and basically said, oh no, that's not conservatism, that's white black people conservatism. That's conservatism with a lowercase c. I'm talking about the conservatism with a capital C. Fuck off.
Whatever happened that we're all equal.
There are some darkies who are more equal than others, or rather, some darkies that are more dark than others.
Stand out, and standing
I
out
feel like I'm
is a good way to
missing
kill. But that's conservatism with a lowercase c. With
Yeah,
a
I sure did. Oh wait, I'm white.
Following a traditional cultural path and norms proves safer than challenging the status quo if you're black. Doing something new as a black person is a good way to stand out, and standing out as a black person is a good way to get killed. But that's conservatism with a lowercase c. With a capital C, that's a bit different. That's when black people cross a threshold from believing in the value of tradition to explicitly enforcing it, or worse yet, actively playing a role in holding black people back, holding us to positions we've always been forced to occupy in this country. That's where we get black Republican grifters that usually pop up because conservatives with a capital C are coon, sellout, ass, mug, Candace Owens, Herman Cain, Larry Elder, Jesse Lee Peterson, and the father of this wave, one of Kevin Samuel's favorites, Uncle Tom Sowell. In fact, you can observe Sowell's own racism is our fault rhetoric all through.
Y'all need to stop using a phrase that explains the man who helped many slaves get away. Oh no, my fan's about to get culturally enriched.
Kevin's opinions on fixing black people in the black family, ignoring the reality of white supremacy. He even admired your favorite racist uncle, Jordan Peterson.
Anybody familiar with Jordan Peterson? No. Dr. Jordan Peterson, he's a psychologist out of Canada. He made a big splash by rejecting a mandate from the government of Canada, basically saying that you have to call somebody by their designated pronoun that they chose.
Early in his YouTube career, before he could afford a decent fitting suit, Samuels appeared on the Brian Anthony Logan show. Logan being the classic brown-nosing, Trump-supporting, thin blue line, flag-waving type of guy himself. On the show, he talks about how he used to listen to Rush Limbaugh and other corny, ridiculous nonsense.
I started out directly conservative.
Listening to the opinions of people that you would find to be your alternative is definitely what a brown-nosing, capitalist-pushing conservative does. They listen to liberal-minded individuals who have a progressive slant, and they diversify the people they listen to, just like they listen to a Canadian psychologist. Because, don't you know, being like everybody else is by listening to multiple people and multiple information sources.
I watched Rush Limbaugh back in the days of the Colorful Times in the early 90s and the Big Rush.
You guys, your own experience with women have learned to know yes, you know how to yes,
would you rather have ABO, a neighborhood of ABOs, or would you rather have a neighborhood of Pookies and Ray-Rays? Because you can't have both.
See, I'm a black person. I have roots that go all the way back to slavery, and I can tell you what my people went through now.
Destiny clip.
I was born in a place called Grand West Virginia, 95% white state. My grandmother would see a KKK in person. They never heard her or anything. Matter of fact, they would bring toys and food down to the black community in Christmas time, and also I think on the 4th.
Who do you want next door to you? As soon as I could register to vote, I registered Republican. And an entire family full of Democrats, Baptist upbringing, church, very family-oriented church and so forth. People ask me, why in the heck would you register for Republican? Your family's Democrat. I'm like, yeah, you are. But I believe in smaller government, laissez-faire economics. I'm a hustler. I'll make it. It's acute in our community to the point where we don't even recognize each other as worthy of listening to. If you're a conservative, you're a coon, and you're a sellout. Just regular black folks. We're regular.
What was that? Say it again one more time. From the grave. One more time, Kevin Samuels.
We don't even recognize each other as worthy of listening to. If you're a conservative, you're a coon, and you're a sellout.
Damn, imagine being such a shit content creator that you include somebody demonstrating the point and you then reinforce his point several fucking times.
Black folks, we're regular people.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell else is going on. I'm regular. I'm normal. This is what it was. I grew up in the Cosby era when you went home to watch the Cosby Show. I saw Sidney Poitier. So we're the norm. This last 20 years of gangster rap and sagging pants, okay, that happened, but no, we're it.
This video's been out there for years. It's not that old where you say, well, maybe he changed since then. It's just old enough where you know that's legitimately who he was years later when he became famous. He was just afraid to show it because he knew it wouldn't fly with much of his audience. And I had never seen.
What is that? What was that, Mr.? I can't really talk about that shit because I know if I did, I'd get my ass canceled.
This before I started research to make this video, but I knew I would find stuff like this because you can hear it in the way he's always talked about black people. He doesn't really like us. He's talked bad about black people.
He doesn't really like himself. He hates black people and himself.
And black culture, pretty much the whole time he's been getting attention from us on his channel. How black men wearing their hair a certain way keeps them from greater success, insinuating that black women...
That is true in many places, and it shouldn't be, but it is unfortunately a factor of what requires code switching. Being able to manage that is a skill, and you are one of the kinds of people that dictate that people should not learn that. Because if you're smart, like me, you learn how to be able to navigate that issue. Because sometimes throwing a fit about something like that is important. Because realistically, if you want to make a big enough stink about something like hair, you actually can get the Fortune 500 company to relax a policy because realistically, they don't want to be racist. That's called ESG score. You know, that thing that Biden passed, and by I mean vetoed, the thing trying to dismantle, so that literally if they do a racism, they can have the ability to put my face or your face on marketing and literally be able to get a fucking contract from the military-industrial complex because, listen, these might be bullets, but these are gay bullets. For pride!
Women can't be pro-black without husbands, that black women who are single mothers are leftovers and
yes.
citizens.
Nothing says pride like blowing up the
sellout ass mother.
people up in Syria.
was really presenting a case study in how to sell black folks on conservatism with a poison pill. But that still begs the question, how did he do it? How did he get so big so fast? In his earlier content, Sam was selling himself as an image expert and hoping to sell his services to real high-value men with perfume reviews and different style things like that. But he quickly realized that real high-value men did not hang out in the black manosphere. But understand, if there was one skill that Kevin truly had, it was being a salesman. So he did what any good salesman would do when he hits a wall. He pivoted.
In a nutshell, Kevin Samuels was the black manosphere in a suit. So compared to other content creators, past and present, he was much more polished. So he was very articulate. Conventionally, women would see him as like an attractive guy. He wasn't like this, this old fart who was just like mad at the world. He wasn't a young, naive guy. He knows the power of appearance and how wearing a suit, getting dressed up, gives him the I always say the visibility, the command of authority. And so that was different. He just put much more effort into his appearance than other people would. He was just really articulate, which is something that everybody had. He was polished. He could still be combative, but not in a way that's like, oh wow, that conversation which is really unhinged. So he was much more level-headed.
So that means that he was an intelligent content creator who understood the power of perception and marketing. Damn, nigga. Let's talk more of that good shit that dismantles his argumentation.
I think that's what made him so different. My wife's friend compared him to a pastor. Right? He grew up religiously. I would also add too, he was also pro-marriage. That's important because the manosphere is anti-marriage. That's why you look at Fresh and Fit podcast. They can have like young, immature girls and they have very juvenile conversations. Whereas because Kevin Samuels was pro-marriage, it did bring in a more mature audience.
Samuels pulled on the classic appeal of the call-in show aimed at women that was popular on black radio for decades, even when he was young.
Notice how he skips completely over the black politics of the black male.
He pivoted to more directly engage with desperate and vulnerable women while offering his patterned, harsh advice. This happened in 2018, and suddenly he found an audience. If my understanding around then is when he hit 100K subscribers. And this is also when he started to show a new level of success and money. His presentation greatly improved. Samuels grew normally doing this content, and 2 years into it, went viral for embarrassing a woman and coining one of his most quoted lines, "You're average at best."
If you give yourself a 5, that's average.
Yes.
So average-looking women tend not to get high-earning men. They tend to get average men.
Once this happened, once he embarrassed this woman and it went viral, his channel skyrocketed in popularity from the low 6 figures to nearly 1.5 million subs at the time of his death. But I think we still need to dig deeper to understand why that
He's
happened.
telling the truth.
Yeah. That's why when I showed that clip the other day of the male that was on the video from Abin Preach saying, listen, I want to have a woman who's alive, consenting, cisgendered, is a 4 but is a 6 on her best day. That's average. He understands what he is. He understands what he looks like. He knows what he wants, and he understands what he has to expect and have as expectations. Motherfuckers who want to jump higher than what they actually can achieve and what actually deserve and should have and want are the kind of people who end up chasing a dream that never happens. It's being an Instagram model, like fucking Brittany Renner, or I should say an Instagram thought, like Brittany Renner, who gets knocked up by a fucking football player that she tries to scheme. A young-ass motherfucker who doesn't know any goddamn better about how to have a prenup contract and how to wrap the fuck up and not getting the pussy wet. Just unwashed and undyed without any of the giving scuba gear of condom. And her turn around saying, I deserve to have better things. I deserve better love. And it's like, no, you deserve what you got. You wanted to scheme on a young man who was just starting out his future and fuck him up with fatherhood. You deserve what you get. You didn't want more than that. You wanted to go beyond that. You wanted to try and get a Michael Vick looking motherfucker. You wanted to get a Kanye looking motherfucker. You wanted to get a Chris Brown looking motherfucker. You wanted to get an Abel. You wanted to get the Weeknd, bitch. But fuck around and find out you got a little PJ Washington. You can't complain about that. That's what you deserve when you do that. Men and women deserve that when that happens.
When you a hoe, you get a hoe's place.
Like, you don't want to be treated like a hoe? Don't act like a hoe. Come respectable. Do the not hoe shit and try running game on a motherfucker. This goes for men too. Don't run game on women. Be serious. You want to fuck around and do multiple things with women? My headset's off, so I can't hear anybody, as I needed to. But you want to fuck around on women? Cheat on them? You're going to get what you deserve. Realistically, you deserve to be alone if you do that, male or female. Because you know the shit doesn't feel good, which is why when y'all run game like this, you try to pimp out multiple men and multiple women at a fucking time. If you are the kind of person who's like, I don't think I can be satisfied with one person, figure out how you want to set up your harem, approach the partner that would then become the bottom bitch or the bottom Negro in the scenario, and tell them, listen, I need more. It's not that you can't provide me something. It's that there's something that I want that I do not understand what it is I want. And we need to discover it together because I don't want to lose you. Don't leave. But I need you to eat my ass when you suck my dick. So I'm finna fuck Felicia. 'cause I don't want you to taste it. I ate tacos and chili sauce. I did it with the spicy Cholula with Chipotle. It's that easy. But that requires having hard conversations and being a mature adult who understands what emotions are. Sometimes people don't understand those things because they don't want to. Yes, I keep hot sauce on my desk. I also have a bottle of Crystal.
Carl, what's maturity?
I'll be right back.
I'm a whore. Harvey, you know what's maturity? The fuck do I get in?
Also, hi, chat.
Hello, chat. What's good, baby? As you can see, I'm doing crystal meth. As in, I'm just playing Monster Hunter while Carl just pops off for a minute. Was not expecting this song a dance number. Really was not.
And I am putting in my headsets, and I can hear.
He's back!
Baby, come back!
I want my baby back, baby back, I want my baby back, baby back.
And I just can't.
Baby back ribs.
I haven't had Chili's in a long time. When was the last time I actually ate Chili's? I think it's been 9 years.
Without you.
Anywho.
I might actually get some Chili's if I can afford it.
Carl, I was just traumatizing. I was traumatizing chat. Hello.
He might call an authoritarian. He doesn't really allow
Hello. This nigga just call him an authoritarian?
There is this woman that went viral. His channel skyrocketed in six figures to nearly 1.5 million subs at the time of his death. But I think we still need to dig deeper to understand why that happened. Kevin Samuels is what many might call an authoritarian. He does not really allow for criticism of him or his arguments or beliefs to happen on his time or his show. He presents himself as an absolute.
No, that's being authoritative. No. An authoritarian is what you are. Authoritative is something like a parental figure, which is realistically what he would be to these people. He is an authoritative figure who is saying, listen, no, I understand what my limit is. I know that you called me for help, because he didn't seek out these people. They came to him. Come to him for advice, whether it's for a conversation or higher discussion, and he lays out the parameters for what is causing them the strife and trouble. He tries to figure out the problem. When he believes he's isolated the issue, he tries to hone in on that. He tries to see if he can get the woman to understand it. If they understand it, it's not going to be an abrasive back and forth. If the woman tries to argue it, because as many of these women have demonstrated, especially after his death and his female coworkers started taking on his clients, they usually demonstrate that they are not interested in debates. They're not interested in discussions. They're interested in talking shit and yelling and being able to dominate conversations. Let me see if I can actually find the particular video in question that
Meddling themselves is just not on the menu.
Demonstrates this. Might be very, very old.
Like, FT Signifier is just showing he has daddy issues, that he thinks authoritative figure is authoritarian.
That wouldn't shock me. Let's see here. Where is that particular one? It's gonna have the face of the female dating coach on it. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Here it is.
Find these incredible.
This woman right here is one of the female dating coaches that took up his interim. And this rant that she did is literally what men have been saying to women who rant like that.
Find these incredible men, and they would be like, "Oh, I would never date him." I'm like, I just went and found a freaking pilot of that ex-Falcons player. Are you serious? But he don't look. It's like he's gotta be perfect. But you're not perfect. You got issues and unresolved issues, and you got a temper, and you're bossy, and you're controlling, and men don't even like to be around you long term. You run everybody away. You think you're so much the ish that you're bougie and vain and stuck up, and men don't like it. And you wonder why you can't keep a man. You wonder why nobody wants to be around you.
Called out. Fucking called out.
Is she authoritarian? Is she also authoritarian? He'd probably say yes.
Because he has no brain. He is a pop
Absolute power and authority in his space. He speaks with confidence and decisiveness. He presents well. If European fashion sensibilities and off-the-rack clothing are your thing, then to you he'll come off as traditionally hegemonically masculine. And thus, without knowing it, there was a great desire for what he had.
I mean, bro, the artist that you love to talk shit about, when Sean went out with other people in public wearing Dolce & Gabbana, also wearing Versace, and all of the expensive brand shits, with his fucking afro up and whatnot, you motherfuckers were saying, oh yeah, that's what a real rapper does. Oh, these other rappers wear chains. You want all niggas out here wearing suits. It's like, then...
No, he's still doing what everyone did, and by wearing very expensive items as a flashy symbol of richness, but at the same time, this nigga is just kind of feeding into the problem because everybody wants to be like him.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be like him, and as a result of wanting to be like him, they're going to deviate and fuck everything up. It's the iPhone conundrum all over again. iPhones are shit, everyone. I said it. iPhones are trash.
I said that yesterday.
Oh, good. So they know I got into an argument with a coworker about iPhones. And he was like, that's why you have insurance on the phone. I'm like, I literally threw my phone on the floor to prove a point to him that if your phone breaks after you just drop it from like half a foot, it shouldn't be $1,000. And then I took my $200 phone and beamed that shit on the floor, and it was working just fine.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's why I have insurance on my phone.
It's like, oh man, I gotta have insurance on my $1,000 phone. It's like, motherfucker, I spent $400 for that phone because I had one of the old market phones that still had the micro USB, and eventually the micro USB port finally broke. Because when you stick something into a port that's specifically supposed to have that dual prong port on the bottom, that has like one side is a micro USB and the other side is like the fandangled, unique, specific one, and I believe they're both Samsung line. So, behind aftermarket Samsung product market, micro USB, USB-C, that's what it was. Micro USB and USB-C charge port. Those ports on the daughter board do not last forever because that charge port is built into the daughter board. So if the daughter board's charge port breaks, you need to replace the entire daughter board. And if you're using a proprietary brand model cell phone, like an Apple, only the Genius Bar can open it. Because if you try to fix it, you have voided your warranty. I'm not paying for a $1,000 phone and then paying fucking $200 and an additional $400 surcharge over 4 years, 5 years, 6 years of lifetime expansive use of a market device because you think that I should pay that much for something when I can just buy the motherfucker for $400 and be able to upkeep that shit on a fucking pay-as-you-go plan, should I want to. And the ability to put that motherfucker in an OtterBox case for $100 and have enough screen protectors to last me for fucking 4 years? Easier.
Okay, like, as somebody who kept a Motorola phone, like I love Motorola as a brand because all their phones are fun and they allow you to have a shit ton of space. Mm-hmm. And I kept that phone till it literally died on me. Like one day I woke up, it stopped working. I'm like, shit, I need my phone for work. Went and bought a $100 one, and I've kept this one for a couple years. I do not need, like, this is the funny thing is about this. What they're talking about is a wealth versus rich mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's when you know you got money, you don't need to do bullshit like that.
Like, I think we've seen this before with this discussion around people like Bill Gates, and it's like, you know that Bill Gates is rich because this motherfucker going to work in a polo shirt, and it's like, yeah, he's worth billions of fucking dollars. He can wear whatever the fuck he wants. Just like Sean! Just like Sean, he can wear whatever he wants, and SinglePlayer can play whatever he wants, and Hassan can wear whatever he wants. But it's important to address that as a part of their aesthetic, because the political view that they espouse, especially if it's socialism or communism, specifically claims that if we were to go by your system, you would be the first person who would be getting deplatformed and have your assets taken by the state. If we followed the manifesto, if we followed the Communist Manifesto to the letter, when we get to the final fucking subsection of Chapter 2, the 10-point plan and the final paragraph summarization effectively means I take your shit, I give it to the state, I make you poor, and now you go work in the mines because you are New Reach. Like, it doesn't fucking matter if what you're doing is that. But that's not the argument that Signifier's making. Instead, he's making the argument that, oh, look at his fashion. It's really fucking fake. He's a phony. He's a big fat phony. He's a big fat phony. But
nigga just dresses like Steve Harvey. What the fuck you want from him?
Yeah.
Offer, even if it wasn't good for those consumers.
Don't diss Steve Harvey like that. Mr. Potato Head's a good man.
Certain features of one's personality, such as openness to new experiences and having a worldview that perceives greater danger, predicts a higher likelihood for leaning into authoritarianism. St. Andrewism did a great video on the mind of an authoritarian. And
bar go up.
Number 10. Don't do this, please. Of the examples he points out make sense here. People who are prone to authoritarianism ignore blatant contradictions and double standards. People who are authoritarians cling to us versus them binaries.
Like you?
So for some black folks who have a conservative mindset and are constantly in a state of heightened threat detection that value these cultural traditions and images, they might have been well set up to feel like they could trust and believe in what Kevin Samuels had to offer. These looked like the familiar images of authoritative male leadership that a lot of these people that were calling the show would have grew up under. He might be the pastor figure or the school principal. Think Joe Clark can lean on me. Don't think too hard about how effective Joe Clark was in that movie, because, spoiler alert, that movie's kind of awful.
Go on, jump. No, I don't want to jump. Yes, you do. You smoke crack, don't you?
I try to hold space for that to an extent.
I don't even want to fucking dig through that point, but like,
wait. He picks that scene of all scenes?
He picks the middle part of the head nigga in charge scene and the go ahead and jump slovenly boy scene.
Oh God.
How do we break a man like this? How do you make somebody like this stupid? That they don't understand media literacy and they don't understand the world.
He's a beta.
Boom!
Beta.
Because I understand for a lot of black folks that didn't have those type of men in their lives, having one that presents themselves to them, regardless of what that means and what they're actually doing or saying, can be valuable.
Wait, hold up. How the fuck you have a father figure and turn out to be this much of a bitch?
Oh, God.
He had a male, not a father figure.
It's so,
no, you're right.
It's so fucking stupid, man. I'm not even sure if I'm going to be able to find my instructor's picture. I hope I'd be able to. Unfortunately, I don't know if I would be able to. See if I can find him with my LinkedIn profile.
I had a disadvantage. My father figure was a pimp.
Based.
like a real PIMP or like
no, like a real PIMP.
He's a player in a management profession.
No,
no, that is not the man I'm thinking of. I wish I had fucking pictures of my goddamn instructor. So I had an instructor in my youth by the name of Seth Esvidor, a very big burly man from Barbados, who wore polo shirts and suits, three-piece suits, all the time to work, every time. He was my instructor for about 4 years because my mother and him hit it off, and he was probably one of the few black males that was given permission to beat my ass on the spot, on site, whenever he felt like it.
Oh yeah, I watched this video.
So like,
wait, what?
Yes, black parents, if they trust an instructor enough, like a brother or a sister, or like a distant uncle or cousin, will give them the permission to have them beat the shit out of their child for them. In my mother's case, because of her disability, she can't get to me as quickly, and that nigga actively ran 440s and went golfing. So I wasn't outrunning that motherfucker no matter how much I pumped my fucking little ass knees.
Oh yeah, Carl was a dead man.
So, actually, let me see if my mother has any pictures. Ma, do you still happen to have any pictures of Seth Isidore on hand?
So what have you guys been doing?
Seth Isidore, you still happen to have any pictures?
I was washing dishes.
Nice. I'm playing Monster Hunter. It's one of my days off, so I'm taking the full chance to enjoy it.
Right. Wait, which monster are there? Rise, World,
World.
I gotta replay that.
It's very fun and very rewarding, especially when you learn what you're doing. Like
that's Monster Hunter in general, though.
No. That's fair, but at the same time, World feels more rewarding because I'm playing with a bunch of friends, and so they're all offline, and so
I need a physical picture of them.
I'm the person that's now designated to not
Oh,
only
shit.
hunt the monsters, but fucking put out traps and shit.
Oh, cool.
I'm the designated catcher. The
Nice.
designated sleep.
I mean, that's not incorrect because, especially like a lot of elder dragons, they are very sapient.
Yeah. You can't capture elder dragons if I remember correctly.
You can't, but
They turned my old elementary school into a magnet academy. Interesting. It's gonna be very difficult.
Know what that is.
A magnet academy is when you have a elementary school that is centered on international baccalaureate studies. Basically, you make it into, instead of just a normal middle school, grade school, or high school, it is a school that is dependent and reliant on preparing your children for, as quickly as they can, societies. It's like one step away from boarding school, but they don't live there. They have very structured and very, usually above the grade level kind of educations for children. So like what Kanye wanted to do with Donda Academy, but it's free for your kids to go to. Basically, it's...
Donda Academy.
Yes, named after his mom. It's basically a magnet STEM certified college course prepared for you throughout the stages of your life, starting you out as young as you can to get into vocational technology. In the South, VOTIC is very big and very serious. But it's probably going to be really hard for me to be able to find any pictures of my instructor. Fuck Christ. I wish I could be able to have it on hand. I don't.
But yeah, right now I'm hunting a Rathian.
Oh, I'm not able to find any. Fuck, I wish I had them. Anyways, picture if you can, a bald Barbados man. Beating my ass with the belt off his pants. If I even so much snickered in class.
I'm just imagining Mr. Mosby just going to town on you.
Yes, Mr. Mosby with a... Yes, Mr. Mosby with a Jamaican accent, it would be accurate.
Carl, what did I tell you about doing? What did I tell you about making fucking trouble in class?
Yes,
Nigga,
exactly.
Did you not learn your lesson?
Yes, exactly. Like...
I'm just... Oh, wow, we were last. You have the radio. Would you like to try?
Let's see here. Is my yearbook up here? Please tell me it is. Aha! My yearbook is up here. Alright. We're gonna go through my yearbook and see if we can find my other instructor. Mr. Graham is... Well, not... Yeah, Mr. Clayton Graham. See if I can find pictures of him. Yes! Here we go. Okay, so... this picture right here of this white woman, this white girl, and this Caribbean tan man. You can't see it very well because of the quality of this picture. That picture right there. That girl is one of my best friends. Her name is Tara Lynn Shiver. And that instructor standing off to the side of her is Clayton Graham of Jordan Vocational High School. He still teaches there. The wing of the school upon which the architecture classroom that he was my instructor for the entirety of my years from 2008 to 2012 is the architecture wing, which is now considered the Magnet Votech Academy side of the school. You literally must be inside of a Skills USA or National Technical Honor Society or dual college enrollment track in order to be in that class. And this man was the man who immediately became my newest instructor after that other man. He is the reason why I am so good at what I do. Honestly. He is probably the person who helped me get my career job. There are plenty of people who are responsible for that. And it is relatively important because, and there's Tara again, he was one of the many people, along with members of the ROTC, who were responsible for our ability to get jobs and set ourselves up for success when it came to what we did. There are other teachers in here as well. Kind of difficult to find some of them. See if I can actually find some. So, here is an example for Skills USA. As you can see there, you can see some of my actual niggas, like Derek Reed, Shanice Biggops, Grant Durham, Haley Beeson. Who's saying croissant in the background?
Oh, that's my little brother.
Is he watching Jimmy Neutron?
No, he's just like you doing the meme.
That's wild. Another one of my homies right there in the corner. That girl right there. Here, right there. Kylie Myers. She is now a well-known illustrator on the internet. The Tumblr kind. Yes, that kind.
Oh.
Yes!
Oh dear.
But, if you look very closely, you can actually see a group of people there with medals for Skills USA. And that involves me, because I was there at that event. I think I was actually holding the camera for this picture, because I wasn't in the front row of people. And Clayton is in the back here, standing next to the tallest nigga of the class. Because all the black women were all together as a part of the sorority for the AKAs and for the Deltas. So they all got in the picture in the front, while a couple of other people were in the back. This is one of the pictures that also had Tara in it. And I actually made a video of myself when we got our medals. That is one of the oldest videos on my channel, in a playlist specifically called In the Life of a Hyphen. Back when I had a very much different aesthetic for myself.
Look at Carl being sentimental and shit.
It's Ran.
I had an entirely different name too. I used to go by the name of Random Repetition.
Hello guys, it's Ran. And almost for the fifth time, I've already told y'all, we've been here. I went on stage.
Hold on. So I have this in the other frame. I need this one. This fucking old ass footage with fucking 144. No, this is 240p. Look at them. It's literally the same fucking glasses. Literally the same fucking glasses.
Hello guys, it's Ran. And almost for the fifth time, I've already told y'all, we've been here. I went on stage, one state. First place. My team's over there stunting like bosses. Especially that guy right there. The one not paying attention. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking to you. By the time... No. By the time we get back to Columbus, I'm going to be dead tired. And battered on the bus, it's going to be wild. But when I get back, I'll talk to you guys later. But I got a song right in my head because I just got inspiration on that stage. So, as always,
you
it's Ran.
So much more confident than you do now. Carl, what the fuck happened? You sound so confident.
Pussy.
Consistent pussy did this to a man? God damn.
And then here's us at a different event.
Poor man.
This was immediately after we got back.
Everyone going because you know it's kind of hard to get on the teenagers.
And if you look there, as we line up,
And this isn't quite everyone
as I call it, where I am. If you look there, about 3 heads down, 1, 2, 3 to the right, that's Tara.
Hard to get on a teenager schedule this time of year.
And then the tall ass nigga right there, does my nigga Troy. And then the white shirt next to him, that's Clayton Graham.
Getting ready to move on to out of school.
And this was at our local council meeting. And I forgot when this fucking was. 2010? 2010, I think. It feels like 2010. Because I know that I met Kristen Cass and her mother, the authors of House of Night, who signed my Skills USA folder, and I still have the signature to this day. Right here. Because if you look at it really well, even though I've used this for like 50 billion fucking things, if you look right there, you can still see the black ink of her signature. And in the black ink of that signature, this was the library meeting that I met her at. Yeah, March 29th, 2012. Damn. A lot closer than I thought. But yeah. Like, the style of dress that... The style of dress that we would have had back then is exactly identical to how he was dressing. Because that's the standard uniform of a person in Skills USA. But we would dress like that even outside of Skills USA and out of competitions. The particular state competition was taking place in Kansas City, Missouri. I remember. Because I remember what we did at the pool party. Yes.
You fucking munch. Calm it down.
But, the point I'm trying to get across here is that if you were to tell these young children that they were dressing and following the standard of authoritarians, you'd be fucking lying. Okay? That's the important part. Like, impressionable is a word that you could use to describe some of us, but we were fully understanding and fully aware of who we were.
Hoes.
I mean, honestly, yes. Yeah. You know what happens when you tell college-age children that are just about to graduate that they're going to a different state? They do sexual tourism. Practically everybody except Tara was a munch.
God. What?
What's a munch again?
A hoe, a mandingo.
Oh.
We were young, dumb teenagers. What do you want from us?
Young, dumb, and full of cum.
Some more than others. Regardless, the point is, Clayton and Isidore were the kind of men that would have been like this character from this film. He wanted nothing more than for us to succeed. How we succeeded was not as important as us having the ability, the confidence, the drive, the information, the resources, and the will to do it. When I first got my job with the labor department that then transformed into my Fed career, he was one of the first people to congratulate me. It didn't matter that effectively I started out as what was a file clerk and then became responsible for billing and finances for the consolidated government. That didn't fucking matter. What mattered was that I got my foot in the door and understood what to do because he trained and prepared me for it. And that's what matters.
Yes, sir.
I try to hold space for that to an extent because I understand for a lot of black folks that didn't have those type of men in their lives, having one that presents themselves to them, regardless of what that means and what they're actually doing or saying, can be valuable. I get that. It's the type of imagery that some young men and women may never get. And here was Samuel's offering it to you for free, or for super chats, or for whatever his services cost.
No, for free. The super chats were given because people appreciated it.
All you had to do in the meantime was submit to his authority. The way Samuel's talking,
You don't have to submit to his authority. You just have to pay attention and observe. If what you claim is, well, if you spoke out, you were always going to get targeted out and then he would turn on you, that's you capping. That's you coping. Because realistically, what you're saying is, oh, if I talk shit to him, he should tolerate me talking shit to him. No, he'd probably ignore you. Kind of the same thing with this fucking asshole that I just described. This guy tried to start a fucking problem with me. I called him out, put him on the spot, gave him the attention he was so begging and deserved, and he thought, I'm gonna follow this person, because I should follow what he says. No, I have no interest in discussing and talking to you. You're fucking annoying. Why would I want you in my audience? Why would I want you listening to me? Because you can't even have the ability to hold your own in a conversation. So, what can you learn from me, and what can I gain from you? Ultimately, it's a transactional experience. If what you want to describe is that. You, as the person in an audience observing a content creator, would be watching them for entertainment. What does that person provide to you as a service? For an entertainer, for a comedian, it means you're being provided something to laugh at. For him, he's not doing the shit to entertain. He's doing it to educate and to teach and to help. What I said before about self-help is very important. You have to want to be helped. As you heard from the mouth of the coach, and as we all are aware from his kind of content, he did not tolerate bullshit. Why would he? You came to me for help. It don't hurt me to turn you away. You're wasting your time. You're not going to waste my time and your time. You want to find out what the problem is, what's holding you back from getting these things? You need to actually be willing to commit to it. If you're not, then you're not as serious as you claim to be. And that means that I no longer have time to hear what you're saying or doing. Because why the fuck would I waste my time if you're not going to take the shit seriously? For him to have that standard and say, okay, you're wasting my time and you're also doing the shit for clout, why would I continue giving that to you? I'm going to cut off your oxygen. If you claim that's authoritarian, then you are an authoritarian. Because you're not disagreeing with the action, you're disagreeing with how he's performing it. Which, in your view, you are being authoritarian, because you're presenting something and telling people, I'm never going to do this, I'm never going to do that, I'm never going to do this, I'm never going to do that, I'm never going to address these problems, I'm never going to address these attitudes, I'm never going to address these situations, I'm never going to address these concepts, I'm never going to address any of these things, since I decided that it's not worth my time. And you're allowed to do that for yourself. You're allowed to make those limitations. But I also no longer have to listen to you if I don't want to. There's more to be done if I choose to engage further, because if I decide brain turn off, thought terminating cliche, thought terminating arguments, I no longer talk about any of that, that's a thing. But it's not useful. It doesn't serve a purpose. If you're going to make a point about it, I should use it to serve a purpose. If you can't serve a purpose, you have no function and no use. That isn't even authoritarian or authoritative. That's utilitarian. So you don't understand words. You don't even know what you're describing. He's a utilitarian in that mindset, in that goal. Because if he's doing it for a bit, if he really, really, really wanted to grift the way that you claim that you wanted to grift, if he really wanted to make a lot of money, the thing for Samuels to have done wouldn't have been for him to have on women. It would have been for him to have on men and women and do the most abrasive show that he possibly could. And every single time it was good and salient and knowledgeable and notable for him to talk about men not being shit, women not being shit, men not holding themselves to account, women not holding men to account, women not holding women to account. He could have done that. He could have had that as a talking point in every single broadcast, but that's not what he did. It just so happened to be that's what the content became naturally as a process of those women pushing it back against basic fucking advice. The same advice that they were getting from the women. Because they would go onto the women's shows and complain and bitch and whine and moan, and the women would push back against them. And to the sniff test of women listening, that was enough. So they went onto the man's show and did this. And he was giving them basically the same treatment, but he did it in his way and in his twist. The same that you've been doing the same bullshit in your way and in your twist. And that I've been doing it my way and in my twist.
In his content, actually like a masterclass in building a cult of personality. Samuel's one true skill was his experience as a salesman, right? So when you watch him, you can see him using sales tactics on these people. He consistently did something called find the pain, which is basically a way to converse with someone to get to the core of an emotional issue, even if that issue isn't really relevant or valid in the conversation at hand.
It is relevant in the conversation at hand, because if a pain is causing you emotional trauma as a trigger in scenarios where you are dealing with concepts and issues, finding the pain is able to then work through the pain. Because if I find something that might hold me back from committing in a relationship, that might be an ick. Discussing and understanding that ick so that I can address that ostentatious issue and problem is one of the best things I could do. In other words, if I go to therapy and I figure out what my triggers are and I figure out how to navigate the emotions of those triggers so that I don't let them affect my life personally, slowly over time, I will begin to dismantle the trigger itself and my reaction to it. It's very useful, especially if your trigger is, oh, women are all abusive. So you find a woman who isn't abusive, but you're terrified of being engaged with her emotionally because you've been hurt before.
Why are you calling me out? I'm just chilling.
Or you say, men ain't shit, men are horrible, men are abusive, and you find yourself a nice chocolate, caramel, nougat light skin, because all you ever had was evil, dark-skinned, Tyler Perry-ass niggas fucking your walls up, impregnating you with kid after kid.
Tyler Perry movie. God damn it, bro, we're not doing this rabbit hole again.
But finding the trauma is important. You have to do that in order to be able to heal. It doesn't matter what you call it. You have to deal with your shit.
No, maybe. Not me. Maybe killed one. No. How many times have you had a question? 3 times. Where's your dad now? No. Was I got a question back home? No. Where's your mother? Oh, no, let me back to the start. Okay.
And you do that because you want that person to feel vulnerable and to feel like you are the individual that can address that vulnerability. And so when you watch Samuels talk, he always asks all these leading questions. Did you have a dad? How much money did you make? How much do you weigh? Did you go to college? What did you major in? And this is like male or female, no matter who it was. If you wanted his advice, the first thing you had to do was answer all his questions, no matter if he actually had anything useful to respond to with those questions. And half the time when you finish answering those questions, his advice was, you need life coaching. Sign up. His best trick was legit asking women to rate themselves, because they would rate themselves too high, which gave him license to berate them into submission, or they'll rate themselves low and show themselves to be amenable to his authority. Another thing that gets left out of this conversation too often is Samuels' nonsense was incredibly appealing to vulnerable black women.
Actually, that's a really good shit test. Because if a person rates themselves too high, and they say, oh, I am 100% out of 100%. Okay, so why are you here? Doom! If you believe you're really the shit and that there's nothing wrong with you, why are you seeking my advice? If you rate yourself too low, why do you rate yourself that low? What makes you believe that you are that low of value? It's not a question of, oh, you're amenable to my authority. It's, I don't think you would really rate yourself that low, and if there isn't some other issue that might be at the root problem of your confidence. Because if you rate yourself that low, that might be able to help me answer your question. If you rate yourself too high, well, I know there's something we can discuss, because, again, if you were so perfect that there's nothing wrong with you, why are you here? Why are you having trouble? Why are you struggling? You could say the same thing about me playing League, right? If I didn't have an account that I have placed Master on, Grandmaster on, Challenger on, people would say, oh, you say the good shit, but you're losing these games that you should be able to win. It's like, yeah, because I can't control every factor of a game. I can control what I can do, but if I've been devalued of resources for 20 minutes, or in this case, if we want to use this as a better comparison, if I'm a black male who's been disenfranchised by society, I have had everything taken from me. I had no opportunities moving forward. I never got Big Brother counseling. I did, but I never got Big Brother counseling. I never got advice about how to treat myself. I didn't have a dad in the picture, so I didn't have a man to be able to look towards to. So my mother had to play the role of both men and women. I had to have all these things that were structured around my socialization to my friends, and my friends were fucking gangsters. So I acted like a gangster, thus further limiting my prospects. If I had none of the opportunities that other motherfuckers would have had, and then I got angry to the point that when a motherfucker demonstrated the things that I did not have and tried to offer it to me, I got petty because who the fuck do you think you are? You think you're better than me? Those would be things I would be spoken to about by a life coach. And if that is something that I demonstrate, they would then say to me, yes, you need life coaching. You're missing key fundamental skills about how to be an adult. But before that, you have clear trauma you need to address. So you need to go to therapy. If I have that as a factor, that is certifiable things a person should be able to say. And much like if a person was to then say, but what would you rate yourself? Alternate dimension Carl, 1 out of 10, and I was to say, oh yeah, but I think I'm like a 9, and I literally have no money under my name. I have no prospects. I have got fucking 5 baby mamas. I have 6 kids that I literally cannot fucking feed, and I can barely be able to afford living in an apartment by myself, so I can't see those kids. So those kids don't even have a fucking father. That is literally the basis upon the never-ending cycle that entraps so many black youth, so many Asian youth, so many Latin youth, so many Mexican, Hispanic youth. Because it feels like something you can't get away from. It feels like it's targeted, but it's something that you yourself can control if you're able to control your behavior and change your scenarios for yourself. Because what you're describing, signifier, is what happens when a person bottoms out of society. When a person literally doesn't have any other options, when they have no choices, where it's either steal or starve, struggle or strangle, that's what you're describing the attitude of. But these motherfuckers are not poor. They're not destitute, living in Section 9 housing, living in Section 8 housing. They're not living on government food stamps with fucking Obama phones. These are motherfuckers that are middle class, upper middle class, that are mad they can't get coochie. I'm mad that they can't get ass or dick. And they're going to a man asking for advice, but they're not engaging the process. So he's either trying to find a way to snap them into engaging, or he's going to analyze quickly, you're here to waste my time, and you want me to tell you a comfortable lie. I will not tell you that lie. I will tell you the truth. And people happen to go to him because of that content. The same way that you can go to you for that kind of content when they find the real conversation. You don't look at a thing and say, the thing you're seeing is not what you're seeing. It's what I said it was. So you said he was an authoritarian, because clearly a man of that stature, who has that kind of background, he didn't really come from money. He's just taking advantage of the position he found himself in. What are you doing?
Drifting.
Carl, this just sounds like internalized, just self-hate, man. Bigotry, all of that. Fat phobia, sexism. This is all that. That rant was just the patriarchy leaving your body.
This is racist, sexist, bigoted. I'm offended. And you should deserve no platform, no quarter. To death with you, good sir.
You deserve
or bad, sir.
You deserve no cum, Carl. No coming for you.
No nuts.
You will not come.
Every day's November.
We're finding it in a lot of black men. I personally believe that the type of women to become divestors and the type of women to support Kevin Samuels are both cut from the exact same cloth, because both of them clearly desire this image of patriarchy where they're not going to submit, or they want to submit, but a man has to have a certain status for it to happen. This very complex, low-key self-loathing that makes either them fight really hard against Samuels, but for the wrong reasons.
Self-loathing, or is that how
I mean, I can understand the argument, but the argument is wrong. Because what you said here was true, but then you fucked it up.
Image of patriarchy where they're not going to submit, or they want to submit, but a man has to have a certain status for it.
They just want masculine men. That's it then.
Like, they want masculine men. They want to submit to masculine men that can be able to have them live a luxurious lifestyle. Look at the visual that you're fucking using. A fucking couple dance.
How many women still want to fuck Andrew Tate after all this shit?
Mm-hmm. It's like, look at the image you're using. You're using the image of what looks like a high-value male dancing and sitting and lounging on a fucking boat with a woman with a drink in her fucking hand wearing floral print dress out in what could be the Bahamas. Like, this is what most women claim they want when they think of society and dating and lives, women and travel.
That's just how Stella got her groove back.
True.
For it to happen. This very complex, low-key self-loathing that makes either them fight really hard against Samuels, but for the wrong reasons, or completely acquiesce to whatever it is he's saying, even if what he's saying doesn't make any sense. Like, here's a scene where Kevin Samuels is making some really weird arguments about the possibility of molesting a woman's daughter and how that makes her inappropriate for being partnered with.
And that's an unfortunate reality. That's going to prohibit you more than anything else, the kid. And I'm not supposed to say it, but it's the truth. How do you think you can make your child an asset to the kind of man you want to marry?
How can I make my child an asset?
To the kind of man you would want to marry. Let's say you and I were getting married, you got a daughter, right? Let's say we have 2 kids together. And your child is 5. So 10 years from now, your daughter comes home and says, Kevin touched me, look at me getting out of the shower. What happens next?
The relationship will have to end.
Huh?
That's not something.
Kids together. And your child is 5. So 10 years from now, your daughter comes home and says, Kevin touched me, look at me getting out of the shower.
I'm trying to understand what his point is.
So
both signifier and his point.
10 years from now, your daughter comes home and says, Kevin touched me, look at me getting out of the shower.
Because he starts to say Kevin touched me, but I think he corrected himself because he realized he was saying the wrong thing. And then said, Kevin looked at me getting out of the shower. So, your daughter's 5. 10 years later, at the age of 15.
So, 10 years from now, your daughter comes home and says, Kevin touched me, look at me getting out of the shower. What happens next?
The relationship will have to end.
Huh?
That's not something the relationship will end immediately.
Because your daughter said I looked at her getting out of the shower.
Why would that person need to be close to the bathroom to see her? That would be the thing. You have to defend your seed. You have to defend your child.
But you also remember, you got 2 of my kids. So that means I should never listen to, that means I should avoid women like you, because off the rip, your desire to defend your child blew up. You got 2 of my kids. And off rip, your protective instinct says fuck everything, including those other 2 kids.
Notice how this woman just
What he's saying is that you claim it's a dangerous scenario. Because here's the scenario he's presenting. I understand what he's saying, but it sounds weird the way he explained it. I date a woman. She already has a child. I date her. I impregnate her with 2 of my children over the period of 2 years. We now have kids together. She already had a child. That child is young. She then gets to the point of her sexual primacy where she starts to go through puberty. I see her walking through the halls of the house. Like, she could walk through my fucking bedroom. Or she could end up walking around with her legs showing through the hole that's in my goddamn wall over here. In my closet space. And I look over and I'm like, hey, yo, what you doing, girl? Get some clothes on. Later on, she talks to her mom. Carl saw me getting out of the shower. We've already left out key details. Because now you're going to say, oh, you saw my daughter in a state of undress, getting out the shower? Fuck this relationship. You a pedo. Like, bitch, what the fuck you talking about? I was sitting here in my chair in my room on the stream. I looked over. Your daughter's walking past my bedroom like it don't fucking matter. Like there's not a goddamn man in the house. The fuck? Upon which there are some people that will listen to that on the background and be like, but me, Carl, men should understand not to... Motherfucker, what the fuck you talking about? If you have company in your home, regardless of whether or not they know you personally or not, are you not going to have the gumption to cover up your naughtiness? What the fuck's wrong with you? Strangers? In your home? And you don't immediately put on some level of first layer clothing? Liam isn't here. I'm wearing whole ass boxers and still wear fucking shorts for gym. Fuck you mean? Layered, my guy!
I think Signal is arguing in favor of like those households where like women just walk around naked and they should feel safe. And I'm like, isn't that kind of just weird?
That's weird. That's weird. That's weird and dumb.
Yeah, like I agree with you, but I'm like, as I've met dudes who like, man, as a father of like 3 women, they just walk around with their tits out and I don't say anything. I'm like, that's weird. Like I've met dudes like that. I'm like, that's weird. Like I don't feel comfortable you being that naked around me. Like, it's not even sexual. It's like,
yeah, it's not even sexual at that point. Like, why do you feel so comfortable to have your tits out? Like, if you were living by yourself, ain't nobody else around, you ain't got no windows to go out to the street, and even if you did, your blinds are drawn. You just walking around with your titties out around family members, coming to the house, rip the bra, rip out the sports bra, just, hi, mama. Mama got her titties hanging out too. Hey, baby, what you doing? I'm just cutting carrots for dinner. Snip, 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 snip. Shit's jiggling. Dad walks in the room, sees what his daughter's doing, sees what his wife's doing, looks over at his son. Black males almost always have their shirt off inside the home, but that's because it's hot in here, and they don't ever turn on the goddamn air conditioning. So we gotta put a goddamn fan, because I already got one over here in the corner, in the room, and we're just playing video games like, oh, hey, Dad. He's gonna look at the women, be like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Why are you doing that? Huh? But we've gotten so comfortable with people who like to make the argument of, oh, no, you teach boys how to not rape. It's like, can you first teach them how to respect the privacy of women? There's your first fucking problem. Oh, you should just feel comfortable with the girl walking around with her chest out all the time. That's going to lead to some very weird situations with that young boy dealing with people in the future. He might be prepared to go into like an orgy, but in solo one-on-one situations, he's going to look like he's a fucking creep. And you're going to have taught him that. But what's worse is the scenario that he's explaining, right? You have children with me. Your daughter doesn't protect her chastity. Walks around the house half naked, if not butt naked. She leaves out details. Because realistically, I don't think it would just be, randomly one day, all of a sudden, with absolutely no reasoning whatsoever, this man who effectively is my stepfather looked at me. Because when you say, looked at me, the inference is, his glance met mine for longer than a few seconds. As in, he saw that I was in the bathroom, walked away, went and did whatever the fuck he was doing. It was like, he looked at me. As in, he came around the corner. It means he came around the corner of the bedroom, acting like this door frame. That chair's door frame. Talking about some...
No,
hey,
I think
man,
Kevin was messing up the implication of what she was saying with what she actually said. She's gonna say,
God damn, you looking like just like your mom. Fuck.
Yeah.
Who the fuck does that?
Any bad guy in a Medea movie. You already know the score. You already know the score.
Like, what are you saying? What are you saying, Signifier? What are you saying, Siggity?
Because we know, like, from everything FT Signifier has done, we know there's more context he's going to give. And the reason why he's going to argue that, like, if we could find a clip of this, we can actually break it down, either to agree with him or disagree with him, but we need full context.
There's something that's missing here from this clip, or he's just talking shit and does not understand what he's saying. It's really fucking strange. It's basic decency. Yes, thank you, Black Superwoman. It's basic fucking decency. Like, if your child is like 5 and they're running around the house butt fucking naked, getting water everywhere, that is completely different as to a 15-year-old girl who should have learned the differences in the birds and the bees and the common sense of, well, yes, he is your dad, but we are not going to treat you like that. You need to have common sense because you should be protecting your chastity at all times. There's going to be a situation where it's going to be completely different. In this situation, he is explaining, oh, you're going to end your relationship with me and thus ruin the family household structure, not only for your child, but for our 2 other kids over this scenario because your knee-jerk reaction is, nah, that's pedo shit, that's dumb. You would have a conversation with your partner and say, what the fuck is this that Delicia's talking about saying you were looking at her in a shower? Like, the bitch was walking around with no fucking clothes, Alice. What do you want me to do? Let our child walk around the home butt fucking naked? No!
We can also, let's just point out, like, oh, you looked at me. Like, people stare when they're uncomfortable sometimes. Like, that's a reaction. You be like, oh God, I can't look away because I'm just uncomfortable.
It's like,
where are your clothes?
Mm-hmm.
Nods her head. Maybe she's a little thrown, but I don't know. I don't know why anyone would expose themselves to this type of abuse on purpose. Going back to that viral clip that made him famous, this woman in particular,
Because they want to prove that they're better than.
Mm-hmm. Samuels is
It's a whole ego trip.
That she's not attractive enough to find a man on her economic level that she will submit to, which again, that's also bullshit. Saying that high-value men want women who are more attractive, but this isn't true. What Samuels is alluding to here is the trophy wife, which is a myth. That concept has not been shown to be real in reading.
Actually, it's very real. Again, the definition of the...
Isn't there like some rich Fortune 500 woman that fucking cooks and cleans for her husband?
There are several, but realistically, that also comes with the hypergamy because every single person who is a woman married to a high businessman is a potential one of the top 10, top 100 richest women in the world. Looking at you, Jeff Bezos' ex-wife. But the concept of a trophy wife isn't outdated or false. It is just a concept that requires framework. What is a ideal trophy wife? If you go by the 1950 standards of the Stepford Wives, it is basically a woman in a hot number who looks good, feels good, cleans good, fucks good, and always has a maid home for her partner and husband, as though she is living in a time period like that of, what was that fucking film called that was starring those 2 actors? The one that was a permanent 1950s world until, not Kirsten Dunst, Reese Witherspoon and trying to think. The actor's name is on the tip of my tongue. I'm trying to remember the goddamn name of that fucking show. Hold on. Pleasantville.
Perfect. Okay, that's 1.
There we go. Toby Maguire.
Oh, isn't that the one where he fucks his neighbor's wife and knocks her up?
I don't think so. It's the one where the two 1990s teenage siblings get isekai'd into a 1950s sitcom, and their influence from the modern day ends up bringing actual life drama and color to the world. It's the one where basically, because of the things happening, I'm pretty sure it was Natalia Ramsey? Yeah. Because of what was happening between Natalia Ramsey and somebody else, it's the movie where she has an orgasm, and that orgasm causes the tree to light on fire. Yeah. The kind of concept that you're suggesting there where you think that's what a trophy wife is weird. Realistically, the modern example of a trophy wife is a woman who meets the modern dating standard of the person in question, and they require nothing else from them. Which realistically depends on what you actually describe as a trophy. If, for me, a trophy wife is a woman who doesn't cheat on me, is loyal to me, helps with the bills, helps me with my career, helps with the house, I help her with the house.
Keck.
We exchange duties.
Yeah.
Meaning, when I need to do something, she tells me what she needs me to do. Again, the 5 list of things that you do to be able to keep a man happy. Give me a list of shit to do. Don't bitch at me when I do it. Feed me, fuck me, leave me alone. If that is what I believe as a standard of a trophy wife, and if she meets those 5 things, and then on top of it, she is low maintenance, she does not demand me to spend absorbent amounts of money that we don't need to spend. When I do buy her things, she does not say, but you didn't buy me this. She appreciates what I buy her. She does not demand of me to be any more than what I am. She doesn't demand for me to have to be a giant fucking muscle-bound bodybuilder in order for her to be happy, because that's what I need in a man. If she's willing to do my base level requirements, which realistically, my base level requirements at this point for a partner is don't cheat on me. Please tell me when we're upset and when we're fighting so we don't go to bed angry. Let's not have a sexless marriage. And talk to me when there's a serious thing to talk about, which basically sums up to treat me like a fucking human being and don't cheat on me. If that is the base off of what I believe is a trophy wife, basically anybody who meets that standard can be a trophy wife. Because at that point, what you claim as a trophy isn't what's a trophy to me, it's a trophy to you and everyone else. It's other people looking at my partner and saying to them, nigga, I'd fuck your wife. Nigga, I would raw dog your wife. Nigga, I would nut your wife. Coochie, goddamn, she looks so good.
Nigga, this is how I do it too. Just like that, you know? In
like,
that angle, that specific position.
And like, the idea that in your mind, the way you're describing it, because that's the only way it could be understood, because it's a trophy wife meant. That's effectively what a king and queen regent is. A trophy wife and a trophy husband. If your queen or king consort basically is there to look good and do nothing else, to be seen and not heard, they're useless! To you! Because what are they doing to you other than fucking you? Now for some people they would say, well, Carl, that's what I mean when I say trophy wife or trophy husband. That's not living. Because that's not a trophy wife. That is a doll. That is a Barbie doll. You have a Barbie and or Ken doll for a partner.
That is correct, and that is what some people want.
It's so painful listening to rhetoric like this. Because you call people authoritarian, and then you have some of those backwards idea about relationships. And you're married!
That's how you know his wife pegged him.
I mean, like, his relationship is a situationship. Let's be real.
No, does he radiate testosterone? No. We know this. Come on. Let's stop pretending like we don't know.
This right here is thumbnail worthy.
On the regular.
This right here is thumbnail worthy. But you can't speak about relationships and ideals like this and then say the shit you're saying. Because it will be broken apart, it will be deconstructed, and then reconstructed into something that looks like a functional concept. And if it doesn't function, it means the framework that it came from is broken.
But Carol,
value man of all races are more likely to marry women within the same educational economic bracket that they're in. Doctors marry doctors, lawyers marry lawyers, entrepreneurs marry entrepreneurs, or at least successful ones marry each other. But Samuels, never having actually been a high-value man and not having any real credentials around this, did not know this stuff. So he gave bad advice that didn't make sense and was abusive. But despite this, many women lined up for a moment to talk to him because they didn't know any better, or they trusted the confident, authoritative man in the nice suit, which is another classic salesman strategy to at least look the part. Again, patriarchy is genderless, and for some black women.
I mean, you can literally... He just keeps going on about this like he doesn't think image matters. In your worldview, in your particular lifestyle choice amongst Breadtube, where many of you have many different aesthetics, with that fucking iconic N7 shirt of Mass Effect, you might say, oh, but image really doesn't matter to me. And it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter to you. That doesn't mean that it doesn't matter. As long as people value a particular kind of personal image for themselves, they will compare you against that personal standard and say whether or not they will or will not listen to you. I mean, you could get turned off by the fact that I'm wearing this fucking made VHS. I forget what the fuck this says. VHS and chill shirt. You get upset that I'm wearing a VHS and chill shirt, which is basically one step away from Netflix and chill shirt. The same way that I can judge dumbass Clout Shark for wearing a hat that says, please be patient, I'm a Sigma male.
You know, I'll just jerk off.
But that's just fucking aesthetic, man. It's just fucking aesthetic.
This intoxicating appeal for the presence and counsel of a strong man.
With that is that very traditional idea, the idea that a woman's worth is directly correlated to her ability to pull a man. And so a lot of
That's because people in society pull worth from what they can be able to supply, and women see men as a resource. So the kind of man and the resources that he has that she pulls would dictate in the social system of women who she is and how she rates. Because if her husband is very powerful and is very rich, she has access to a lot of resources and thus is a very high value woman because she has access to a high value man. If she's an average woman with access to an average man, she's an average woman. If she's a low value woman who has access to either no man or a man with poor resources and bad prospects, she's low value.
Like every woman that's about to future.
They're not even if they're not in church, their sense of self
has nothing to do with religion. Religion can play an idea in the concept of a structure, but if you are basically an atheist, or you're basically just a non-denominational person who doesn't even attend church, not that you're atheist, you just don't go to church. You literally don't have a parish. That can be a factor in hierarchy, but it has nothing to do with hierarchy, and it has everything to do with personal self-worth and value and evaluation.
Of attaching our sense of self
Carl,
to
you're
some
using
external
common
but I never really
sense.
took the time to discover my true self. Instead, I projected it on one of my functions, and when that function is taken away from me, I literally lose myself. And so a lot of black women project their sense of worth on their ability to pull a man, and their inability to do that, or inability to pull a high value man, it impacts their sense of self, because that's what we're taught.
That said, let's not mince words here. Kevin said,
Hold on, Carl.
Who bought by who?
By black women.
Yes.
Because black women are the one that shame other black women.
Yes, what were you about to say?
It's crazy to me that these guys are discussing what women want. And you could easily just flip the tables on them and be like, aren't they just mansplaining what the fuck other women want?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not women, so how would they therefore know?
They're tokenized. They're voicing the opinion of the women, even if the women didn't know it.
He was the king of the black manosphere for one reason, because of his
And what's worse is that this is actually how they see it. One comment here demonstrates it. What y'all ain't seeing is how hard Unc is going in the paint behind the scenes fighting for a change in the algorithmic biases that seem to afflict risky subjects like this video, but ignores the problematic cancers that this video covers. Watch and share this one again. Foreign man in a foreign land. His personal OnlyFans friend. I'm an adult black woman. In recent years, I've seen my dad lean into the manosphere alpha type shit. He's always had that in him, and his upbringing didn't help him steer clear, but it's crazy to me that a 50-year-old plus man can be indoctrinated into this, even when they have black daughters who believe they love. Thanks for making this. I hope it reaches those who need to hear it. Throwing your dad down the fucking pipeline. I wholeheartedly thank you for making this video. I dated a self-proclaimed alpha male for over a year. Kevin Samuels was Lord and Savior and Daddy all in one. I had no idea and knowledge of the Redpill, MGTOW, Manosphere, Black Manosphere, and pickup artist, tying all those motherfuckers together like they're the same, communities until he introduced me to it. In my mentally abusive relationship, I dove headfirst into the Redpill ideology and eventually believed the same things. It turned into a toxic obsession to prove to him that I'm not a bad modern woman. It had damaging effects on my identity. I've been recovering in therapy. You and Mune Cat helped me finally purge this ideology once for all. I'm crying tears for joy that it's over. It sounds like you just had a shit boyfriend.
Yeah.
It's good that you went to therapy, but you have maligned the thing that you're actually blaming it on. And then blaming and thanking this motherfucker who's going to do nothing more than get you addicted to a new form of cancer. Leftist brain rot.
No. This is literally teach boys how to not rape and why it fails. You went. The society is wrong, not the rapist.
Teach boys not to rape, and then they realize why are men such pussies?
Teach boys not to rape, but why aren't any of these men approaching us?
Thousands, maybe even millions of male cells. I don't understand the whole. I can't call it, but again, notice that the manosphere figures who are the most toxic and most outwardly misogynistic are also the most popular. Black women may have helped push Samuels over the top in terms of success and notoriety, but it's men who enjoyed watching him be raped and belittle black women who were his lifeblood. I know that everyone.
That's possibly true. It's probably 90% true, with 10% being the women shared it around because they were like, "Oh my god, I can't believe this nigga! How could you talk to a woman like that?" And they just kept getting flabbergasted when he kept doing it over and over again.
Why he gave good advice either to a male or female. I know that some of the women calling in were saying absolutely insane things sometimes and needed somebody to tell them what they heard in the moment. Although I find it hard to believe that someone hadn't told those women that before. Like, I'm almost positive a chunk of those girls just wanted to.
You would be surprised how many women go without finding out after fucking around. You would be surprised how many women fuck around and never find out. Siggity. You would be so surprised. For some...
Almost had to throat check one of my workers. My coworkers don't.
For some women, they don't learn until they hit the proverbial wall. TM trademark. For some women, they don't learn until they actively berate a man to the point that he cries, and instead of ever getting angry, shouting, or holding his ground, he just sulks out of a room and starts crying to himself because she's weaponized his emotions in a way that he thought she was different from, and thus the beginning of the erosion of the relationship begins.
Or they run into the right one who is just as abusive or more.
Oh yes! Oh yes! Oh yes! A Chris Brown-Rihanna relationship where she provokes and agitates and he does not know how to manage it. Instead of dealing with his emotions, he gets physical and violent, if not emotionally abusive, or if not psychomentally tormented. Oh yes! The Loverboy situation of Abel. Yes! The Loverboy situation of Brent Fayez. Yes, nigga! Yes, nigga! Yes! Walking up to a bitch saying, "Oh yeah, I'm fucking bitches on the side," but you ain't never gonna leave because you know you love it. Mwah. That's what I fucking thought. Yes! Yes!
This is appropriate to be stating on your channel, but sometimes you just gotta check a hoe. Sometimes you just gotta put them in sometimes you gotta put them in check.
There's a caveat. The way that you're supposed to properly check a woman is basically telling her and sitting her down and saying, "We need to talk. I'm going to speak, you are going to listen, and then when I am done speaking and I feel that you have heard me, you may speak and I will listen. And we will not, during this period of time, mention breaking up. If we're married, mentioning divorce. If we're in a civil suit, we'll not consider separating. We will work through our problems, and we will hear each other and acknowledge each other." That is the way you're supposed to do it. In modern relationships, I don't know why the fuck people have started doing this shit, where they get really fucking toxic, and think that the thing that they should do is try to like say, "Oh no, we're gonna go on a break," and then they just go fucking other people, all fucking with wild abandon, and then get surprised that their partner has broken up with them because they've gotten under or above and on top of somebody else. And then hit them back and say, "Well, you made me feel bad, so I went and fucked one of your friends," because that's where we got homie hoppers from. I don't understand who thought that was a good idea. Most of them doing it because they're hurt, because hurt people hurt people. Both parties who do that are immature. The third party can't necessarily be blamed unless the third party provoked the homie hopping. Where it's like one of your girlfriends or one of your guy friends was like, "Oh, your boyfriend/girlfriend, y'all separated." Or, "Oh, you think this is the last time? Well, let me go ahead and get this dick and or coochie ready for him." Because realistically, that's a you problem if you allow that to happen. But you should also be mature enough to be able to handle that. Because many people cannot, because they're not honest. Because what a lot of people do, definitely, is that when they're in the talking stage of a relationship and then go to the dating stage, they claim they're still in the talking phase. Like, the talking phase is what happens before the first date. If my dick has been inside you, there is no talking phase. We fucking. If we fucking a gnaw, that is a relationship. Call it a situationship, call it friends with benefits, call it a situational booty call it an on again, off again. Use whatever frame and terminology that you want to use, because people who are most guilty of this is women. But men can be guilty of this too. Mostly if they're fuckboys. But usually the fuckboys understand what they're doing, and they don't make excuses one way or the other. They know what they're doing is fucking. You cannot start situations and problems, and then problematize your issue, and then try to talk it down to, oh, well, that was just this because we was in the talking phase. And it's like, no. No. Say what it is. Because if you try to do that, you're delusional. And you're not helping yourself. Or your scenarios, or your better situations, the things you can get involved in. It's probably the worst thing you can do. Because not only are you lying to yourself, you're lying to the world, and you're lying to your emotions. Because the way that women act is the way pair bond, through sex. You should not take sex with women lightly. Because especially when you give them a good dick, and a good vagina eating, you're fucking with their mental chemistry. You're fucking with their psychology. That's why they claim you shouldn't have women with high body counts. That's realistically bullshit. I don't care who she's been fucking. I care if she's been fucking me lately. Concern yourself with that shit first. Concern yourself with the shit that actually matters first. And don't get surprised and shocked that they haven't heard the shit, because what do motherfuckers do right now on Twitter? When they hear shit that they don't want to hear, and they get into conversations they don't want to get into conversations with, and they get mad that a topic goes outside the sphere of their influence, they say, oh my god, this tweet got to the shitters, it got to the fucking rage boys, it got to the fucking man babies, it got to the sod nerds, I'm gonna meet the tweet, oh my god, hit tweet, go to my fucking Patreon, go to my fucking, all my links, to go to my OnlyFans, to give me money, I'm doing a $15 weekend. Male and female, y'all do that. Or you get mad when somebody proves you wrong and you block them. Carl, didn't that happen earlier with you using that example with that person? Entirely different. Person started an argument and then got mad that he was getting trolled back.
Be on TV, basically. Like, this is just their calling in to be embarrassed for clout. Like, the silly people that go on American Idol to be embarrassed and know they can't sing.
I mean, that's just people being hungry for fame. That's a them problem, not a misogyny male relationship problem.
Numerous dudes tell me that Samuels inspired them to be better, and like, I want to hold space for that. And I'm sure that is real to a handful of those dudes. But Samuels didn't get 1.5 million subscribers for his inspirational quotes. He didn't get 1.5 million subscribers.
Hold on, back the fuck up. Are you just gonna ignore the fact that, yeah, he taught them to be better men? That's a very real thing. That's like whenever people say Jordan Peterson is some sort of Nazi or something, and he just teaches people to be better.
It's that he doesn't like what comes after that, because he cares more about the audience capture than he does about the good work. Because for him, it's like, oh, you got some of the good shit from his lessons? Yeah. But the reason he got all those subs and the reason he got all that money wasn't because he was a good person at heart. It's because people wanted to see him and do things for content. And like, again, nigga, what do people come to you for? They come to you to do exactly what you've been doing. Being a petty-ass nigga. For no other reason than because you want to be a petty-ass nigga, but coach it in soft language.
He got there because he embarrassed black women.
Like, that was so fascinating to me with Kevin Samuels fans. Like, I think you can learn a lot by studying how someone talks to you about their fave, and then how they talk with their fellow fans about that fave. Like, to give a totally innocuous example, when This Is Us came on the scene, I felt like, okay, that was really good, but it looks super emotional. I don't know if I psychologically am ready for all that. So whenever This Is Us fans would talk to me, they'd be like, oh, no, it's not that emotional. You should come check it out. But then I'd go and watch their posts where they're talking amongst themselves, and it's like, oh my God, I got emotionally annihilated. Once again, I'm never going to recover. I was like, okay, see. The truth.
Now you're telling the truth.
And that, again, that's totally innocuous, and I'm sure This Is Us is a good show.
Y'all motherfuckers talk like this all the time on social media, which is why we use those clips of you out of context and in context, where you think you can only be seen and heard amongst yourselves in your private discords of how you speak. Ain't nobody gonna find any examples of this in my goddamn Discord. They've tried it for fucking years and they haven't found anything. Because I'm not that kind of nigga.
Kind of like how they keep trying to get, kind of like how everyone Hassan keeps trying to say deport Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
You see the same thing now with Kevin Samuels in a less than innocuous way, because when you ask them about Kevin Samuels, they'll say to you, well, no, come on, he's just giving life lessons that help everybody, how to be more realistic, how to this, that, and the third. But as soon as you go to their page and they're talking to other Kevin Samuels fans, like, yo, did you see how he knocked that girl down a peg?
People always say is that, I think I'm trying to remember what was in his videos, is that now you're like, oh, y'all always have standards for men, now you know what it feels like. So have somebody say, oh, here's what you're rated as. You can never see me because of blank, blank, blank. I think that's what I've seen people say.
So I get the pain point of the niggas ain't shit rhetoric. I get the catharsis for a lot of black men seeing another black man push back against that. But it doesn't excuse the problem that he presented. It doesn't.
And then that means it doesn't excuse the behavior that the women are doing or the problem that they present. And now you're just getting angry that people are doing things because hurt people hurt people.
It's almost as if common sense isn't common.
It's a rare loot table drop with a 1% chance. There is no rare item that increases the drop chance.
It doesn't excuse the fact that he was a fraud. It doesn't excuse the conservatism. It doesn't excuse any of this shit. It just makes you look bad if that's...
Again, he wasn't a fraud. Him having a rags to riches story is a case of him doing it until he is able to get to that point. Or, if you want to take some 90s rhetoric, faking it until he makes it. That does not make him a fraud. That would make you a fraud from the position of 500. That would make me a fraud from the position of 21 subs. Shut up! You're not saying anything! Yes?
It just makes this nigga a bitch.
It's the hill you're going to die on. That you'll take all these awful pieces of rhetoric, these ugly moments, and take that as long as it means that somebody who is not you has the power to talk back to a handful of black women that you never talk to yourself.
But you don't even do that yourself, because you don't even speak up for yourself. And you say you want to be a kingmaker. Ah!
There was something that came up to me in the last couple of days that I wish I'd have initially put in the script to further illustrate the anti-black nature of Samuels, and specifically how his misogyny is such a key ingredient to his success. I talk a lot about conservatism. I obviously don't like conservatism. I definitely don't fuck with Republicans, especially black Republicans, and yada yada yada. Right?
Which means that you are stuck in a ideological hug box, and you will never learn how to think like your enemy or to think like those that you oppose, because you don't even know what they actually think. You go to the most extreme versions of people that you associate with them. Not even them. People you associate with them. If sometimes some people who are willing to go mask off like Nick Fuentes and say, see, that's what they really think.
But I don't want to conflate that with black men who just have traditional lifestyles and experiences in their home lives and their relationships, their families and children, etc. I feel the need to consistently say this. While I'm not a conservative, I live a very regular ass nigga life. I am not non-binary, meaning
I live a very regular ass nigga life. I go on the internet, I talk shit about niggas on the internet, I get money for talking shit about niggas on the internet, and trying to help keep people like Lindsay Ellis making money on Curiosity Stream. I'm a very normal nigga. I'm a very normal nigga.
I'm a coon.
I wouldn't go that far.
I know, but it just feels like cooning, you know?
We're raising two boys, or raising them as boys until further notice. As much as I align with leftist politics and policies, my alignment with them is more about wanting people to have the freedom to self-determine how they seek to choose to live their lives. It's not.
But they don't want people to have the freedom of how they choose to live their lives. They want the ability to dictate that the way you live your life is wrong if you don't do it by their standards. And if you push back against them, they try to do everything possible to push you out of your lifestyle.
An explicit denigration
Carl,
of traditional ideas.
Ironic that these people who claim to follow Malcolm X and all of his teachings refuse to accept the fact that he talked about not trusting the white liberal, because instead of giving us actual victories, they'll give us small victories that consequent to nothing.
Well, that requires them to actually read what he said, and they don't read what he said.
It's not even in a book. He actively stated it.
Yes, he did. These motherfuckers don't listen to things that they know they should listen to.
Living, except for the many ways in which those traditional ideas seem to always want to limit and oppress other people from living life the way they deem necessary. And that's like, I would need a lot more time to unpack that, and I'm not going to do it here in this long ass video. But I wanted to
how can you do this as many times in these many videos? God damn! Nigga, damn!
Make a point or shut the fuck up. God
people that are conservative and still serve righteousness to an extent. And then there's niggas like Kevin Samuels. And to illustrate this, I wanted to bring up Jason Wilson. Some people may have seen Jason Wilson. He went viral a couple of times. He's a karate instructor.
He literally did it sentence to sentence. Oh my god.
In Detroit, that has for years talked about masculinity and raising boys to be more emotionally aware. He's talked about his very traditional marriage, how he and his wife have managed a traditional normative lifestyle while still being progressive in the way they address each other and address their problems. Now, I don't know Jason Wilson's politics. It may end up that he's doing some shit on the back end, and I'll have to like hold that L after the fact. But everything I know about this man just shows that he genuinely cares about black men and boys, and he does this without the need to denigrate black women or women in general. And unsurprisingly, he's much less well known among weak ass niggas of the manosphere than a Kevin.
Because he's not selling himself correctly. He needs to get better fucking management and better fucking advertising. Better way to market himself and brand himself.
On top of that, you're claiming that he's like not marketing stuff for the manosphere. Why do you think that is? Is because he's not, actively participating in the quote unquote manosphere activities? The very idea of, hey, how about we just bring back traditional roles instead of how about we make men traditional again. They didn't really have to do too much emotional shit. They just had to be men instead of just making them emotionally aware. That's all they want. Like, I get it. I fucking get it. Truly, I do. At the same time, shut the fuck up.
The problem,
because I don't want to hear.
Ultimately, the problem that I'm hearing from him on this particular point of his topic, that's his pain point, is, man, this motherfucker is not as popular as he should be. Imagine if I bitched and I cried and I moaned and I didn't diversify my content and I just sat there saying, well, why does CD get more people than I do as subs? I'm smarter than him. I know I'm smarter than him. I'm an industrious nigga. Why can't I get views like that? If he were
to the Breadtube cock.
Yes, but if he were to come along and say, well, the content that you produce is basic to a niche, and the way that you make it is an abrasive style of content creation, you're not going to get the kind of views that I do, and even if I did platform you, I don't think people in my audience would want to hear from people like you because they find your ideas odious, and I would turn around from that and say, instead of, maybe you're right. Maybe if I want to be able to court a certain kind of audience, I need to make a certain kind of content and brand it in a certain kind of way that isn't immediately abrasive to their ears and their mindsets because of their sensibilities, and instead say, oh, what do you know, you Chris Willie cracking it out! It would be like begging to be banned. Even me saying that as satire would be begging to be banned. And yet, it would be a fair criticism for him to give. Because, remember, back when that was basically the argument that was presented by Zombie Unicorn, by Natalie Casanova when she tried to cancel me, and Keemstar came to the fucking rescue when I sent him the DM because personally she had shit with him, and so he went in for me? A tweet which is still up, by the way.
I do not remember the Keemstar drama. I've been off Twitter for a while.
Like,
my account has been collecting dust.
Like, when that happened, if what she wanted to do, when she personally attacked me, was to say, oh, you're just jealous of me because I have an audience, because I have tits, and you think that the reason I have an audience is because I'm attractive, but it's because I'm a better content creator. If she came around and said, okay, you think the reason why you're not popular is because I have something you don't, I'm going to give you money, I'm going to give you marketing, I'm going to string with you, I'm going to give you this fame and give you this platform, and we're going to see what you can do with it, and see if you have what it takes to be a content creator. If I had been petty, and every kind of bit of what kind of person he claims he is talking against, and the kind that she thought she was lobbying against, then that would have been something successful to end it. Because then, if I'm provided all these resources and I can't do anything with it, that means the problem lies with me. But that is clearly not the fucking case here. In this case, it's a case of, oh, the reason people don't know who he is because niggas don't know who he is! Not because niggas are trying to deplatform him and remove him from being able to get content because he's got the antidote for the fucking manosphere, but they understand how big of a dangerous threat he is. And like you're in a fucking political drama, they're like, oh, listen now, are we going to conspire against this nigga? This nigga has weapons that will prosper against us. We need to deplatform him immediately. What are we going to do? That didn't happen! Meanwhile, the actual thing you're saying that people are doing to him did happen to everyone who was not you in the last 10 years. Explicitly. Because you wanted ad revenue for doing so. But that shit goes right over your fucking head. But for you, you wouldn't care, because that was before your time. I wasn't associated with them Breadtube niggas, but those Breadtube niggas are associated with you by contact and by contrast and by comparison. Some of them accurately using you as a statement upon which to get that from. It's like what Jay said yesterday. You say you don't make your content like that, and that's not what you're here to do, but that's what niggas use you for. And if that's what they use you for, that's what you are here for. Because if the interest dries up, because they no longer have the ability to use it as a purse puppy to win their arguments on the internet, they will stop using you. The same way they stopped using a lot of people who have fallen the fuck off and no longer are relevant in terms of modern day content creation. Maybe 10 years ago, they were somebody like Rice Gum, but in this day and age, Rice Gum, irrelevant! Just like he always called people irrelevant. That's the way the shit goes. Yes, you're about to say something.
It was kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy with Rice Gum.
I mean, realistically, yes. But my point still stands.
And the thing is, he's not really irrelevant. He just willingly chose to stop content creating.
Mm-hmm. But you see, the frame. What's more? What is more eye-catching? Taking his iconic phrase and using it against him as like a dig in his fucking reputation, or to be like, oh no, he just stopped making content. You know, he just disappeared from the internet.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's a case of clickbait. Yeah, that in and of itself is a case of clickbaiting and marketing. And at that point, it's like, yes, we know why we're doing that. We're doing that as a bit, and yes, that's probably shitty for them to do. But at the same time, energizes the base, gets them going, marketing, branding, and technically leadership and charisma 101. But that's not so much a personality thing than it is an internet thing. And that's a culture thing that the internet has created because niggas on the internet love to talk shit about other people until they are the person being talked shit about.
If you look at Jason Wilson, that is a traditionally masculine-looking man. He has got the beard, he does karate, he's clearly a solid dude. He does not feel the need, because he's secure in his masculinity, to denigrate black women or to be showy or extra.
Being secure in your masculinity is when you do things that you've decided is the definition of that thing. That's not what being secure in your masculinity means. Being secure in your masculinity is being secure in your masculinity that you continue doing the shit you were fucking doing already when people try to manipulate you into doing something that they want.
Can we stop pretending that like black women are infallible? Like, can we stop lying to ourselves?
Keyword!
Or alpha or dominate and people and all that bullshit you get from the manosphere, it just exudes from him. And I want to point that out because I know a lot of conservative black men that may not understand the necessity of every leftist stance that I understand, but that I can at least respect is righteous in their intention. So if you are in need of a classically masculine figure to usher you along the way and improve your own sense of self and your own sense of masculinity, I suggest hollering at Jason Wilson. You'll probably come out.
I do not need one, thank you.
But it's way better than you would following any of the niggas in the manosphere, especially Kevin Samuels. Just trying.
The man is dead. There's nothing more to follow other than the old teaching that he has. And at that point, they're basically going to be the same status as old clips of Patrice Romeo from the Black Phillip show. And the thing that makes those relevant is that the reason they stay around is because they are iconic pieces of advices that are evergreen. And if it means his content is going to remain around because the content remains evergreen, that means there was a purpose and a need for it.
Bone here, and back to the video. If he didn't make fun of black women, you wouldn't know who he is. And most of his fan base wouldn't have cared. He'd be like the other thousands of well-dressed black men on YouTube offering fashion advice, and very few of them have over 1 million subscribers. And it deeply saddens me that this man was celebrated for this nonsense, for these regressive messages to black men and women that basically told us that we weren't good if we weren't aspiring to a way of life closer to whiteness as possible. That women shouldn't aspire to education and viable and positive career
Why
aspirations. That they should only seek marriage as validation. That black men
as if it is a monolith or that is the status quo? When realistically, the ideal of our ancestors was that quote-unquote whiteness that you so loathe.
Because he, in his mind, thinks that everything that has to do with success in society is gauged through the barometer of the average white male.
Men couldn't be whole without fathers in their lives, and that dreadlocks or Jordans are clear examples of how black men are lesser than their peers.
That's black trauma talking.
He took respectability politics and pushed them to the limit with zero pushback because he had an army of simps defending him at every situation, saying that he was misunderstood or taken out of context or really didn't mean that, or you're just focusing on the negative stuff. You don't want to focus on the ways in which he just wanted to help us. And it's just like, all I hear is like dudes saying, yes, can I have another? Like, that's all I hear from y'all. Speaking of people being downed by this nigga, with his success came a wide acceptance from the same first wave of the black manosphere that rejected him. Aside from a few figures, the old black manosphere all eventually began to celebrate and curry favor for Samuels, or at least not talk bad about him, partially in fear of his simps who would jump to his defense, and partially because they really wanted to ride his coattails.
Y'all niggas do that all the time.
Aren't they doing that with Jason Wilson?
Yes.
Like I don't have an issue with the guy. I like some of his videos. It was like, if you wanted more people to like him, you should have signal boosted him more.
Realistically, realistically, what they're describing is signal boosting and voice attenuating, which is exactly what Breadtube has always done. Bringing attention to smaller voices than them and using them to try and justify the reason why they are right and that you are wrong. And that's exactly what Signifier wants to do all the fucking time. That's why he platforms so many goddamn people by giving them mentions. He's not necessarily doing it because he has a point and they have a point. He's doing it because he's trying to give them a spotlight and a justification to say, this guy's a lot more important than you think. You should keep an eye on him. And it's like, no, I don't need to keep an eye on them. I know what they're about. I know because I've interacted with them before, and their behavior did not impress me.
Like some James had 100,000 subscribers. You saw a lot of YouTubers, some who never even showed their faces or had a lackluster background, start wearing suits and then start decorating their backgrounds. You know, that's still going on. I think everybody's trying to be the next Kevin Samuels because of how popular. He was the most popular person to come out of the black manosphere. Like nobody had.
It's clear that Samuels was going to be maybe the first figure from the black manosphere to make it off of YouTube and into the mainstream. Samuels had already had a few appearances on significant.
Didn't you just say that Abner and Preach were a part of that, and their channel is not only still going but is bigger than his, if even by a margin of 3,000 more subs?
Why are Abin Preach considered?
It's even funnier because Abin Preach are like, you can tell they're slowly getting pulled when like certain people in certain industries mention them and seethe about it because they piss off a lot of people. And if you ever pay attention, you realize you're seething, aren't you?
Didn't they piss off Fresh and Fit?
Oh, frequently.
Yeah.
To the point where Fresh and Fit tried to copyright strike them, and then when Sneako gets taken down, they were like, "Hey, nigga, you got what you deserve. Fuck Fresh and Fit."
I mean, realistically, that was the whole fucking point of the Twin Sisters arc, and Myron brought that shit on himself. He should have insulted Eric's wife. Then get mad and then try to fucking ghost the man when he challenged him to the boxing ring in Florida. And then dodge him with his challenge multiple times.
It just feels like my thing is a lot of these like completely out there niggas like Fresh and Fit are kind of just pussies.
Yeah, they've always been pussies.
They've always been.
But we have people like Kevin Samuels that are just straight up telling us, "Hey, listen, you got to do something. Why do you think you deserve better when you're average?"
It requires them to accept that actually sometimes the best thing that a person can get is some negative reinforcement. But that relies on a person being strong enough to take that and to do something positive with that information, rather than to say, if you ever say anything negative ever, you're going to drive them to suicide. Because then I can never say anything positive or negative. Because anything I say is going to be so detrimental to your mental health. I might as well just mock you from a distance and never publish it.
Such as No Jumper and Joe Budden, but he also in the past year interviewed Nicki Minaj and popped up in a Future video. And 1 week after he died, he had his biggest mainstream moment in a cameo appearance on Atlanta. It was only a matter of time before he was, I don't know, maybe hosting a talk show or a radio show, or maybe popping up on Fox News like his homeboy Thomas Sowell. And the funny thing is, the most like embarrassing part is that if you pay attention to the way he was showing up on the Nicki Minaj video, and different things he was doing,
Thomas Sowell?
all of that.
Yes, he did.
Redpill shit, all of that high value man, average at best nonsense went out the window. When Samuels was talking to Nicki Minaj, he was a very affable, gentle, respectful man. It was like a whole new person. If that was a person that had
because that's fucking Amika, nigga.
She's actually high value.
Fuck.
She found out her man was a rapist and stayed with him. That's different levels of commitment. Like,
been on YouTube those last couple of years, he had never reached this level of fame. He let Nicki Minaj talk to him and talk to black men in a way that he swears he was against.
To black women, real quick. Can we stop posting all day on TikTok? I newly went to TikTok and I just kept seeing this. Black women, can we stop talking about if black men?
Like, you're demonstrating that you don't actually know how to conduct an interview with people who aren't in ideological lockstep with you. That's really what you're saying here, Signifier.
These successful black men want us on.
And it demonstrates and shows itself because you're always surrounded by people who automatically agree with you or are predisposed to agree with you.
What I've been seeing is, I feel like I've been seeing men using that as an opportunity because they've been hurt and somebody done put them to them, and they've been using it as a way to come out and lash out and poke fun at black women and use it as a way to feel like they somebody or they something. So for all you niggas that's doing that on TikTok, whatever the fuck y'all at, eat a dick, go away. Nobody gives a shit about you. Okay?
Okay, that's fair though. Why would he get mad at that?
Yeah. Because that's like saying that she doesn't know who he is. So if she wasn't saying that directly to him, and then at that moment she cuts the fucking broadcast feed and disappears from the fucking interview, what is he supposed to say to that? Be like, yeah, and well, but, and he is actually saying here, and here's the thing about that, and is, but you're cutting this clip out of context to begin with anyways. So what the fuck am I supposed to do with that clip, sir? You've already set up the narrative that you decided you want to tell, and you're already been proven that you're willing to cut out key details of information in order for you to be able to get your shit across. So you can't even get this across the line of dear, actual good journalism. You're just coping, and you're leaving in the parts that you want and taking out the parts you don't want. And that's just chip clipping.
Eat a dick, go away. Nobody gives a shit about you. Okay?
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of hurt on both sides.
And to their credit, other men in the manosphere called him out on this.
Nicki Minaj asked the question, why is it that when black men become successful, they go over the fence? And Kevin gave her a Steve Harvey answer. He gave a very real, general, we're not talking about you type of answer. There was no smoke. And to me, it wasn't a genuine answer. I don't think the show was about interviewing Nicki Minaj.
But isn't Nicki high value? That's the whole point. Like,
yes.
If she actually doing all this, she's staying by her man. You have no reason to get mad at her.
Like, that has less to do with him, like, oh man, Kevin Samuels being a little bitch right now, and it has more to do with you being ideologically captured. Like, why didn't my God King go 100% in? Why didn't he fucking rip her a new one? You have fucking problems. You are the person who needs to get the fuck offline and stop living vicariously through other people's actions.
she probably wouldn't agree to, and it would be smart for her not to agree to it.
Now, again, it makes them look fucking ridiculous. But some of them at least had the balls to notice that Samuels, when it was time to get a bag and move on from their weird space, was more than happy to leave them behind. And it speaks to how easy of a formula a lot of this red pill shit is. How all you have to do is, you know, maybe look the part a little bit, have a good speaking presence, and then just talk that shit, and like these dudes will come find you if you give off enough powerful, authoritative alpha energy to say the things they're too scared to say themselves.
The manosphere, like I was saying, there's a hegemonic drive, if I could say. It's not coming from us, but where society demands this sort of imagery of us. And men feel pressed into it, and people are reacting to it because we're also cultural markers for entertainment.
Right.
So you get guys create a podcast talking about women, sex, and relationships. Now, they may be maybe 5% of all podcasts that they make. But because of how we're situated, them doing this is going to garner a reaction greater than the weight of what their content is actually providing, because they represent something. And then there's a group of men, again, not all of us, not most of us, that get caught in this path of being disaffected, frustrated from all of the oppressions that you got to navigate. And then you fall into this tunnel and funnel of blaming black women for your things you're dealing with, your frustrations, your isolation, their inability or unwillingness to accept you. Basically, you know, we're talking about that. And then if we go back to the man not, and how him and Sylvia Winter before him used genre as a way to describe the existence of black people, black men and women, because we exist outside of European gender constructs. Men are frustrated at that. There's a bar here. I can't reach it. It's not realistic. Black women also want to be some version of the bar. They feel that way. Part of it is creating this straw man and then reacting to it. Same thing in the digression thing. Black men hate me, so I got to think this way. Black women are terrible, so I have to do this. They position people in our community as antagonists. And I think those things that will make us unique and different, because we're navigating things like racism, incarceration, lack of employment, with being. And I just read a study not so long ago. When you look at
Nigga, who is we? I am not navigating being put in jail because I am not committing crimes.
Unemployment and racial discrimination, in terms of which has the most impact on depression, is racial discrimination.
It's an easy formula that we see repeated over and over by a number of right-wing reactionaries to make money with minimal effort. And the whole black manosphere, from peripheral, mostly tame figures like Boyce Watkins to the most rabid and unhinged black incels, celebrated this man's grift and harmful ideology, or at least gave him a pass while he was alive with the hopes to maybe ride his coattails, because at the end of the day, the black manosphere is not a space purely for men who are concerned about black men and boys, but a space with one specific core value, a shared desire to denigrate black women and attain a sense of power and patriarchy that these dudes feel they deserve or desire, but will never have. Or at worst, especially with these second wave dudes, these are clearly alpha males to some extent that know that there's an audience of losers that they can grift money off of to make their lives even more alpha. And this is why, for whatever elements of validity, for whatever areas of empathy, for whatever pieces of arguments that I've seen within the space that I rock with, for especially those, you know, nuggets of masculinity studies, for those areas in which there is clear information being shared about the issues that face black boys and men that I agree with and care about, that I can do on my own. That so many other people are already doing, and they're not pairing it with O'Shea Duke Jackson. O'Shea Duke Jackson. What I'm getting at is that I can't rock with y'all. I don't rock with anyone who says they're pro-black, but their pro-blackness comes with an application process. If you're not pro-black man, pro-black woman, pro-black ghetto, pro-black queer, pro-black trans, pro-black children, pro-black immigrant, pro-black...
Motherfucker, if I'm pro-trans and pro-black trans, that's the same thing, because it's two different minority factors. What you are literally doing is giving an application after you just said, I don't want your blackness if your blackness comes with an application process. You just said to me, if you pro anything I like, you have to be pro all these other things.
I don't want to hear your pro. I don't fuck with you if you're not pro black trans, pro black kids, etc. But at the same time, here's an application process. Please fill it out so I can know your political ideals, so I can fuck with you or not.
Black working class, if your blackness excludes black people in any form or fashion, then it's not pro-black, it's anti-black. And I'm rooting for everybody black, except black Republicans. Fuck y'all, I don't fuck with y'all.
Shut up!
I don't have to say any of that, just... Not even not even... not even look at this nigga, just... wry laughter! All you get from me is wry laughter! It's like a car started in the morning.
Boys, look, it's a This nigga fucking stupid. I swear to fucking God, B. This nigga fucking stupid, bro.
We're almost done. We're almost done.
I pray the fuck we are.
Back in, I guess that must have been July. And some rejoiced while others mourned. And I had a few comments, and they were very critical. I personally don't believe in respecting shitty people just because they died. That's how generational curses are born. If you want...
No, it's not. It's called having reverence for the dead, you jackass.
I don't believe in having respect for people just because they die. Yo, whose mans is this?
When somebody does in your family, nigga, I'm laughing at your ass on the timeline.
Respect and death, earn that shit while you're alive. I feel bad for his family members. I feel bad for those who felt a deep connection to him for whatever reason. But I feel worse for the turmoil he caused. I feel worse for the people he hurt in that
I feel worse for the potential victims that I will do nothing for because I've talked shit about them.
2-year period.
If you donated to my Patreon, maybe I'll make another video on them.
For the legacy of ridiculousness that he's left in his death. That's who I care about the most. Didn't want the man to die, but don't care that he's dead.
Then don't talk about him, dumbass.
Make no mistake, because of what he did.
No, how is he supposed to make money, bro? How else is he supposed to make money, Carl? He's supposed to make this black man money talking about black men and disrespecting a dead black man. But if you don't fuck with black people, you're racist. You're a bigot. You're not black. You're not pro-black. You know, if you talk about black people, except for them dirty black Republican niggers.
God damn!
You know,
nigga, hard R.
It was a slip of the tongue, actually. But you know how. It is.
Don't worry, not Carl. It was just a slip of the nigga.
It's a slip of the nigga, man. You know, because it feels like that's what they're saying whenever they talk about it feels like that's exactly what they mean. Because it is. It just is. And to say it's not what it's like is a lie. If you want to be quote unquote completely pro-black, then you have to respect the choices and beliefs of other black people, whether it is something you like or not. You are not only a hypocrite, but you're a pussy.
Pick up that blueprint and try to take that vacuum of power and attention and keep collecting the bag off misogyny. And I don't fuck with that. Sorry. Unsubscribe. So I have a script written for this section, and I'll probably get into it, but I just...
Nigga, can you learn to speak from the fucking heart?
Just wanted to, talk completely off the cuff for a second. This section of the video is actually being done over, for creative reasons. And as I was watching, earlier parts of the video, I started thinking about what the purpose of this video really is, right?
Money.
As I said at the beginning, this still holds true. This
clout.
This is not a debunking video. I did not bother to...
You didn't debunk shit. You just acted like an asshole. Just acted like an asshole for 2 hours and 18 minutes.
Take the time to go through all of the ridiculous talking points of the red pill and...
You didn't go through the talking points of the ridiculous red pill. You showed clips of them where you either censored them or uncensored them and took things out of context and then threw up fucking flashing letters that said, "These niggas aren't like us. These niggas aren't like us."
The black manospheres, rallying cries against black women. I am not interested in debunking gynarchy or any other type of nonsense.
In other words, you're not interested in talking about shit that you're not prepared to deal with. And you aren't prepared or equipped to deal with it.
That this space takes very seriously. It's just not, I don't care. The thing that is very clear from my perspective, especially in the engagements I've had with Black Manosphere fans and a handful of Black Manosphere creators, is that these guys aren't stupid. They just have their beliefs. Well, some of them are stupid. Some of them are really fucking stupid. But in general.
So debate them in a stream. Oh, wait, that's right. You don't do debates.
These are not dumb people. These are not people just ignorant to the facts. They know the same things I know.
But your white Aryan god Hassan debates people.
Hassan does not debate people. He berates them and tells them to shut the fuck up because they're not insert fucking racial discrimination here. Especially when it's other trans people and he's wrong about trans issues. But he says, shut the fuck up. You're just a trans person. Which is the reason why he avoided Hogwarts Legacy.
I read, but their standpoint, their experiences in life have led them to a different outcome and interpretation of what those things mean. I already have a decent amount of Black Manosphere fans that watch my stuff. And those that watch my stuff either watch it and get it, watch it and disagree, or watched it and decided it's not for them. There's nobody in the middle here. There's nobody whose mind is...
If there's nobody in the middle, then that means you know exactly what's true, and that is impossible because you do not know the minds and hearts of your fucking fans.
Going to be changed with this video. This video, and most videos like this, are exercises in ideation.
No, it's an exercise in futility.
They're, knowledge building to an extent.
We didn't build any knowledge. You just talk shit about people.
There's going to be some brothers that watch this video and maybe snap out of it and see a different perspective, or at least...
They can't see a different perspective if you're not actually convincing them that their framework is fucked.
Look at what the Black Manosphere looks like.
Snap out of it like it's a fucking form of hypnosis. Am I getting hypnotized by a fucking white chick in fucking latex? No. People, you need to understand that everyone has their own ideology, and what may seem stupid to you is not stupid to them. The sooner we understand that, the sooner we can fucking reach common ground. All you're doing is poisoning the well even further. You're fucking brainless, and the fact that you have people listening to you is honestly just a disgrace to humanity.
Want to be bothered with that? I don't know. But the dudes that are really about this life, there's nothing I can say to them at all, right?
You could try, but that would require you to have the ability to orate.
And I'm okay with that. It's sad to an extent. It's frustrating to an extent because despite the joy I have taken in taking the shots I took in this video,
I agree with you.
it's sad to an extent. It's frustrating to an extent because despite the joy I have taken in taking the shots I took in this video,
that means that you knew that what you're doing was to talk shit, and that you enjoy talking shit, and that you want to continue talking shit, which is why you talked so much shit in part 1, part 2, and here in part 3.
I empathize with a lot of these dudes and what it took to get them to this space, but I had no real hope to change the world with this piece of content. And a perfect example of this is in the fact that Hassan, a well-known streamer, debated Andrew Tate just a couple weeks ago and like demolished him.
That is true, because Andrew Tate was doing really bad discussion points, and Andrew Tate is not familiar with how to deal with people like Hassan. But just like you are using Hassan as a purse puppy, you are used by other people.
Looked pretty dumb and stupid. He had to like take a smoke break in the middle of their conversation.
Andrew, do you believe? Well, you didn't really prove anything. Headphones off.
It's like most of these manosphere dudes, when challenged with the perspective of their ideas by somebody who knows how to manage that energy in the moment.
It's not him managing the energy in the moment. It's Hassan understanding that all he has to do is get under his skin once, and people will constantly soy out and share it around everywhere. People are stupid enough to believe that because that happens, that Hassan somehow led to the help of giving the Bosnian police department what they needed to be able to deal with him in his illegal activities, with his Loverboy strategy of pimping out women in human trafficking.
Crumble. Destiny, of all people, has been doing a debate tour with Sneeko. I feel like there's been like 5 or 6 videos, at least that popped up in my feed, of him making Sneeko look stupid and calling into question the ridiculousness of his ideology. And like,
so the thing
it doesn't take...
Okay.
It was actually stupid.
And also, Sneeko has, like, even though they might not want to admit this, has made a good point before. So, especially about not gender stuff, but like YouTube and like decentralized stuff. He's made good points about that. They just don't listen to him because he's stupid, and that's actually a huge issue with this whole narrative. Sneeko's stupid doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to him. Like, hear him for what he's saying.
Just because a dumb man happened to say a smart thing does not mean he's still smart and should be trusted. It means that a broken clock was right twice a day, which is ultimately the thing about doing videos like this. If you want to fact find, you can't be half in, half out and decide, oh, I'm going to talk shit about everything I don't respect. You have to be able to take it with a grain of salt, where you need to give it the respect it deserves for the seriousness it deserves, but still remember, hey yo, under no circumstances do you gotta hand it to the Mujahideen. At no point do you gotta hand it to Jeffrey Epstein. At no point do you gotta hand it to Ted Bundy. At no point do you gotta hand it to Clout Shark. At no point do you gotta hand it to some abrasive figure who has done extreme serious pains, points of purchase, or evil that cannot be forgiven, especially if they are a major part of what changes and sculpts the conversation and the landscape around the subject matter in question. So, at no point do you gotta hand it to Andrew Tate because of things that he said in the past that may be right. The man actively fucking put girls across a smuggling line and told them, you gonna do business for me or you're not getting your passport back.
Much to find examples of these manosphere dudes talking to other people, other men, about their ridiculous ideas and having those ideas be exposed. Has that changed anything?
Yes, it has. We've seen some of those changes happen. After all, Sanso left the left because of you motherfuckers.
Does that stop Andrew Tate? Does that stop Sneeko?
No, what stops them is the law and YouTube, otherwise known as law enforcement and society.
Of course not. And I knew this like from the beginning of starting my channel. So then that brings me to like the people that are already on board with where I am, where I stand, and what I have to say. Part of that is just being happy that there's black men representing a different perspective of how black masculinity looks and works in the world.
Yeah, motherfuckers like me. You're welcome, bitch.
I really think Martin hit the nail on the head at the very beginning of the video when he talked about how there's really nothing black men can do to be the true authors of their own story at a mass level.
Yes, there is. It's called taking destiny into your own balls and nutting everybody's mouth. Respectfully. Respectfully.
Always going.
And metaphorically.
It's about taking accountability of yourself and rejecting this quote-unquote black culture of gang violence and etc. that perpetuates that we are nothing but thugs. But no, guys, being a blood and a crip is healthy. It's the community. No, the fuck it's not. It's a point of just coping that one day we'll be like fucking Ace Hood and become irrelevant after making one hit fucking song. No, the fuck we will not. We will never be that rich to squander it all away for pussy and money. You want to live this lifestyle? Fine, live this lifestyle. But when you're 40 and you have 3 kids with no one to love you, 3 different baby mamas, and a bunch of bills and debt because you decided to be a fucking scammer and go to jail, I don't want to fucking hear it.
Or you could just never get the opportunity to do all that at all and just be XXXTentacion.
Oh, most definitely. The wildest part to me was the fact that nigga tried to make a change. He tried to be better. And that's when they killed him for a fucking Louis Vuitton bag. It's poetic and fucking moronic. It hurts.
Thugs and gangsters and misogynists and whatever else. And it's because that energy and that imagery is so viable to a mass market.
It is not viable to a mass market because you do not see CEOs of Fortune 500 companies always standing behind these people. You see them standing behind very, very marketable figures like Tyga and Doja.
No. They stand behind them, but just in the late term, when they die and their music is worth so much more.
Mm-hmm.
Like what the fuck Puffy did to Biggie.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That a guy like Kevin Samuels or guys like
Oh, I got a complete mindfuck. Hold on, I got a complete mindfuck. So it's been coming out that a lot of these rappers, the only reason why they were signed with their record labels is because their record labels would invite them to a party, drug them, have guys rape them, and then show them the video, and then they're like, "Hey, if you don't want this to go out, sign this. It's the least profitable deal we can give you." Okay. Just don't show that. My credit will be terrible.
Oh, well, that's like, funny enough, that's a conspiracy. But it's one of those things where I believe it because, like, even, like, Hobson, way before he started, like, he's been on his weirdo shit forever. But, like, even for, like, a long time, he's alluded to shit like that.
Oh, yeah, that was, like, the benefit basis for why he had fucking problems with Funk Volume. What led to him becoming a solo artist. Like, he explained all of that during the entirety of the arc of L. Hobson. Even talking about him and his estrangement from the mother of his child. When he tried to visit her in fucking Australia and the bitch got him arrested.
Oh, life. Aren't you such a cunt?
It's weird that it happens to come around because this nigga decided to use his imagery as the image of niggas scaring the hoes. Like, niggas need to be Hobson to scare the hoes. Niggas could have been past Carl looking like an even younger version of Poe, and niggas still would have been scaring the hoes.
You saying this, I don't know what Poe looks like. And now you got me already curious.
So, the image that you saw of me, younger, that, but fatter cheeks. And how haven't you seen pictures of Poe at this point? I think that fucking Notorious B.I.G. edit that Baku made is probably one of the most iconic examples of what he looks like.
You could just send that to me. You have my DMs.
Are you not in his Discord?
No, I'm not. I mean, yours.
I'll ask Baku to give me a picture. 1 second. Actually, many seconds, because after this I need to cook dinner. Anywho, let's finish the shit.
That can amass significant followings and wealth doing this type of regressive, offensive shit. It's ingrained not just in the patriarchy and misogyny and their rhetoric, but
it's not patriarchy. It's people being interested in drama.
Also the special, like, element to having black men perform that misogyny. There's a reason why there's never been a white manosphere figure that really takes misogyny to, like, that level.
Because if they were to try to, they'd be deplatformed by Breadtube. Because anytime it happened in the past, that's what they did.
No. There is a dude, I know of him, that's, like, just blatantly bad, is, fucking Sandman. He's always been, like, he's not huge, but, like, he's always been...
What you're talking about.
Yeah, no, he is, like, the funny thing is, he's not even, like, right-wing. If you ever listen to him, listen to any of his stupid rants enough, you were like, oh, you're a leftist, like, a very blatantly a leftist, like, a socialist-thinking person. And then he'll go, like, women aren't capable of this, and this. I'm like, oh, wow.
This has got to be a deep troll. It's got to be.
One where explicitly their appeal is this performance of patriarchal misogyny and denigration of women, right? I think Howard Stern maybe is the closest thing ever, but, like, Howard Stern was all over the place, and that was a very different time. So yeah,
so you can understand the concept of having things happen in different time periods where it was permissible and even edgy to do so, but you can't put that in your fucking head for anything else.
It's meaningful for me to have amassed this platform and gotten as many subscribers and looks and views as I've gotten and have never...
Again, remember, you admitted that your platform was made for you by Khadija Mabawe.
Up until this point, really engaged in this topic, have done it without displaying and performing misogyny, and, like,
That's not really an advantage when you demonstrated very bad forms of misandry.
Every other day, I wonder how long I have before the bottom falls out, you know?
It depends on whether or not you're going to be a continuing useful purse puppy.
Because I'm not supposed to be here. I've documented that numerous times.
But you're still here, nigga. Still talking.
But understand, as I've said many times before, and I know some will push back, I am not special in the way I think about and see the world. As a black man, I am not unique. It's just that brothers that see the world like I do and move like I do and speak on topics the way I do don't usually hold on.
Yeah, because us black men are a monolith of ain't shit niggas with bad dick or good dick, depending on how you see it, who constantly exist in this monotonous state of where we are extremely masculine but highly oppressed people. Just ignore any statistics. Just ignore statistics, and we'll be fine. Yes, we are that. Yes, us black men.
They just don't have access to a large.
I'm having a stroke, Carl.
And it, oh, never mind, he's dead.
What's behind me?
A strap on.
My bad, dude. I was playing Call of Duty and my mic wasn't muted.
Market, and I'm still wondering how the fuck I got it. I had so many people when I was much smaller wanting me to make this particular video, and part of me never made it because I didn't want to like be known as the anti-manosphere guy at the beginning of my YouTube career.
So you understand the idea of optics and managing and marketing, so you're being a bitch.
Because I want the channel and I want my content to be much more than that. Even then, when I didn't think it was going to be my job, I was like, I'm not about to use...
Repeat last statement.
...extra time and extra effort to make content that I'm not even interested in watching myself. But I also didn't want...
Repeat last statement.
...to do it because, as I've been saying, I knew that this was only a symptom of a much bigger, more systemic problem with the way boys and men that we're concerned about are socialized. And that the real response is not for me to give the big brain takedown or to go and debate these guys about their ideas, but really for all of us to move differently in our spheres of influence if we're trying to address this problem.
Repeat last statement and you're being wishy-washy.
If you have a young man in your life that is 12, 13 years old, they are actively being recruited into the manosphere, white or black. They have seen Andrew take videos on TikTok. They are following some...
If they are seeing the videos, that doesn't mean they're being recruited, because recruited means somebody is seeking them out. Random content coming up in a algorithm is not seeking them out. If they're being predisposed to it, it means people are reposting it and then they're engaging with it. At which point it would become in your ballpark to explain what's wrong with it. And you have to do so eloquently and do so to demonstrate that you can have their hearts. And if you don't have the ability to access their hearts and minds, that's a you problem. That you're so shitty at selling yourself that you lost out to Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate.
For these accounts on YouTube, the inception of the red pill ideology is being shown to them in mass. And it's going to take an active deprogramming from not me.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't take an active reprogramming. It just makes them being convinced of the argument. You say you're not an authoritarian.
You can do it on YouTube, but whatever circle is around them to kick them out of that space or to pull them out of that space that they've already started to enter in. We have all this talk about grooming, but the real groomer is patriarchy.
No, it's not, because that means it's nature in life.
And it starts, I don't know, 3, 4 with boys, and we're not thinking about it.
No, it fucking doesn't. It starts from when they're young and what they see and what they experience as they grow in youth and fold and shape and young.
If you do desire to have content that helps directly engage with deprogramming or at least can spark conversations or provide details and ideas to start that process, Noah Samson has compiled, I think now 21 videos.
And of course it's Noah Samson.
13 times!
By a variety of content creators to help deprogram people being drawn into the manosphere and provide some better perspectives to young men. I also want to recommend Innuendo Studios' alt-right playbook series, specifically the video on how to radicalize.
And 14.
As a normie, that video isn't specifically about the manosphere or the black manosphere, but it very effectively like points out the process for how certain individuals are more vulnerable to being radicalized into certain online spaces. And that brings me specifically to black men, because the thing that I think we need to get is that so many young men and boys are going to have a phase where they get introduced and possibly even sucked into this space, regardless of how well you are protecting them from it. The biggest factor to that outcome isn't a good debunked video, but the support system around that person in that moment of time. Not just support.
That is a true statement.
But also community. I talked to Dr. Candace Nicole, got it right this time, for another video coming up, and we touched on this particular topic. And she said something that really made me think about this whole issue differently.
Let me say this though, they need community.
Yes, what I mean.
So right, like the support is one thing, but support and community are different. Support is like, you got this, you know, like, but you can't belong to our community because you're gonna fuck it up. We don't want to be affiliated with you though. Like, we don't support you like charitably from afar. You know what I mean? They need community to be like, you don't gotta be perfect to belong to us. We're gonna keep correcting you if you want it, but we love you when you're here. You don't gotta put on like that to be loved by me. I just want to say that. Like, you don't gotta be put on like that to be worthy to me. Them niggas you gotta prove it to, not me. So when you're ready to be in a community where you don't gotta do all this performance to be welcome, that's my.
But that's not how y'all act at all. That's not how you speak. That's not how you act. That's not the energy you move with. It's not how you associate with people. It's not how you recruit people. It's not how you involve with people. It's not how you associate with people. It's not how you promote people. They have to be non-shitty, non-chud in order to be good for you. They can't just be themselves and authentically be themselves.
Our community. You know what I mean? Like, that's the intervention.
So I'm still not going on none of this shit. And so what she's getting at here is that on top of more resources, more support, and family and friends rallying around these young men, we also need men, young men, brothers like myself to be illustrating and exhibiting the fact that performing masculinity and being a real man does not have to include this type of performative, regressive, toxic behavior. Because
I already don't. You can congratulate me after you kiss my ass.
I know this from personal experience. The vast majority of toxic behavior that you see in young men and boys isn't from an innate sense of malice in these people. It's from this feeling, this fear that so many men have that if they don't behave and perform in a certain way, that something is...
Nigga, when I make fun of you, I'm not behaving because of some kind of hole I'm trying to fill. I'm trying to fill some holes, but I'm not trying to fill a hole in me.
I'm trying to fill your wife's holes, man. We out here trying to be train conductors, you feel me? All aboard!
Choo-choo.
wrong with them or that they will be punished for it. Stuff I talked about in the previous Manosphere videos. And so for black men in particular, where there are threats all around us and support completely absent in those situations, yeah, shit gets deep. And that lack of support...
And that is a response of what happens when a person ain't have no one to fucking rely on. That's realistically what causes these men to turn to that advice. There's nobody around them to give them support, and you niggas already abandoned them because they didn't follow the lockstep means what it means to be politically black. And they ended up coming along to somebody who actually provided them that support, even if that support came with a registration act. Realistically, it's less like a cult and more like a religious sect. They told them what the rules are, they told them what the structure is, they told them how to advance in that structure, and they did that. It's much less like they were brought in by a cult and more like they were recruited by a military apparatus. Because that's exactly how it operates.
Carl, why are you explaining the left?
Because niggas are stupid.
And resources creates isolation and depression, and it goes unchecked. And sometimes even when the resources are there, they're not what they need to be. I've talked before about the fact that saying go to therapy is like not as simple as that sounds.
It's because it's not simple at all. It's literally just an insult to tell them, you can't be helped, you need to go to therapy, but I will not be the person to send you there, and I'm not going to be the one to try and give that to you. It's a put down. Just like, wash your ass.
It's kind of dismissive because one, therapy is hard to access for.
It's not kind of dismissive, it's dismissive.
The vast majority of Americans, especially right now. And then there's so many therapists that just simply aren't well equipped to engage with black men.
You mean like the many black females that have demonstrated that they should have never been counselors because they were more than happy to mock and utilize men's suffering and men's pain to mock them online for fucking clout? Which has gotten all of them to lose their licenses.
Or can we just point out that like several of therapy sessions aren't good for men because they're key and focused on emotional intelligence and emotional expression instead of actual taking back of power and like capable and like solution based reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Who are trying to unpack their experiences and their traumas on the patriarchy. They're like wanting them to come.
Men and women.
Realistically, the way that counseling is structured nowadays, compared to when I went to counseling for my issues, the way that they focus on is always focused on a female-centered approach rather than a generalized approach that then becomes more specialized and focused the more sessions you continue to attend.
Come in and just like throwing bell hooks at them in the first week of therapy, and it's like, no, you gotta like work up to that shit, people. This is one of the reasons why I want to shout out Martin X's organization, which explicitly is
I'm not gonna show for you, you fucking beta male.
Support.
And for one, it's caricatures to describe echo chambers. If they're trying to like isolate you to Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, especially if it's monetized too, it's just there's an interest there aside from just giving you like positive content.
If people make you go onto their platform when you insult them and then they say, well, nigga, you want to talk shit to me, you're going to come during my time. And if they try to monetize that shit, nah, I'm not going to do it. So, in other words, always try to monetize your haters, but never give the haters the ability to monetize you. That's good advice for business, but you're not going to apply that shit in the way that's consistent. You're going to say, no, I should get to monetize you, and you don't get to monetize anything. That's not how that works, boo-boo. You don't get to control that. So sorry.
You know what? I would much rather go back to my top and take any advice from them.
Because realistically, if that's the way that you want to play, that means that we should mock you at a distance at all times. We never give you the ability to access our content. We make sure that you're blocked. We make sure that you're banned. We make sure you don't have the ability to get the resources. We make sure that anytime that it has anything to do with us, that you're anywhere nearby, I say, nope, I ain't talking to them. I'm going to drop out this fucking panel, and I will go play video games. And I just control the information and the sources. And anytime you come up and you say, oh, well, you just avoid me, and it's like, hell yeah, motherfucker, do you remember when you said this shit? I'm taking your advice, bitch! What happens then? What happens then?
They'll just say that he's too afraid to talk to us and make an actual discussion. And that
well, like, okay, let's just bring this up.
He proclaims he is. He's actually a billionaire.
Exactly. Their methods of operating are the reason why. Oh yeah, Tank went to jail and he's like out now and giving interviews.
Mm-hmm.
They do shit so backwards that they give people they obviously hate opportunity to step out of those situations.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they have the brain cell of a baked potato.
I think it's much more simple as they've used the tactic so many times that when the shit stops working, they're flabbergasted. I never considered that this tactic that I use all the time would actually backfire. They didn't tell me that's what happens when I did this.
What do you mean he doesn't care? I called him a fucking pussy.
Endorsements of power and control in a relationship. Talking scripts and logic tones. They start selling you something, talking to you, not at you. And generally, overall, it's like mastery through the domination of women. So, like, if most of those things are happening, because you can do one or a few, it'll be fine. I think you're at the problematic sphere of negative influence.
As I alluded to earlier, I don't see myself as different from most of these men at a base level. But there is, like, a hurt in some of these dudes that...
Then you're doing it again. If you're not different from them, then that means you recognize the humanity in them. And you could say, and if something had been different from me in my youth, I could have fallen into the exact same pipeline. But you are actively saying, I don't see anything wrong with myself, but these niggas got fucking hurt. These niggas hurt. These niggas be fucking crying and shit. Stop it. Get some help. Or stop it. Get some head from your wife.
Clearly has them, even the ones that know everything I know, rejecting it.
It's all our jobs. Remember, it's not your wife. It's our wife. That is a joke. That is a joke.
Maybe.
Nigga, damn.
Hey, man. I'll fucking do it.
In favor of the ideology that makes the most sense based on their experiences. And that was something I had to internalize to really, for me, diffuse some of the anger and vitriol that I was initially going to put into this. Because my personal experiences, having worked in anti-sex trafficking, having known...
I don't believe you. You don't sound like a person who works in anti-sex trafficking.
You would be so desensitized.
You would be surprised by the amount of men in that, like, who are mid sex trafficked, like, and like not just sex trafficked, just put into slavery. Like, if you work in that field, you get a lot less sexist.
I imagine just by working in that field, you'd be a lot less racist. And nigga, you don't sound like me, you don't act like me, you don't look like me. Nobody could look like me. But you don't have any of the markers that I do. You are all way too fucking sensitive to say that you were in anti-sex trafficking. Were you an agent on the field? Because you don't act like an agent who was on the field.
People that have lost mothers and cousins and sisters to intimate partner violence at the hands of black men. Having watched people chasing a nigga down the street because they put their hands on one of my female cousins, like, among other things, to me, it's inconceivable to
Hold on. Nigga, who was you chasing down the street? He had to be a child. Nigga, he had to be a child.
I can't imagine him chasing the person down the street for more than 5 blocks.
I had to run a nigga down the street because he put hands on my female cousin. Nigga, hold on, don't he live in Atlanta?
This nigga lives in Maryland.
Oh, he lives in Maryland? Never mind. I was about to say, if he lived in Atlanta, nigga, what you doing protecting her? She got hands herself.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck?
In a manner that allows you to behave like this towards any women, let alone black women. It's crazy to me that these men denigrate single mothers when, statistically speaking, the vast majority of these men are going to be the products of single mother households. From where I stand, it's a gross...
What does that tell you, Signifier? If they're products of female households, but they continue to hold a kind of pain that makes them undateable, unlovable, unfuckable for modern women, and they came for those households with no father, what does that tell you?
Uh-oh, Carl speaking common sense again.
Perversion of, like, the nature of black love and community to...
now he's citing black love again.
Have men that have such an intense, deep hatred for black women. Not like the nature of conflict. I have conflict with black women.
No, you don't! You have no conflict with black women. If you ever even sounded like you had conflict and they said, no, it sounds like you're disagreeing, you'd be like, no, I'm not. I love me some black queens.
On numerous occasions in this video, the ways in which the culture around how we talk about black men and the limitations of black feminism and the co-option of black feminist thought have all contributed to problems that black men face and have been disabused to effectively speak about. Like, I get that. I don't get making 6 and 7 videos every couple of months complaining, attacking, degrading black women.
He said after making 3 videos that total in about probably 4 to 5, because I'm pretty sure the first one was about an hour and something, second one was an hour and something, and this one is basically near 3 hours itself at 2:41. Nearly 6 hours of anti-fucking manosphere content?
You know, I actually took time out to watch a Kevin Samuels video. You know, I actually went out of my way, watched a few of them, and I can actually bring up some of his talking points. You know, off rip. Whenever one of the women will say, whenever one of the women would talk about themselves, they would immediately begin to say, oh, black men ain't shit, you know, I'm trying to find me a husband, da-da-da-da-da. And he's like, don't you talk to me about black men. I know black men. You're on the show. Black men are not on the show. I feel like I'm losing brain cells, Carl.
This is what happens when you have information.
I feel like I've lost years of my life listening to this guy talk as if I'm a part of a fucking monolith. It's fucking stupid.
The wild part is the way he talks is he says people are a part of monoliths, but somehow he is detached from that monolith, but he's also responsible for sculpting that monolith.
He's retarded, Carl.
Maybe.
No, I'm offending retarded people. I'm very sorry.
Because I don't get that, I could not find empathy for these men as I made this video. And then
so that you don't have anything in common with them, therefore you have no ability to use that statement you used when you started that sentence.
I realized is that this was my resentment that was here, and that if I'm really about this life, I need to process that resentment the same way that they need to process theirs. And that
yeah! You should! Get started on that, nigga!
It's easy for me to say because as I did research in the space and as I understand the nature of how these things work, I know some of these men don't have access to their children the way they're supposed to because of a baby mother and a court system. I know that some of these men are victims of abuse, physical and sexual, and have been disallowed to engage with that victim.
And mental, and emotional.
Because black men aren't allowed to be victims. I know some of these dudes have had some really bad breakups, some really bad infidelities, some really bad divorces.
No. Stop. Pause the fuck up. It's not that black men aren't allowed to be victims. It's that men aren't allowed to be victims because we're quote unquote strong.
Fucking nigga up for years. Like, I get it. Like, I don't get it personally, right?
Then you don't get it! If you can't look over at your wife and be like, you know, she could actively send me to jail at any time, and she could lie when she did it.
Dream mom to complain.
There's something wrong with motherfuckers that can't understand basic fucking logic experiments.
But I understand what it takes to get to this point, and so I'm deciding to try to love these dudes through that, but also, despite what Conroe Cannon said, from a distance that works for me.
Unless you're a black Republican.
Unless you're a black Republican.
Because debunking these dudes, like I said earlier, not an effective strategy for addressing this problem.
Then stop trying to do it and do something different.
It's a systemic problem that is, you know, built with these.
It's not a systemic problem because they're not a system. They're not a monolith. The thing in which they operate inside of might be a system, but they are not a system. They are people. Talk to them like people.
Of white supremacist capitalist patriarchy. It's not just a bunch of black men on Zoom calls making fun of black women. That's it, because this was the problem.
There's not Zoom, it's Zoom and StreamYard.
That I heard in many a response to the previous videos. If you feel so inclined and want to talk further or even have me come on your live stream to discuss and debate these ideas around the black manosphere and the red pill and whatever else for the love of the people and the ultimate goal of effecting change, I've changed my mind on debates. My appearance fee is $20,000.
Kill this man.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Of all the people that were victims of gang violence, why weren't you one of them?
That's fucked up.
Is it though? Is it, Carl?
Coco Tamale.
If you want me, cut the fucking check. Until then, peace, I'm out. And support Curiosity Stream.
No!
Okay, why, Carl? Why can't we support Curiosity Stream?
Because it's a fucking lame-ass service that's not worth your money.
Dang.
Fucking year subscription to RuneScape is better money than Curiosity Stream. You can also watch all that shit for fucking free. Remember, nigga, I'm a pirate.
That is also fair.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of cum.
Yo ho ho with a picture stone.
Is this just a Patreon scroll? Yes, it is. And then the next video he has up was, what really makes a man desirable? Being of value to the people around him.
I'm just playing Monster Hunter, man. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe stop crying like a bitch about every little political take, man. I don't know. Maybe that'll make you more valuable.
It's just so dumb. It's just so dumb. Now I'm going to try to figure out if there's a way for me to be able to raid on fucking YouTube. If there isn't, there should be. I am so disappointed after watching this shit. My God.
That's because you expected
still
better
streaming.
out of someone
Yeah, she
with
is.
lacking brain cells. Like, Carl, you expected more out of a man with mental deficiencies. That's kind of on you.
YouTube live streamers can redirect viewers to other channels. They can now utilize a feature similar to this way, known as cross-channel live directs. Why not just call them fucking raids, dude?
Because they would get copyrighted by Twitch.
It's fucking retarded. Log into YouTube Studio, go to Settings, click on Community. Under Live Redirects, enter specific channels you want to allow to redirect to yours. Once you are done, you can save. How to redirect your users. When you're in your live control room, do this and this and this. Oh my God, this is so many multi-tier step bullshits. I want the ability to go through the thing and decide, I want to redirect it here. I should be able to do that. I shouldn't have to do all that extra shit.
Well, I'm hopping off. It's been great.
I'm still playing Monster Hunter. Like a true Sigma male.
Is there anything people would like to bring up to my attention within the next few days before we start on the bullshit with Crucible? This would be the time to speak now. Make your voice heard and known.
Carl, when are you going to play Monster Hunter with me?
Are you playing Sunbreak?
No, I'm playing World.
You'd have to buy me World. I only have Rise.
Alright, when I get paid. Because it's on sale right now.
You're gonna have to also buy my fucking NSO subscription.
An NSL subscription. Carl, I'm already subscribed to you on Switch.
Motherfucker, if I want to play online for fucking Monster Hunter Rise, I must have a Nintendo Switch Online subscription.
No, World is on PC, Carl.
Nigga, I don't want to play it on PC!
Get a controller, you bitch!
Why would I buy the old market game when I already have fucking Rise and I could get Sunbreak?
God, because I haven't played... Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Nick, it's not that hard!
No, it's not that, Carl. In fact, Monster Hunter Rise is the easiest Monster Hunter. It's just that I got slashed by an Otogaron, and it fucking made me bleed. Okay, good. It's running the fuck away. I now have ample opportunity to set up.
Make sure that I have this on the right thing. Let's see here. Actually, Tina? Looking.
Hey Carl, do you know when Velma will come out?
I actually am talking to him about that, because I was going to be uploading the, first episode of Black Sun today, because he got that done, and Oyster is still working on Velma, because he's been behind the curve, because of school and life.
That makes sense.
I will ask him later today, and then I will post and tag you in the Discord to give you that answer, Grace.
Sweet. How you doing, Muscles?
I'm tired trying to watch Sailor Moon, but for some reason, I'm not that into it early on. I can see why it's good, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But it's just it's a lot. It's a lot. You know, it's not bad because I can see where her growth would realistically come from.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm trying to go through all of this. Because I'm looking at this fucking live
I don't even
redirect.
know if you're the person that recommended me to gave me the website to watch Sailor Moon. I don't even know. I'm just fucking talking. I'm playing Monster Hunter.
I'm looking at this fucking setting for live redirects, and they have two options. One of which is live redirects for all channels redirecting to your content, and then a hard chosen selection that you can't unselect that says channels I subscribe to can redirect to my content. But then it has a setting that specifically says specific channels who can redirect to my content. So it feels like it's very reductive. Jesus Christ, my arm is locking up. I need to stretch more. I'm just adding all the regular things here. Tina, Jay, Hose, channel for digital blackface, Dev, Aiden.
Me, your friendly neighborhood Chris.
Let's see, who am I forgetting?
Amy, Jay.
No, Jay's already on here. Again, nice.
Did I not restock and fucking drink bombs? I should do that. Oh my fucking god, I need drink bombs.
In order to redirect, you must click on Edit when you're in your live control room. You click on Customization, and under Redirect you add Ad. You search for and select the stream your viewers will be sent to, and then when it ends, it will show you a confirmation showing where they'll be redirected. If they do not have autoplay turned off, they will not automatically be redirected, but a prompt will display on screen asking them if they want to be redirected, and that they will be said yes, and it will be open and available to all eligible creators. That is a lot of steps just for me to send people to go watch into the fucking streamer. That's really fucking retarded. Can I share your content to Black Manosphere members? Yes, you may. And if they specifically want to talk to me, tell them that they need to contact me on FirstPlayerCarl or Caramel Cajun. I'm more than likely going to see it if they contact me on FirstPlayerCarl. And make sure you tell them to say who they are and what their content is.
And remember, always come in the cereal.
Nigga!
Never in the shampoo bottle. Because if you come in the shampoo bottle, you might knock up your roommate's girlfriend.
Don't remind me of that one fucking guy who did that.
Yeah, 4 chains of wild plates.
Oh, Lord. Right. Go to the physical stream, click on Edit, go down to whatever the fucking option is. Where even is this fucking line? It's not here. It's not here. I think I figured out where the fucking setting is to make sure that it shows the newest setting of comments. So that might be a fix for tomorrow. Although I don't really have a streaming topic for you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. So again, if you want something to be seen, you don't need to fucking tell me about it. Customization. God. Here we go. Redirect. I want you to redirect to Tina.
What bullshit can I bring to Carl's attention that makes him question his life?
I ain't got a fucking clue.
Hold on, I can find something. Okay, I think I got something. Tyler 1's conquest of EU West.
Same thing as everybody else who's been going to EU West and have been posting videos saying, "Welcome to EU West, TF Blade. Welcome to EU West, Tarzan." Because I already saw videos from Broexa about this.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, but Tyler hit Masters in like 5 days, which is terrifying.
I mean, he is a good player, but at the same time, it's solo queue. What was he spamming, and how was he spamming it?
He was playing every lane.
So there's your answer.
his Olaf top was fucking unstoppable. His Draven, he was just eating ass, you know? It was fucking everyone. What else?
Aww. She ended her stream just when I was about to raid her. Fuck.
Not support, you know his go-tos. I don't remember who was playing jungle, but I remember them being squishy. He reached 10k on Cho'Gath. Why can't I? Oh god, do I have to reinstall the mod that allows me to skip cutscenes? Oh right, before I forget, Carl, if you want something to be autistic about, how about the lore of Monster Hunter?
I can't be bothered.
Oh come on!
That's a lot of lore to cover.
Hold on, I have a friend who's more autistic in Aiden server. God damn, I got rewards. God damn.
Yay.
Four big guys, and they grab on my thighs. Wait, now do I hunt a Rathalos, or is that just me bugging out?
Let's see here. I suppose if I was to send you anywhere, I'd send you to Stardust. And I'm going to do that because I haven't actually gotten to talk to Stardust personally. But I'm going to make sure to add her to the list of people. Those of you who don't know who Stardust is, that is somebody who you should be paying attention to and watching. It's either that or I send you to EFAP 231.
I would rather slit my own throat.
What you got against EFAP?
Nothing. I love EFAP. I just don't like spending I just don't like spending 12 hours watching one episode. Like I have monsters to hunt, nigga. Like you know the deal.
Either case, I'm sending you to her. I will speak to you all tomorrow. Goodbye. I'm leaving. Have a good night, everyone. And as always, remember, if you would like to be able to make sure that you can keep content like this going up and going, and you would be able to make sure that I don't have to see fucking things like this goddamn counter, consider being a supporter for the channel on any of these sources. And consider becoming a UNCF donator. Because, as a member of the United Mecoid Cringe Fund, a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. I have been Carl, and I will see you again. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Subscribe or Tyrone's gonna slide.
Goodbye, everybody. More importantly, before I actually permanently leave, who else is going to be joining for Path of Exile next week?
I want to join. I have not been playing Path of Exile, and I feel bad.
That doesn't matter. I'm basically going to be running a boot camp for you niggas. What matters is that you need to get the game downloaded today. Because when we are waiting on patch day, it's going to be a while waiting for the shit to upload.
It also matters what day.
I'm pretty sure that the 7th falls on Friday. Because that's when Crucible starts. Yes. Crucible starts on Friday.
I work. So I can't make it.
It's not just be one day event. It's literally it's a league that lasts for a while. You just won't be there for day one.
No, so my work schedule's fucking stupid. It's like, so this is my work schedule, right? Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. All night. All nighttime.
That's unfortunate, my child.
Yeah. Oh, right. All right, Carl. Carl, I don't know what to do. Some lefty chick is like actively talking to me and flirting with me, and she's trying to get me to move with her to Arizona and get a job with her.
What does she look like?
Dyed green hair. Let me
No, I need a picture, son.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Let's come on. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Yo, hold on, nigga. Damn.
Am I looking this stream? Is that where I'm looking?
God damn, nigga. Like, you out here fiending.
It's not a matter of feeding. You want my judgment? I have to see.
Fair enough. It's not like how I was simping over Space Ghost.
You were simping over Space Ghost?
Yeah.
The show?
I literally told you. No. What? No. The bitch. The league announcer.
Oh. Remember, I recognize people not necessarily by their handles, but by their first names.
Don't know her first name, but I sent you a picture of her a while ago.
Where?
In our DMs.
Out. Foreign muscles. How long ago was that?
This was like when Tyler 1 got invited to a fucking event. It was been a minute. Yeah, it's right here. For 24-22.
Oh yeah, I can see why would you go for that. Yeah, she's. I'd fuck it.
Yeah, right.
It's mostly the glasses.
Yeah.
Mostly the glasses, yeah.
But where's the picture of this new girl?
Hold on, I'm trying to fucking find it where I saved it.
You're flirting with a woman and she's not sending you pictures? Sus.
She sent me pictures first, and then said, "Would you like to send pictures?"
My boy's a player.
Did you?
Yeah, I sent her a picture. I sent her a nice picture and then an ugly picture.
Our boy is flirting with the white women.
Yes.
I
gotta get rid of some of these pictures.
Come on!
God fucking damn it! Where the fuck is?
I got dinner to cook. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Nigga, I am blind. Don't rush me, you fucking bitch.
What happens if she wants to rush you? What you gonna do next? Hello, not applicable.
Where the fuck is the photo? I just saved the fucker.
That's a good question, Mr. That is a good question, Mr. Salmar. If there is a black manosphere, is there a white manosphere? Yes. Is there an Asian manosphere? Yes. Is there a Hispanic manosphere? Ironically, probably, but you wouldn't hear from them because they would be too busy watching Dragon Ball Super and superheroes. One of the differences inherent to each group by the signification signifier, be specific. Well, he'd have to study, and more than likely, he would still find a way to tie it all to white supremacy. He'd use the white ones as a basis to dismantle the other ones, but he wouldn't recognize the cultural inheritance that the other ones have to be recognized by. To this man, you might as well say Mexican music amongst the Latinos that may be looking as the Chads would. Their love of Vicente, that is just an expression of Mexican interracial white supremacy.
I beg your pardon?
That's some shit, though, he would say.
That's retarded.
Yes, he is.
Glad
Nick,
we came
come
out
on.
consensus.
Come on, man.
I sent the photo.
Okay, finally. Nigga, at least you're happy. At least you're happy. She wants you to move for her?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, fuck yeah. Have you fucked yet or what?
No.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot show you the picture that I saw with my eyes. Just know that if you were looking for something comparable to, like, an e-girl, it's a girl, alright?
Ow.
Listen. On a scale of 1 to 10, she's at least a 6. But her face! On her face!
Apparently that was the good picture.
Does she have any other pictures?
Yeah, the other one is an unflattering one.
Can I see it?
Carl, don't do this.
I gotta see it.
Carl, don't do this to me.
I gotta do it to you.
Father, no, why have you forsaken me?
I haven't forsaken you. I'm trying to save you, son. Now show me!
Listen, Carl, it's either this or go back to the army of femboys.
I didn't say it would be a bad idea. I said as long as you're happy.
Carl, I'm trying to
Get muscles, no.
I'm now like painfully self-conscious to send a picture of my face because I know Carl's keeping a catalog of me somewhere in his brain. In case I ever get into some shit IRL, and then Carl sees my face on the news. Next thing I know in shoot, that's gonna happen. Chris got arrested.
Well, they don't look that bad. They don't look like a mongrel creature. It's an interesting choice of tattoos, though.
Yeah.
Is there any other pictures?
I can't. If there were, I can't show you those.
That's the correct answer. So, like, she very much has a case of, like, uwu face.
Yeah, I know. I'm quite aware.
But she does look like, because I can't see it in this crisscross position, in this picnic that you took her on, but I imagine there was an ass back there. Can't you throw it back, son?
I haven't hit yet.
Does she look like she can throw it back, son?
Yes.
Do you want her to throw it back, son?
Yes.
Feel it?
But see the thing is, me and her aren't together. That's the crazy part about all of it.
Where does she live?
Arizona.
And where are you?
New York.
So what you need to do is you either need to visit her or she needs to visit you.
Yeah, that's what I'm planning, actually. You know, I'm trying to actually think about this logically.
Then, when you go to visit her, you need to spend whatever time you're spending plus 7 days. And the reason why is that what you're going to do is you're going to propose the idea to her like, okay, what if I do come move out with you? Or you come out to me. Here's what we finna do. We finna go on multiple dates and get to know each other better. And you're going to do all that plus spend time around her for the amount of time that you're going to be there, with the last 7 days being very important. Doesn't matter if you have sex while you're there. You need to become comfortable with the idea of, am I going to live with this person? Because you're going to basically be, if you're visiting them, in their domicile, and if she visits you, in your domicile. I don't know if she's going to like your home situation. I don't know if you know what her home situation is. Has she told you?
Yeah.
So, you're going to get comfortable to the idea of what it's like, because if you're going to be living with her, first, before I even say that, what is the living arrangements? Are you living with roommates, or are you two living together?
It's me and her together.
Okay, so, when you go there, or if she comes to you, you need to spend time where you two are in a domestic situation. It can't just be, you meet up, you go take a date, you get some fucking $30 Taco Bell, and all of a sudden, before you even open up the first chalupa, she's on your dick. You need to spend some time doing domestic shit. Even if it's just simple as cuddling.
Hold on. Why the fuck can't I do that though? That sounds like fun.
No, that's what I'm saying you need to do. You need to be in a domestic. Not just when we meet, for the entire time you're there.
Okay, I see what you mean. I don't go straight into dessert, but we like, get to know each other first.
Yes. Then you clap her cheeks.
That's what you want to do, yeah.
Listen, like, I'm trying to balance out between being horny and being responsible.
Well, that's what you do. You spend the first few times that you're there. Let's say you visit for a month. First 21 to 23 days are going to be you doing domestic shit. Doesn't matter if y'all are fucking like animals within that time period. Good if you do. But you need to spend time getting to know each other personally. And then, in the last 7 days, because your emotional chemistry does matter, but your sexual chemistry is very important.
Okay, I see what you're going for. But
yeah,
see,
just like do both.
This is also the thing. So now, Carl, you know me as a degenerate. My question is, how far do you think the well goes?
The well? Is this a euphemism?
Yeah. The well of degeneracy.
I don't know. You want to get your ass licked?
Maybe, but
do you think she's down for that?
Maybe no. So the thing is, right?
Carl, are you still streaming?
Yeah. Yes. I haven't gone off air yet because I'm giving him the ability to tell me about this before I go cook.
So the thing is, me and I'm heading to a wedding in August, and my friend is hooking me up with
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of bad, not gonna lie.
I need a picture of this person.
God damn it! Hold on.
I'd do this shit even if it was a man. What you fucking mean?
Nah, fair enough. Hold on. Let me just find the photos.
Shit. Eventually I'm gonna end up breaking this headset. I need one with a longer cord.
I should stop downloading memes and porn onto my devices. It's not in happy times.
Not because I disconnected the headset, now the file's not gonna play. Well. Unless it's not playing at all. No, it's not playing at all. I at least don't hear it in my headset. What's dinner tonight? For my mother. Probably one of the meals that were delivered. For me, more chicken.
Those are the SS outfits. Those are when I was sipping for Donna Beneviento. Found them.
I can at least tell you this much. The girl with the gray hair looks like she has great sloppy toppy.
Yes. Yes, she does.
And who's this MILF?
That's my friend's aunt.
And this aunt wants to fuck you.
She has my phone number. Yes. She also keeps asking about me. Through him, you know.
I mean,
should I or should I not?
I mean,
hold on.
I mean, I mean, if you want to fuck 12, then I guess you should literally fuck 12.
I mean, yeah, I should, right?
Can't tell you don't, but at the same time, that's a bit wild, don't you think? It's like you start hitting that, right? And your boy hears this, and he gotta be like, he has to be cool with it, but at the same time, still has to look at you and be like, you're not clapping his fucking aunt. Because, you see, the thing about MILFs is that once you clap, you can't just fuck one. You're not just fucking once. Regardless. Probably can't even hear him because he's not there. Regardless. You could do a lot worse. I suppose you could do a lot worse. Did you also want my sexual advice graced?
Nah, bro, I'm just here.
Is this what we've come to, chat? You go to the fucking man whore for fucking favor and advice?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess.
Yes.
Is it content? I suppose.
Absolutely.
Oh no, his mom was yelling at him. Who else would we ask? That's a good question, Black Superwoman. I don't know who you would ask, but I suppose you should ask me. I am indeed a whore. A whore for good.
A whore for life.
A whore for life. Like, you're the devil from Cow and Chicken. I mean, I guess. I am fat now, aren't I? Well, technically, I've always been this big. I've always been able to do this to my titties and be like, damn, nigga, you got all this pectoral fat for nothing. But at the same time, hit a motherfucker from the side profile. You don't really look that bad. Especially when I'm sitting down. But still, big belly! And a nigga still don't care, cause I still hit! Cause that bitch loves it. Cause she like me cause I'm goofy. Hear that? I'm so goofy, nigga heard me from the other room. He didn't even need his headsets in. That's the power! The power! But in any case, I definitely do need to start cooking. I will leave you all in Stardust's capable hands. Go ahead and let her know who sent you, etc., etc. Maybe she'll be able to talk to me after she had talked to Dev. Who knows? We'll find out. Goodbye, motherfuckers. I'm leaving. Goodbye. I'm leaving for real this time. I don't want to leave without at least getting him the advice that he wants.
Bye-bye. There.
I don't even know! He walked away to the door and then never came back! It's a bit concerning. Very concerning. Leaving for real this time. I need to start the fucking oven.